knowledgeable about the Second World War, and many people are. It's one of those subjects that fascinates human beings the world over, understandably so. People who are aficionados of the Second World War knows that the rhythm of the Second World War reminds you of an opera or a musical theater production where the end is going to be like the end of the world, or Ragnarok, or a Götterdammerung, and the whole last year of the war is whipping yourself up like a roller coaster going uphill, waiting a giant dip, where you're building up to that horrific ending. The last year of the Second World War is the worst year of the Second World War. And the kind of numbers that demonstrate that are, for example, casualties, killings. Look at the German deaths, for example, in January 1945. That's a month that is mind-blowing. The Germans will have more than 400,000 of their soldiers, maybe closer to 450,000 of their soldiers die in that month alone. For comparison purposes, that is more military deaths than the United States suffered, all branches of service, all cause of mortality for the whole war. Historian Neil Ferguson says the German military loses more soldiers in the last year of the war than the entire rest of the war put together. And some of the latest estimates of casualty numbers suggest the Germans were losing, on average, 10,000 soldiers every day in 1945. So from January 1st to May 8th, when the war ended in Europe, 10,000 a day on average. That is almost twice as many people as the United States lost at the Battle of Antietam, which many military historians consider to be the worst day in U.S. military history, and the Germans were getting it day after day after day. If you think to yourself, and this would be totally understandable, who cares, right? The Germans are reaping what they sowed. That would be fine, except it's hardly just the Germans. In his book, How Wars End, author Gideon Rose says that every month in 1945, between 100,000 and 250,000 non-combatants in Asia were dying, again, every month due to the actions of Japanese forces. These are data points, but you have to add all the other data points up too and see the conveyor belt of death, the factory assembly line of human destruction that's going on in 1945, or really the last year of the war. You don't have to really imagine too much to just know that the Holocaust is going on during this time period in Europe, and people are dying in those camps every day. So every day the war continues. That tally goes up reliably. I'm reminded of a song by the rock band the MC5 from the late 1960s, early 1970s. They wrote a song which I think is about the Vietnam War, and it's entitled The Human Being Lawnmower. And to me, the imagery, as horrific as it is, works better for the Second World War, and especially the end of the Second World War, than it does for Vietnam. A lawnmower that cuts human beings instead of blades of grass, or an assembly line that's reliably heading towards a furnace or a chopping machine with people on it. And when the lead singer would say the words, the human being lawnmower, he would emphasize what was going on by then saying chop, 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 chop. Human being lawnmower, chop, 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 chop. That's what's going on in the last year of the war. So why is the last year of the war still going on? Neil Ferguson, in his book, The War of the World, quotes an aide to U.S. General Omar Bradley, who was fighting the Third Reich in Europe. And the aide made this statement, Ferguson says, at the end of 1944, and the statement was, quote, "If we were fighting reasonable people, they would have surrendered long ago," end quote. But they're not fighting reasonable people, clearly. They're fighting a fanatical regime in the Third Reich, which is committed to going down with the ship and taking the entire country down with them. And the Japanese, we've already pointed out, to outside observers who are not Japanese, it's always looked fanatical. Hitler and his cohorts know that they're not surviving the post-war period. Regardless, they're all going to hang at the end of a rope. So maybe that influences their decision to take everything down with them. His propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, had famously said, "If we have to leave, we'll close the door behind us with a slam that all the world will hear." Pity that all the German civilians need to go with them. And in the Japanese situation, their military is planning for a last-ditch stand on the home islands. If it comes to that, the army thinks they can put 2.5 million Japanese soldiers into Japan's built-up cities and then add to those numbers with a ton of civilians that, as we said in the last segment, are training with bamboo spears by this time and make life impossible for an invading army. What's the goal? What's the end game? Well, both the Germans and the Japanese are hoping to inflict a last big blow against their enemies that causes their enemies to rethink the peace terms. Because as even a cursory understanding of the Second World War makes clear, the peace terms are unconditional surrender. And the reason we know that is the Allies made an attempt to broadcast this, make it known to everybody. The terms are you give up, and then we decide what we're going to do to you. Now, this is controversial. After all, if the terms of surrender are going to be that harsh, the Axis powers are going to fight longer than they otherwise might, which means the human being lawnmower, the conveyor belt of destruction continues longer. The Holocaust goes on longer. The Asian civilians die, more days. It's controversial. But there's an attitude, if you look at the sources, that you need an unconditional surrender if you're going to finally end this recurring problem. And the Germans especially are seen as a recurring problem. My stepfather, who was half German by ancestry, had said, look at the German history over the past 100 years, right? The Franco-Prussian War, the First World War, the Second World War. That is 3 generations of German youth going off to fight in wars that destabilized the international system. Franklin Roosevelt thought it was Prussian or Junker militarism that was at fault, and that countries needed to have finally this tendency rooted out of them. And to do that, a free hand would be necessary. You couldn't have some sort of deal, like the deal that ended the First World War. You needed the ability to remake these societies to finally end the repeat offender status of some of these places, right? Who would upset the peace of the world. So for many people, it was this view that the entire sacrifice of all 3 of those wars, but especially the Second World War, would be in vain if it didn't end the right way. There's a quote from Assistant U.S. Secretary of State Breckinridge Long that's used in Gideon Rose's book, where he says, quote, "We are fighting this war because we did not have an unconditional surrender at the end of the last one," end quote. It's controversial, though, and people like Winston Churchill sometimes seem to vary in his views that you find on whether or not he was for it or open to some sort of conditional peace. In his book series, The Second World War, which cannot be taken as gospel truth, you take it with a grain of salt, because he's bolstering his own post-war image, but he knows that unconditional surrender is controversial, so he tries to defend it, and he says that they tried to sit down and come up with conditional terms, right? If it was not going to be unconditional, what should the surrender terms be? And he wrote, quote, "They looked so terrible when set forth on paper, and so far exceeded what was in fact done, that their publication would only have stimulated German resistance. They had in fact only to be written out, to be withdrawn," end quote. We should also recall that there were political reasons in the Allied alliance for doing this too. The Soviets were very suspicious that the Western Allies would cut a separate deal with Germany and sort of leave them in the lurch. An announced public pledge for an unconditional surrender helped bind all the Allies together in a united cause, right? No one's going to make a separate peace. But it meant the war would go on longer. And both Japan and Germany were hoping for some sort of last-ditch punch in the nose that would wake the Allies up to the fact that, this war could continue for years if you didn't come up with a better peace deal. That's really with something like the Battle of the Bulge, the Second Battle of the Ardennes in 1944. That could be the only reason to do that, because there was no war-winning element to that. The whole point was to do such damage and maybe have a whole bunch of Allied troops sort of surrounded and endangered so you could maybe bargain with them. And in Japan, they were continually looking for the last great battle that would wake the Allies up to the idea that unconditional surrender was a bridge too far. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Saipan in July 1944. Well, the Japanese Navy had thought that the war had been decided, some of the naval experts, after the Battle of Guadalcanal, and most of the rest, at least after the Battle of Midway. In the Japanese War Journal of Imperial Headquarters, quoted in Richard B. Frank's book, Downfall, they were very open, and this is official, that the war was over in terms of who was going to win. And it said, quote, "We can no longer direct the war with any hope of success. The only course left is for Japan's 100 million people to sacrifice their lives by charging the enemy to make them lose the will to fight." End quote. That is an amazing statement. We will sacrifice all the people in this country to get a better deal than unconditional surrender. And what was it that the Japanese really were holding out for? The emperor. They were worried that an unconditional surrender might mean that the emperor and the entire imperial system would be tossed out. And this was something they could not live with. What's more, the idea that the emperor might be treated as a war criminal and might be hung or something after the war was intolerable to a ton of Japanese people, including a ton of civilians. I mean, remember, there's a decent number of Japanese folk who consider this person a living god. His voice has never even been heard by the public. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that makes this an almost superhuman figure, and the idea that the country might have to lose, there really weren't 100 million people in Japan, it's more like 70 or 75 million, but I mean, that you might have to sacrifice that to keep one guy on the throne? Wow, that's, well, if we were fighting reasonable people, it would have been over already. This is not reasonable. I read a couple of different takes on this that suggested it was a lot more than the emperor. This is the imperial system, which includes a lot of people who are called the igers. There's a lot of people who have a stake in the imperial system, and they would all be thrown to the wolves if this went away. Keep the human being lawnmower operating at breakneck speed to keep a single guy from the gallows after the war, maybe. The problem Japan has is different than Germany, because one of the things we said at the end of the last segment was that the famous plot against Adolf Hitler on July 20th, Operation Valkyrie, where a bomb exploded in a meeting room attempting to take Hitler out. Well, that's an attempt to get rid of the fanatic in chief, right? I mean, as I said, if we were fighting reasonable people, the war would be over long ago. But in Germany, you have to get rid of the unreasonable at the top to have a chance to do that. Japan's government's very different. It's hard to put your finger on who's in charge. And we dealt with this extensively in the first segment of the program, pointing out Japan's system was one that outsiders certainly, but even insiders sometimes could have a tough time figuring where the buck stops. Author Ian W. Toll had a line that just, I think, was a perfect summation of that, where he said, quote, "The same institutional defects that had produced Japan's irrational decision to launch the war in 1941 now prevented a rational decision to end it." End quote. And S.C.M. Payne, in his book The Wars for Asia, 1911-1945, had said that Japan's government had been called a government by acquiescence, or a system of irresponsibility. He said, quote, "Because if everyone is responsible for policy, then policy formation becomes anonymous, so that no one is actually held accountable. The primary value emphasized in decision-making was a consensus reached through informal procedures," end quote. A consensus that required the most die-hard fanatical elements of the military to be on board, and at least the army was not. And this, by the way, is why everybody spends so much time talking about the 19th century development of the Japanese constitutional system design and everything to get us to the Second World War, because the Second World War is where a couple of major things happen where you just go, it's almost like a tragic flaw in Greek theater. It was built into the Japanese system a long time ago.
Look at
and
the
only comes out when the
Yoshi.
system's under massive stress, like, a world war.
Okay.
But the fact that the Army and Navy, for example, have an outsized amount of control and influence tends to bend the decision-making in a more hard-line sort of way. And people who want to talk about peace actually put their own lives in danger to do so. So in both Germany and Japan, as the war starts to grind into the last year, anybody who tries to bring up the idea of peace, or who suggests that the war may be lost, are enemies of the regime.
I can't read
In Germany, in the last year of the war, between 10 and 20,000 people, I read, were hung or executed in some other way, soldiers and civilians alike, on charges of what was called defeatism. In Japan, Mary Speech Jensen, a historian, says that the military was watching the people and had jailed some people for high-level defeatism, as it was called. And Saburo Iyanaga, in his book The Pacific War, talked about how careful, those were his translated words, peace advocates in the government had to be. He says that they faced assassination or a coup. He blames the army, but that's who he blames for a lot of things. The point being that even bringing up what might be a rational question, like, do we have to have Armageddon? Is that the way this whole thing has to go? Could get you charged as an enemy of the state. In a place like Germany, could get you hung. So rationality isn't just in short supply, it's actively punished by death. I keep thinking of both the average Japanese person who may or may not have wanted to die for the emperor. Are they looking forward to actually taking up arms with their women and children and fighting alongside the Japanese army in the built-up areas of Japan in house-to-house, hand-to-hand combat against the Allied forces? Somebody tells me there are going to be a lot of regular Japanese folks who would see that as a failure of government. And once again, there are going to be people who say, well, then they shouldn't have started the war, they shouldn't have mistreated all of the populations they dealt with so much, which is a fair point. But let's remember that if the Japanese are going to die because they're going to have to be rooted out of all these buildings, somebody's going to have to do the rooting out. And this is what my stepfather was referring to once when he talked to me about how it was a kind of a double-edged sword.
Nobody's telling me all right. Specifically, we're 100%.
My stepdad's a guy who got into the Second World War at the real tail end, and so had there been a 1946 continuation of the war, that's when he would have been in the middle. So like a lot of people, by the end of the war, he was kind of treated tiny guy in his head. Is this thing going to be over?
Like I said,
on the frontline areas, frontline areas was right off the coast of Japan.
People are they're not everybody's like ready to be spiritual and like, ready to like be in a lot of people, especially geopolitically speaking,
shrinking of the blast radius in
they
Japan
want to fucking fight and they want to take America down.
One step closer to the final battles for Japan's home islands. The Rabbi, right?
I'm actually really low key. Like I got like 500
followers. The Japanese
I don't like making a big scene, but I've been able to meet like people
they don't care
that like
as much
are
as the home islands.
inside. I mean, I'm buddies with James Fox. I'm like buddies with a couple of guys of intelligence, and I'm like, I talk to us. I'm like, I'm good, dude. I don't need love. That's it. That's all I need. Like, give me the scoop. What's up? That's it. I don't want to make a big deal. Whatever. So I've met a couple people in intelligence. It's interesting how these people think. And they're like, dude, it's a fucked up world out there, man. Like, you understand? Like, it's the whole thing is, and now our enemies. I mean, I don't want to get all like, if you guys are turned off to want to hear.
Well, I'm not going to make anybody my enemy. I think that's where, like, I feel like most people, like, stand up, though. We can be like, we refuse to hate people, we're going to love people. And I think if everyone, if we get that vibe rolling, it can roll. But I just want to say hi to the Rabbi, because Rabbi joined us. I haven't seen this guy forever.
Hello. Thank you so much. I decided to make an appearance for Logan's birthday. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Happy birthday, Logan.
As any more fanatical than Japanese leadership, and maybe your average
You're right, though, Christian. Like fuck them out there. I'm just saying, and I do feel very like. But I also feel like also just because I have my life here, like those people should have just as good a life as me. I shouldn't be like, oh, I'm so lucky to be here. I should be like, no, we should all be on the same fucking level, right? But
I do, but I'm just saying, a lot of those people, for some reason, a lot of those people see America as the bad guy, and I don't know if maybe there is a way to make everybody happy, but and I think that there is a possibility where we can all be like living a good life in peace. Everybody can do it. Unfortunately, I think we have to go through suffering and growing pains first. I think that's what's happening. I think we're heading. At this point, I don't know if there's any stopping it.
That is all the decisions look so much easier when you're looking at the money. You have no idea all the little influences
enemies. I mean, I don't want to get over, but they're attacking us through proxy. That way, they know
pressures and everything else that was working on the historical figure. I always had this image of coming back in a time machine and hearing someone like yours truly say, well, here's what you should have done, and having them say, oh yeah, sure, you don't think I would have done that if I could, but I couldn't have because of all these things that are not even in your history books that are acting on me. So with that having been said, it's still hard for me to not look at this sometimes like a card game. And in 1944, what's fascinating of that year is that the Germans and the Japanese only have a few meaningful cards.
You can find our tour dates. We have like 3 months of tour dates listed there, so just come out to a show. If you know me, message me, I'll be on the list.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A little bit of rocket fuel, if you will, that they kept aside for just this time. So
Yeah, I'll be there.
What do you use it for? What is a
would love to see you too.
to use some of your last remaining strength for if winning the war probably isn't on the table? I never like to say it's never on the table, but war is full of weirdness to the degree you just haven't, you can't ever say ever. Somebody's always pulling victory out of the jaws of defeat. But basically, there are no war-winning cards left to play, and there's no obvious war-winning cards left to play. So how do you play what cards you still have left? That's fascinating.
Got a paid advertisement,
The Germans,
or you know the deal. 50K in the right pocket,
second our dance, it's called. Talked about like the balls. That's an example.
Russian interest, bro. Let's make it happen. I know.
What's he trying to do? Historians and armchair generals ever since have been critiquing that decision. There were a lot of people, even at the time, who maybe would have liked to have seen all of that stockpiled strength used against the Red Army instead to maybe forestall what happened in Berlin long enough to let the Allies get there first. The Western Allies.
When can we start getting those intermissions?
Regardless, I'd say it's 2020.
Tomorrow. You take notes?
The Japanese cards that they have to play, they're playing early on in 1944. And they launch an offensive in the Burma-India theater in March 1944, and then a month later they launched the largest offensive of the war on their part. I think I read the largest offensive in Imperial Japanese Army history with the Ichigo campaign in China. We mentioned both these campaigns actually briefly in the last segment. But the Ichigo campaign is the kind where you look at and you don't even know how the Japanese do it. And we mentioned a long time ago that to me the Japanese look like one of the peoples on the planet that punch above their weight class. Because they are able to pull off stuff where you look at their population numbers and their geographical questions, their history, they're just not. They're not going to be able to do that, and they achieve it anyway. And I sometimes wonder, looking at their history, if maybe they just have to. We've talked about the limitations of their somewhat dysfunctional, subpar, usually in terms of outcome, government design. We've talked about the problems that they have with the organization of the military and how you have this issue with mid-level officers able to exert an undue amount of control and influence over military policy. These are all things that put the Japanese into very tough situations. And time and again, somehow, despite all of the impediments and the odds against them, the Japanese people manage to pull the fat out of the fire more times than not. I read somewhere that for the Ichigo offensive, the Japanese stockpiled ammunition for 2 years and aviation airfuel for 8 months. And when they launch this multi-stage offensive that will go from April 1944 to at least December 1944, I believe there's still significant fighting going on in January 1945. The 500,000 Japanese troops, more than 15,000 vehicles, more than 100,000 animals, launched this assault on China that is ferocious. And, we should point out that nowhere in the Pacific was anybody facing armies like 500,000 Japanese soldiers. These are land war in Asia-sized armies. Okay? I mean, the big battles in the Pacific later on are going to be fractions of this number. The only exception I can think of is the Philippines campaign, which is still to come. But even then, The Japanese are more on the defensive there, whereas in China, on the Ichigo offensive, it is a massive, many months long assault. But when you're fighting Chinese armies, which are traditionally very large, and in this campaign, the Japanese are often outnumbered and fighting multiple Chinese armies, which means lots of troops. You gotta have lots of troops. The irony of the whole thing is that the Japanese will, in large part, succeed in many ways in this offensive. If you were judging this offensive outside of the context of the war, you'd go, wow, they pulled off a lot of upsets here. Almost knocked the nationalists out of the war, did retake the American air bases they wanted eliminated, did connect these territories they wanted connected, but as some of the historians I was reading pointed out, so what? So we took this giant amount of remaining rocket fuel we'd stored up and saved to use somehow, and we did it in a way that will slow the Allied advance across the Pacific Islands and toward the Japanese homeland and all.
But hypothetically, let's say you ash on the side, would you wait for Bitcoin to correct, or would you buy ETH at this point?
And why is that your only option? Are you not do you not have other charts you can play?
I do have other charts, yeah, but I just took interest in ETH recently since you just mentioned it. Looking at the chart,
right?
Like you like risk reward, like you
sound 100,000 Japanese.
You feel like you're discerning?
The numbers are
I don't know what that
hard
word
to
means.
trust and
You're not
different
discerning,
source methodologies.
I'm kind of an idiot. I missed it like.
No,
you're not an idiot.
You're not an idiot. You're not an idiot.
Come on. I know people.
And in the same way that
You're
there
not
are
critics discerning your thought and then answer it before I exhaust. Get it up.
Right.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait.
Western allies instead of against the Soviets.
No, I got.
Essentially a boon for communism and a trap
To perceive or recognize, to distinguish.
Iron Curtain. A similar charge is sometimes made against the Japanese for the Ichigo campaign. For example, Japanese military historian Hara Takeshi, writing in The Battle for China, proclaims the Ichigo campaign to have been a disaster for both the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese. He says the only winners were the communists because they sat back and watched their two worst enemies, the Japanese and the nationalist Chinese, kill each other off. The nationalist and the communist Chinese, of course, had been fighting a civil war with the Japanese invasion of China sort of temporarily put a damper on that, but it will spring into new life after the Japanese are defeated. And because perhaps of the damage that was done to the nationalists will lose that civil war. Well, of course, we have a communist China today, so there are some historians who suggest that the Japanese helped give us a communist China today. It's interesting and fascinating to contemplate, isn't it? Considering that in 1944, Japan was probably the most anti-communist country in the world. There's some historical irony to it, isn't it? Talk about not getting what you wished for. I happen to find much more intrigue in the Japanese offensive in Burma, the one that kicks off a month before Ichigo, and was supposed to act sort of in tandem with it. To me, it's much more interesting because there's a wild card element involved. And if you're where the Japanese are at this time in the war, wild cards look good. How about playing a Joker card in a campaign, right? You introduce a little chaos somewhere where it might do some good for your war effort. If you can't win the war, what can you do? The Japanese offensive in central Burma is known as the Yugo campaign from the Japanese viewpoint. In Anglo-American histories, it's often referred to as the invasion of India in 1944. Now, most military history accounts of the Yugo campaign state the sort of goals that also don't really do a whole lot to keep Japan from losing the war. Doesn't even really do much to slow it down. I mean, I love the Encyclopedia of Military History by R. Ernest Dupuy and Trevor Dupuy. They describe the Japanese goals this way. By the way, Kawabe and Mutaguchi are two Japanese generals. Quote, Kawabe had directed Mutaguchi to prepare for an offensive across the mountains into eastern India with 3 of his divisions, which, with attached units, totaled nearly 100,000 veteran combat troops. The objective was twofold, they write. First, to seize the Imphal Kohima plain of Manipur, the logical assembly area and base for any Allied invasion of central Burma from India. Second, to cut the railroad line into Assam, which passed through Manipur and which carried almost all the supplies into China that they were sending. End quote. So this doesn't sound a whole lot different than the Ichigo campaign, does it? The sort of sound military objectives that won't keep you from losing the war. But there's a secondary consideration, or a lot of my history books will call it a secondary objective. Sometimes they'll have a whole paragraph outlining the seizing of the railheads and all these military things, and then add like a couple of words or a single sentence at the end of the paragraph and say something to the effect of, oh yeah, and maybe prompt some sort of a rebellion in India. That little secondary consideration is the most interesting part of this plan to me, and the most scary to a dedicated imperialist like Winston Churchill. In his book, a series of books, The History of the Second World War, written not that long after the Second World War, and sometimes you can see it as almost a window into the psychology of Winston Churchill. Churchill doesn't talk at all about seizing this railhead or this. He lays out what the head of the greatest colonial power in human history, his worry is, and he puts it this way. He says, quote, "They," meaning the Japanese, "proposed to invade eastern India and raise the flag of rebellion against the British." End quote. Raise the flag of rebellion against the British. What would that even mean? Well, first we have to recall the global situation in 1944. A ton of the world are colonial possessions during this time period. Let me go look at a map. And a lot of the places that aren't colonial possessions are de facto ones, where they're sort of under the control of other people. I mean, but almost all of Africa is colonized during this period. Most of the places that the Japanese took over after the Pearl Harbor attacks, they didn't take from the indigenous peoples. They conquered those places from the colonial countries that had taken them over a long time ago. I mean, the Japanese threw out the Dutch, who were controlling places like Java and Sumatra. They threw out the French, who were in Indochina, right? Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam today. They threw the British out of Burma. And now the British were in India. And what if the Japanese could have cloud-seeded a revolution there? It's a weird thought, isn't it? Cloud-seeding a revolution. But if you look at the histories of the late 1940s after the Second World War, the 1950s, the 1960s, really into the 1970s, there are so many wars and struggles and political problems that one could broadly classify as the unraveling of colonialism. I mean, the Vietnam War is as a result of the unraveling of colonialism. And so many of these places that will fall into these categories in the decades after the Second World War have the seeds and the nucleus of those things in existence already. I remember a history professor pointing out that one of the key amplifiers and accelerators of this process was that the Japanese didn't just throw out these colonial powers when they took over these countries from them. They threw them out quickly and at the same time. So instead of the Dutch having to leave the Indies, and then 10 years later the French having to leave Indochina, and then 10 years after that the British having to leave India, the Japanese threw them all out in a matter of months and kept them out of those territories for years. And so when those countries evicted the Japanese and retook their colonial possessions, those colonial possessions had not had their colonial masters there for some time. Tough to put those genies back in the bottle, especially when those areas weren't too happy with the colonial masters already. India is a perfect example of that. By 1944, there are some seriously angry Indians, and they're angry at the British. Recall our conversation earlier on when we had talked about how the Indians, who already were for years before this time, advocating for independence from Britain, how they even found themselves in the Second World War. It was a slap in the face. The British Viceroy just said, "We're in." Didn't ask Indian leadership or the top people in India at all. In 1942, when talks broke down on Indian independence, Mohandas Gandhi, called Mahatma Gandhi, the great soul, he starts the Quit India campaign, which says we're not going to cooperate with the war effort. For his troubles, he gets thrown into jail along with most of the leadership of his political party. There will be something like 100,000 Indians thrown into prison during this time period. There will be riots, rebellions, protests. At some of these protests, troops will open fire, and hundreds, if not thousands, those numbers are debatable, will be killed. There is a famine in Bengal in 1943, which we also mentioned, which will stretch into 1944, which it's a very controversial issue. It's often blamed on war-related things, and a guy who gets the lion's share of the blame on the part of some people is Winston Churchill. He's called genocidal by some Indians today, but millions will die in this. It contributes to the mood. Brigadier Peter Young, who wrote a book in the 1970s called A Dictionary of Battles, claims that it was taking 100,000 British and Indian soldiers to keep the lid on unrest in India during this time period. So this is even before the Japanese make their move here. Worth pointing out that India is not the kind of place, no country is, but especially not India, that is of like mind about anything. It is an enormous country and potentially the most diverse country I've ever seen, top to bottom, side to side. And it was even bigger in this period than it is now, because its territories included the modern states of Pakistan and Bangladesh as well. Some of these people support the British. There are princely groups, for example, that have an arrangement with the colonial powers. The Muslims and the Hindus have different opinions on things. We've mentioned earlier there's 2.5 million Indian soldiers fighting for the Allies. But there's also Indian soldiers fighting with the Japanese against the Allies. It's a much smaller number. But in this campaign, this invasion of India in 1944, they're going to play an important role. They're led by a charismatic Indian figure. His name is Subhash Chandra Bose. And if you wanted to make a really poor analogy, and I apologize for this, but Gandhi and Martin Luther King have some similarities, because Martin Luther King modeled some of his tactics on Gandhi's nonviolent approach. Well, if you want to equate those two, then Subhash Chandra Bose is more like an unreformed version of Malcolm X. His attitude is much more of by any means necessary. And whereas Gandhi eschews violence to get the British out of India, Bose embraces it. And he's leading a bunch of Indian troops. I think the Indian army fighting with the Japanese is like 16,000, 17,000 people. I think he's leading 7,000 or 8,000 in this assault on India. A lot of these Indians were POWs.
Would you fuck
cancer-ridden? A lot of them fell into Japanese hands. They were offered this chance to be in POW conditions or join this army. And a lot of them, unsurprisingly, did. But Bose is involved in trying to tell the Japanese.
Look at his athleticism. Look at this move. But look at his athleticism.
These Indians will carry Indian flags of independence and will raise India to rebellion. What would happen if that actually occurred? I mean, I can't think of any card the Japanese could play at this point in the war that would create more, if you pardon the Star Wars reference, but more of a disturbance in the Allied force than prompting a rebellion in India. Now, because India is not of one mind, I don't think you ever see anything like India just flip to the Axis powers. But you can easily see India descend into chaos, because you'll see it after the Second World War during the chaos involved in independence. And India is one of those countries that 5 minutes after it descends into chaos, you have a humanitarian catastrophe on your hands. If it's taken 100,000 British and Indian troops to keep Indian unrest under control, without any of that, what's it going to take if India goes sideways on the Allies? What's more, if you really want to start talking about fascinating what-ifs or counterfactuals, why would this stop at India? Those of you who remember the Arab Spring not that long ago will recall how amazing it is to see how quickly an idea and a mood, if you will, can spread. We once described ideas like an intellectual contagion, and there were many people who said that the Arab Spring was only made possible because of modern-day communications, but that's happened many times in the past. Those of you who look at the famous year 1848, the so-called year of revolutions, and how many revolutions sprung up in so many different countries at once. I mean, what if the Japanese could cloud seed a revolution here on the part of a bunch of these colonially oppressed, is that a good way to put it, subject peoples? It's a joker card, right? To introduce a little chaos into the equation and see what happens. And let's recall that the Japanese propaganda has been laying the groundwork for this for years. That's why we brought it up much earlier in this conversation. I think maybe in the very first segment when we talked about Pan-Asianism, which is an intellectual doctrine with a long history, and many countries have their own version of it, but the Japanese took a little bit of that and injected it into their concept of an economic union, the famous Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. They were consistently saying things like their troops were pushing for Asia for the Asiatics. We had quoted, again, in the first show, I think, that Japanese soldier who said that he was fired up by his teacher back in, I think it was their version of high school, who was talking about the white man and what he was doing in Asia to Asians. And that same teacher talked about black folks in the United States, Native Americans in the United States, and this Japanese soldier said he was fired up to free all these people. In 1943, the Japanese make a big show of giving independence to a bunch of these countries, like Burma, for example, although they're not really giving it to them. It's a great propaganda tool. And back in 1941, to name just one example, the Japanese foreign minister said, quote, "Japan is determined to shatter the white man's mastery over all the Orient," end quote. If you are a British man in London reading the London Times in the morning, or a Frenchman in Paris doing the equivalent, that sends a chill up your spine. But if you're a Vietnamese person in French Indochina, or a Burmese person in Burma, or an Indian person in India, and many of those people, if you look at the rules sometimes, not all places are the same, but they're living under rules that make them seem like second-class citizens. Some of the rules I've seen remind one of the Jim Crow South or apartheid South Africa. But the Japanese driving out your colonial rulers from far away from your homeland might look a lot more like liberation than conquest. And if the Japanese had only been able to walk the walk a little bit better and live up to their hype a little bit, who knows what they might have accomplished. But as we've said over and over, they didn't. And I don't know if that's because the entire thing was nothing, this is what I learned growing up, by the way, but nothing but a fig leaf for Japanese brutal imperialism the whole time, or whether it was a case of the Japanese right hand not knowing or caring what the Japanese left hand was doing. Oftentimes the military people seem a lot more dismissive of this idea of Asia for the Asiatics, and the Japanese is the tip of the spear for Asian independence than Japanese intellectuals, citizens, or soldiers do. It's a cause worth dying for if you think about it, though. I mean, many of the peoples fighting on the good guy side and the bad guy side in a whole lot of wars think they're fighting for good reasons. I'll never forget the Nazi daggers emblazoned with the phrase, "God is with us." Bottom line, though, is that even though something like that is a huge long shot, the Japanese might be trying to cloud seed a revolution here, and that's a fascinating concept when you're down to your last few cards. If India went sideways on the British, you would have a circumstance where the great supply center for the entire Asia war from the British Empire would be unusable or cut off. According to Brigadier Peter Young in his book A Dictionary of Battles, it's already happening with sabotage and everything else. Now, as a guy who'd rather swing for the fences at this point in the war, if I'm the one playing the Japanese geostrategic card hand, or throw a Hail Mary pass, or put all of my chips on one last roll of the die, or one spin of the roulette wheel, this idea appeals to me a lot more than the Ichigo offensive. The problem, of course, is the way it's carried out. The Japanese do something here that, once again, I try to figure out an American equivalent. If an American army went into battle without enough supplies, and the plan was to take a chance on them starving to death, I wonder how the American people would react to that. The reason I bring it up is because the Japanese are going to do this multiple times in Burma. There's a diversionary attack that they launched before the Yugo campaign in a place called Aragon, and the Japanese plan on not providing enough supplies for their troops. I guess that's a good way to get away from the supply problem, right? Just don't supply enough. But the country is difficult to supply regularly. The Japanese will do the same thing in this Burma campaign, where they send their troops to attack Imphal and Kohima are the places, and only give them something like 20 or 21 days worth of supplies. The goal, they say, is to take what you need to live, the bullets you need to fight, the food you need to eat, the medical supplies you need to take care of your wounded from the enemy after you defeat them. Which, of course, leads to the very interesting question, what happens if you don't? Or what happens if you don't defeat them in time to have what you need before the supplies run out? Well, it's a catastrophe, right? And while General Mutaguchi is issuing press releases saying that this giant offensive is going to change the whole complexion of the war, real rah-rah stuff, some of his divisional commanders clearly see what's about to happen here. In his book, Hirohito's War, Francis Pike talks about one of them, Lieutenant General, the name pronunciation is correct, Sato. And Sato's troops are going to have to cross the Chinduin River, which is sort of one of these big dividing lines, in order to make these attacks. And Pike writes, quote, Lieutenant General Kataku Sato, commanding the 31st Infantry Division, had to transport his troops 1,000 miles before the offensive was launched. He was deeply pessimistic about the plans for the campaign, though he was partially mollified by promises of 250 tons of supplies before March 25th, and then 10 tons per week afterwards. None of these supplies actually arrived. Before leaving the Chinduin, Pike writes, Sato toasted his fellow officers with champagne, telling them, quote, I'll take the opportunity, gentlemen, of making something quite clear to you. Miracles apart, everyone is likely to lose his life in this operation. It isn't simply a question of the enemy's bullets. You must be prepared for death by starvation in these mountain fastnesses. End quote. Pike then says, they were prophetic words. End quote. Now, you don't see a lot of starvation. I mean, real, like, dying from hunger starvation amongst modern armies. But in fairness to the Japanese, part of the problem here is the terrain. It is awful country to try to get supplies to troops through. So much of the Asia-Pacific theater is, isn't it? And we used a line from several of my history books, sort of a saying amongst Japanese troops comparing the relative merits of places they might find themselves serving in. Like, one of them was that heaven was Java, hell was Burma, but no one returns alive from New Guinea. And we were trying to point out when we said that how terrible a place to fight New Guinea was, but Burma, if it's better, is only better by the nth degree. It has the same combination of wonderful terrain types that make a place like New Guinea so difficult to fight in. Heavy jungle with really high mountains. It's actually on the way to the Himalayan range, so you get these 7,000-foot mountains with heavy jungle. And the jungle is so heavy, the British commander makes a mistake in thinking that the Japanese won't be able to get large numbers of troops through it. He's wrong about that. But the Japanese won't be able to get lots of supplies through it, which contributes to the starvation problem. The other issue with terrain like this is it is absolutely made for disease. New Guinea is one of the wettest places in the world. Burma's wetter. Up to 5 inches of rain a day during the monsoon season, and the monsoon season lasts half the year. It pretty much shuts down military operations, which is part of the reason why you haven't seen as much action in Burma, although there's been skirmishing and some things going on. I mean, you really only have half a campaign season. But the disease is as bad as the worst places in the Asia-Pacific theater. Start with malaria and work your way down an exhaustive list. The majority of casualties are caused by disease and not by enemy bullets, and sometimes some of these units reach disease casualty rates of like 600%. And 600% means that people are coming back from recuperation and getting it again, that new people are being brought in as replacements, and then they're getting sick. It is completely muddy once the rain starts, and there's only a few good modern roads, and those places become the key points that are fought over. The army that the Japanese are fighting is one of the most diverse in the world, and I often try to imagine myself as a Japanese soldier during this time period from a small island nation. You find yourself in Burma, and in the north you're fighting Chinese troops and American troops, sometimes Chinese and American troops together. In this campaign, you're fighting the British Empire, whose armies are some of the most diverse ever fielded. So you have your troops from Great Britain, of course, your Englishmen, your Scotsmen, your Welshmen. I'm sure there are some Irish guys there that always seem to be. But then you have a ton of Indians from all over India. You have the famous Gurkhas from Nepal who fight with the British. And then you have a bunch of people from sub-Saharan Africa, East and West Africa, the colonial regions are called. But those form a multitude of modern-day African countries. The poor Japanese person is getting like a visual representation through the diversity of the army that they're facing, of the depth of Allied power and resources right here. Here's the way Yasmin Khan in her book India at War describes the kickoff of this campaign. And the Japanese in the first week of March push across the Chinyu River and start this offensive. Quote, the Japanese did make an ambitious incursion into Indian territory, but by 1944, the Allies were fully prepared for it. In March 1944, the Japanese pushed into the northeast and advanced along the Imphal-Dimapur Road in an attempt to cut Imphal supply lines and to capture the strategically pivotal Kohima. The 14th Army, an eclectic collection of nearly 500,000 troops, including British infantrymen, Canadian and American pilots, the Assam Rifles, the King's African Rifles, and troops from the Gold Coast, had been trained, equipped, and honed into a modern fighting force by now. Among the infantry, morale was high. There was an effective organizational esprit de corps, and a powerful air support gave the Allies a distinct advantage. Nonetheless, the Japanese made a massive thrust, sending in 85,000 men, far more than had been expected, and for a time it looked as if they might cut off and occupy northeast India at Kohima. But in stark contrast to 1942, she writes, the Japanese quickly became overstretched, as their supply lines were bogged down over hundreds of miles of difficult terrain, winding back into Southeast Asia. End quote. Basically what happens is the British are ready for this assault, but it just happens sooner than they thought it was going to happen, in greater strength than they expected, and more quickly than they'd accounted for, which puts them at a disadvantage initially. The Japanese are able to get around the flanks of a bunch of units. They cut one major force off that has to fight its way out, and then they basically surround their two areas that they're after, Imphal and Kohima. Kohima is a mountain village that's heavily jungled about 80 miles north of Imphal, and the Imphal plain is a large, relatively open area. The Japanese would basically put both of them under siege and several times try to assault them and overrun them. Part of the reason for the heroism here is that not only are they cut off, but the British Imperial forces are badly outnumbered. I think there's 15 to 20,000 Japanese attacking Kohima, for example, and something like 1,800 defenders at Kohima. This is actually, it's funny, this is both a little-known affair, especially outside the British Empire and the Japanese homeland today, and yet it was voted in 2013, I believe, Britain's greatest battle of the modern era, beating out such famous encounters as Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo and the British landings at Normandy on D-Day, and yet the victory was won by an army that's known as the Forgotten Army. So does that tell you something? There's a couple of reasons that might explain this, starting with the terrain. I mean, jungle and mountain terrain has a way of frustrating large forces being used, and in an earlier discussion when we were talking about Guadalcanal and places like that, we quoted from Eric Bergerin's book, Touched with Fire, where he talks about how so much of the fighting devolves down to like squads and companies and patrols and things like that that are very different than what the large armies in, say, North Africa or the Western or Eastern Front in Europe or even in Italy are dealing with. In his book, Japan's Last Bid for Victory, The Invasion of India in 1944, author Robert Lyman describes it this way, quote, when Field Marshal Sir Archibald Wavell, the Viceroy of India, visited headquarters 14th Army in August 1944, He was perplexed by the nature of the fighting, describing it in a letter to London as taking place strangely in what he called penny packets. He was right. The battle did not involve massed brigades and divisions, fighting in carefully choreographed coherence on a perhaps traditional model, if a normally chaotic battlefield could ever be described thus, but was instead, Lyman writes, a confused and disparate section and platoon, sometimes company-level struggle, fought at many different points of the compass in the jungle, matted hills and valleys encircling the Imphal plain, and the swampy terrain around Bishopur. None of the land battles were directly interconnected. The struggles for the north and northeast, the south and southeast, being conducted largely independent by both attacker and defender. End quote. Add to that the fact that battle is a very strange term to use for 20th century large-scale conflict, because it's so different than all the previous eras that came before it, when a battle usually meant one really horrible day. The really terrible battles in human history up until the modern era are 2 or 3 days long. Now, we're not talking about sieges, which can go on for months or even years, but a battle is generally something on a small enough area where if you can get above the fray and the dust and the commotion and the chaos, get up to a hill, maybe with a little spyglass, you can usually see the whole thing. Not here. Not in the 20th century. You're better off referring to these things to avoid confusion, and they often are referred to, instead of battles, as operations. Operations that are the sum total of thousands of potentially fatal tasks. So when you read the accounts of a veteran in these modern operations, their entire war experience may be when they ran into a concealed gun in a hill a mile away from the road that they're on that shuts down road traffic until they can figure out a way to outflank the gun and take it out, right? That's one of those thousands of little potentially fatal tasks that when you add them all together equals an operation like the Imphal Kohima campaign. But it sure makes it less dramatic in the big picture sense and much harder to follow. But in the small unit sense, it is as dramatic and horrifying as any encounter you'll find in the war, maybe worse. If you look at the big picture timeline, in the first week of March, the Japanese cross the Chinwon River, as we had said. They blow past the flanks of one major unit, surrounded, and it has to fight its way out. Then they advance on Imphal and Kohima and manage to put those places under siege. If this had been an earlier war, those places would be cut off, and the British and Imperial troops in those places would begin to run out of ammunition. They wouldn't have any reinforcements. They would run out of medical supplies. They would run out of food, and that would be that. The difference here, though, is, and this is what frustrates the Japanese, the Allies have the ability to supply the cut-off areas by air. This is huge, and it's a new development. Right? It was only really in the Second World War that the capability existed to even try this, and past attempts had been hit or missed, to say the least. I mean, when the German army is surrounded by the Soviets at Stalingrad, the Luftwaffe tries to fly in supplies, and they can't manage to provide anywhere near enough for a starving army running out of ammunition that has to surrender. But here, there are American air assets that have been flying supplies over what's called the Hump, which are a bunch of mountain ranges into China. It's also called the Skyway to Hell, and the British are able to borrow some of these big, heavy supply planes to add to their Spitfire and Hurricane fighters, which they're using in a mostly ground attack role, to change the entire equation and begin to supply their cut-off troops with what they need to keep fighting. And recall, the Japanese have only a limited amount of this stuff themselves. They can't do the air supply thing, and if they can't take the supplies of the people that they cut off and are fighting at Imphal and Kohima, they're going to run out of supplies themselves. I like the way the British general in charge of this operation describes it. His name, by the way, is Lieutenant General William Slim. He's a very fine general. He cops to his mistakes initially here, underestimating the Japanese speed and size and whether or not they can get through the jungle with their troops, but then explains really the entire battle in the terms that will decide it. He says, quote, "As I struggled hard to redress my errors and to speed by rail and air these reinforcements, I knew that all depended on the steadfastness of the troops already meeting the first impetus of attack. If they could hold until help arrived, all would be well. If not, we were near disaster." End quote. So that's what has to happen, and the air supply helps, but bottom line, it's a question of heroism, and I am not a glory guy when it comes to war. Put me in the camp of the William Tecumseh Shermans, the American general, who had said that war's glory is all moonshine. I don't think killing other people's glorious, but I think surviving against incredible odds, putting up with the privation, the hardship, enduring the unendurable for the sake of whatever is motivating you to do so can often be heroic. And it's a shame that things like the colonial overtones, or if you're the Japanese or the Germans, the evil cause in which you're fighting, that somehow or sometimes overshadows the heroism of the troops involved. Rarely do you read combat accounts where the troops are talking about things like, a German soldier saying he's ready to fight and die for more Lebensraum for Germany, right? Or an American who's fighting and dying for the larger cause of freedom for the world, or a Japanese soldier who's fighting and dying to conquer and control other Asian peoples, or even a British soldier from Kent, maybe, or a place like that, ready to lay down his life so Britain can maintain its colonial dominance of a place like India. That's generally not what it's about. At bottom line, of course, it's about kill or be killed. But above that, you'll read so many accounts where soldiers are fighting for their comrades, or their unit, or the esprit de corps of the group that they belong to, or maybe just to not let down those other people that are depending on them. I mean, it's very baseline stuff. Your worldview and your horizon shrinks, and the lens you view things through is very narrow and immediate. So I don't like the idea that, and this is a problem in India. I read that the Indians have a hard time sometimes trying to figure out how to portray this whole affair because it's so overshadowed with the colonial question. Were Indian troops fighting with the British mercenaries fighting for the colonial master, or were they heroes fighting for post-war Indian independence? I mean, it's a complicated question, and as John Toland wrote in his book, The Rising Sun, this whole Burma campaign is an ideological and geographic nightmare, but that shouldn't overshadow what was done there by all the soldiers on all sides. You read some of the accounts. First of all, the Japanese threw themselves at the enemy, wave after wave, sometimes suicidally. The British General Slim was very critical of the throwing away of Japanese lives. He also had a true admiration for the Japanese as a fighting people, because, let me just quote what's said in Robert Lyman's book, Japan's Last Week for Victory. Quote, "With the difficulties posed by the climate came a stark reminder to any British Commonwealth troops who had not yet experienced the toughness of their adversary, of just how extraordinarily fit and physically hardy were the Japanese, how committed they were to achieving their objectives, how apparently unconcerned they were with regard to human comforts, and how determined they were to do what the Emperor, through their officers, demanded, or die in the attempt. Repeated, fanatical, and suicidal attacks were thrown at the British, Indian, and Gurkha defenders, and counterattacks had to face the toughest defensive positions imaginable, prepared by men whom General Slim was to describe as warrior ants. As the days went by, the battlefield became one large charnel house, littered with bodies in various states of decomposition, as it was rarely easy to recover and bury the dead." End quote. You can even look, by the way, at the photographs, and as the battle goes on, the areas that are highly fought over go from, heavy, lush jungle where you can't see 5 feet in front of your face, to terrain that looks like First World War battlefields, especially the ones that used to be forests but have been shelled into wasteland. General Slim actually says that the battle for Kohima is the only one he'd seen in the Second World War that reminded him of the First World War. Hard to know which is different. Kohima, the British forces, the Imperial forces, were so badly outnumbered that they eventually get pushed onto one hill, something like 350 square meters, and they will be fighting over a tennis court. It's called the tennis court, where the Japanese are on one side of the tennis court fighting British Imperial forces on the other side of the tennis court, and they're throwing grenades at each other for days and days and days. That's not glorious, but it's heroic on both sides. In his book Hirohito's War, author Francis Pike tries to give a sense of what the fighting was like and writes, quote, "Most famously, there was a 5-day tussle across the tennis courts belonging to the deputy commissioner's bungalow. Soldiers dug in on either side had to live through torrential rain and eat, shit, and sleep in their trenches. The courts were covered in the bloated bodies of slain Japanese soldiers. Enormous black flies filled the air. The stench of death was gut-wrenching. Major John Nettlefield observed, quote, "The place stank. The ground everywhere was plowed up with shell fire, and human remains lay rotting as the battle raged over them. Flies swarmed everywhere and multiplied with incredible speed. Men retched as they dug in." End quote. Pike continues, quote, "Hand grenades rather than tennis balls crisscrossed the courts. The resilience of the defenders proved the morale that General Slim had instilled in his troops. In one notable engagement, John Harmon, son of the millionaire owner of Lundy Island, a lance corporal with the Queen's Royal West Kent Regiment, single-handedly charged the Japanese trench, killed its 5 occupants before being fatally shot returning to his own lines. Dying in his company commander's arms, he gave his last words, 'I got the lot. It was worth it.'" End quote. But this is unsustainable for the Japanese because, unlike their opponents, they are running out of supplies. And not just food, but ammunition, bullets, shells, medical stuff, everything. When you look at the numbers that the Japanese units were reduced to, I have a hard time finding similar numbers in any conflict anywhere because normally units break and run before they hit those kinds of numbers. I mean, one situation that Pike recalls, one soldier says that the losses had been dreadful. The regiment had started out 3,800 strong and now just had a few hundred men left, and many of them invalids. General Sato asks his superior, General Mutaguchi, a man often referred to as a blockhead by some of his subordinates, permission to retreat. He's denied. He asks again, and he's denied, and then says, quote, "This is shameful. Mutaguchi should apologize for his own failure to the dead soldiers and the Japanese people." End quote. General Mutaguchi's response is to sack General Sato and send a subordinate with a sword to him so he can kill himself, which Sato refuses to do. Mutaguchi will do the unthinkable here and sack 3 of his divisional generals, one for incompetence, one for ill health, and Sato for disobedience. Sato doesn't care. He orders his troops to retreat, right around the same time that the monsoons open up. The Japanese on the defensive are just as difficult for the Allies to deal with as they are on the offensive, and they have to be dug out position by position at huge cost to the Allied soldiers who have to do this. In his book, Japan's Last Bid for Victory, author Robert Lyman tries to give a sense of how hard it was to dig the Japanese out of these defensive positions. He says that the British Imperial forces ate away slowly at the Japanese defenses and said, quote, "Nowhere were sudden gains made, but by gradual perseverance and the application of focused firepower, the Japanese were destroyed, bunker by bunker, trench by trench. Rarely did the Japanese run or retreat, remaining to die where they fought. Lieutenant Lindhorn Higgett of the Dorsets considered the Japanese to be magnificent trench warriors. Quote, every army in the world talks about holding positions to the last man. Virtually no other army, including the Germans, ever did, but the Japs did. Their positions were well-sighted, and they had a good eye for ground. They relied on rushing and shouting in the attack. We thought they were formidable fighting insects and savages. We took few prisoners, about 1 or 2 in the whole war. We wanted prisoners, but wounded men would have a primed grenade under them, so stretcher bearers were very careful. End quote. British General William Slim concurs, and he says, quoted in Francis Pike's book, quote, whatever his thoughts about the capabilities of Japanese commanders, Slim was profuse in his admiration for Japanese troops. Quote, there can be no question of the supreme courage and hardihood of the Japanese soldiers who made the attempts. I know of no army that could have equaled them. End quote. Reading of the Japanese experiences in the retreat is horrifying. They literally are starving to death. When the skies open up and the rains start, it turns into a wetter version of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. The troops are committing suicide left and right. The Japanese refer to the road out as the road of human remains. It's often translated into the road of bones. There are many stories of soldiers taking grenades, sometimes in pairs, and they will embrace their comrade and blow up a grenade between them. There are medical orderlies injecting wounded troops with something to kill them quickly. Eating grass, potatoes, snails, lizards, snakes, monkeys, anything they can get their hands on. It's one of the worst retreats I've ever read about. And when it's over, the Japanese, between the fighting in Kohima, Imphal was under siege, by the way, for like 88 days before it was broken, and the diversionary attack in the Arakan area, about 65,000 Japanese die. Most of those fatalities occurred during a retreat caused by either suicide, disease, or starvation. The Allies suffered a fraction of the number of deaths, and according to author John Toland, quote, in all, 65,000 men died, more than 2.5 times the number lost on Guadalcanal, and about as many as fell on Leyte. Muriguchi, his chief of staff, and senior staff officers were relieved of their posts, as was Kawabe and his chief of staff. The command shakeup and the destruction of the 15th Army, the Japanese 15th Army, infected every other unit in Burma, and by the end of the year, Japanese rule was at the point of collapse. End quote. This is one of the worst defeats in Japanese history. Some historical sources call it the worst defeat they'd ever suffered up till this time. And yet, interestingly enough, this is considered to be a subsidiary front in the war because it's not a decisive one. As we said, if you're going to play a bunch of cards, what can this card do to forestall Japanese defeat, which is coming at an increasingly rapid pace from the other geographic direction entirely, from the Pacific. The Pacific was the last thing we were talking about when we left off the last segment. In 1944, the Americans had just taken Guam, Saipan, Tini, and the Marianas Islands. And before the last Japanese snipers are cleared out of the trees, the American naval construction engineering people, Seabees, are out there building airfields. And this means the Japanese are on the clock, and they know it. They can do the math. They realize these islands are probably in range. Round trip of America's brand new super bomber, the B-29, never used against Germany, by the way. Looks like a early 1950s Cold War bomber rather than a Second World War bomber. as soon as they can get them to these islands, get all of the necessary support materials together, and these airfields finished, the bombing starts. The Japanese do not have to imagine what it might be like to have their cities bombed. They can look at real photographs of what's happening to their Axis partner, Germany, right now. By 1945, by the end of the war, I believe amongst mid and large-sized German cities, only Heidelberg is significantly untouched. I don't know if you remember here, because I recall Heidelberg special in that regard. You want to go see what Germany used to look like? You got to go to Heidelberg, unless you want to see a recreation. I was in Munich, and they've rebuilt some of it to look just like it looked before, but it has a feel to me, when you're used to the old buildings, of like a movie set. But what are they supposed to do? That generation in Germany created the conditions where the cultural, architectural heritage of Germans forever into the future is gone. And they're not the only ones who suffer. It's a cultural monument that we all suffer because it's gone. Significant that one generation of human beings could cost. I mean, it's the same thing Churchill looked at when he saw the founding of the German cities in Rome and wondered if this was a bridge too far to win the war. But if you look at how events unfolded, it all is pretty understandable. You can see how people got sucked into this idea that anything's better than losing this war, total war, and anything means using everything you have. And there are a lot of people arguing that this bombing stuff shortens wars. And as we've seen, the human being lawnmower is at work at all times, every day, racking up its daily totals. If you shut the war down months early, well, that's that many daily totals that don't go into the fiery furnace. It's logical insanity is the way it's been described. If the Japanese were reasonable people, they would surrender now. See, there's many points in 1944 where you go, okay, now would be a really good time to spare your cities and the cultural heritage of the Japanese people and all that for the future. But part of what makes the Japanese so compelling, I mean, 500 years from now, when the young people are reading the history and getting interested in the subject, Japan is going to be, I think, compelling the way that many other people throughout the past who were willing to fight for their country, right? This is a kind of a patriotic sort of a feeling taken to extremes and then becoming poisonous. And we talked about this earlier in this series, didn't we? We call it super patriotism. The Japanese are going to go to lengths that you admire because it shows how far the human spirit can be pushed. Right? It's interesting to see some of our extremes. At the same time, it's debilitating to watch because it's often being used in a way that seems wasteful. It doesn't have to happen. And that's why sometimes you read these books about the kamikaze, for example, and they will make it beautiful in a Japanese cultural sense and talk about the falling of the cherry blossoms and all these sorts of things in order to put some sort of an artistic or spiritual coding on the idea of a young man with his whole life ahead of him flying his airplane, extra loaded with bombs, into an Allied ship. Now, I've read the letters from kamikaze pilots, and you get all sorts of different people who do that for all sorts of different reasons. It's not this monolithic, fanatical robot image we thought of them when I was growing up. Not at all. But there's a number of people out there that think this is what you should be doing if you love your country, right? The same thing these Japanese soldiers did when they would strap themselves, put a mine on their back, and then run under an American or a British tank and blow themselves up. Most armies don't do that. The Japanese are like everyone else, only more so, right? And the B-29 countdown has begun once these Marianas Islands have fallen into U.S. hands. The question of what to do next is paramount at this particular time, and the high command of the Allies disagrees over what this should be. And the main disagreement is within the United States chain of command. The Army and the Navy have different ideas on how the rest of the war should go. Both sides would like to sort of end up at least off the coast of Japan as the end destination. But the path to get there, well, the Navy has one idea under Admiral Ernest King, who was a tough customer, And the army in this situation, he's not the general of the army, that would be George Marshall, but the guy whose opinion matters in this situation is our old friend Douglas the Situation MacArthur, who comes to Hawaii in mid-1944 for a big strategy conference over what to do next. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt's going to be there, which is a huge deal. I mean, when you look at how really, really sick Franklin Roosevelt is in mid-1944, I mean, it is not too much to say that he is dying. I've read a bunch of good books lately that talk about how pretty much everyone who hadn't seen him for a while is shocked when they do. Even MacArthur wrote that after seeing him, he just knew he didn't have a long time left. And by the way, Roosevelt is running for office at this time for his fourth. No other president has ever been elected more than twice or run more than twice. I mean, Roosevelt is dying and he's going for his fourth term. I love the whole sort of reality series mood that is cast when this conference kicks off, because Roosevelt arrives, the Navy's waiting for them, everybody's, very, because when the president shows up, everybody salutes a lot, everything's been prepared, everybody's ready, and Douglas MacArthur's not there at the meeting with the president. He doesn't show up for 40 minutes. And I love the way author Jonathan W. Jordan describes it in his book American Warlords. President Roosevelt is on the USS Baltimore with the Navy guys, and they've been waiting for like 40 minutes, and that's where the narrative picks up. Quote, 40 minutes after Baltimore's gangplank was lowered to the pier, the air was split by the shriek of a police siren. A motorcycle escort appeared, leading what Sam Rosenman remembered as, quote, the longest open car I've ever seen. In front was a chauffeur in khaki, and in the back, one lone figure. End quote. Jordan continues, quote, that figure wore a crushed general's hat and a brown leather jacket. Mr. Ketch had arrived. Let me stop the narrative real quick. Mr. Ketch was the code name, or something like that, for MacArthur, that the president signed that. So this was Mr. Ketch. Mr. Ketch had arrived. MacArthur's car drove to the gangplank to the wild applause of the crowd. He bounded up the ramp, stopping halfway to acknowledge another round of applause, then strode onto the cruiser's deck. He saluted the commander-in-chief before shaking Roosevelt's outstretched hand. Hello, Douglas, said Roosevelt. What are you doing with that leather jacket on? It's darn hot today. Well, I've just landed from Australia, MacArthur said with a smile. It's pretty cold up there. End quote. Jordan points out that MacArthur had actually had time to shave and get ready and the whole thing. He wore the leather jacket for effect. That's his branding, like the corncob pipe and the crushed hat. And he's in Hawaii, and he shows up in the whole garb because he's in costume, uniform. He's an interesting... See, and we've said this before, you have to acknowledge, I think anyway, Douglas MacArthur's military talent. Sometimes he does extraordinary things, but he is an interesting guy. Talks about himself in the third person, as we said before. No one who talks about himself in the third person is your normal kind of customer. I'm just going to make a broad brush statement about that. George likes spicy chicken. You Seinfeld fans. MacArthur's favorite pronoun is I, and it's the one he used when he was forced out of the Philippines by the Japanese way back in 1942. I shall return. It's one of the most famous phrases of all time. But as we pointed out at the time, there were a bunch of historians and contemporaries who were saying, he should have said the United States will return, or something. But he made it personal. And because he made it personal, it's one of the things that goes into his argument that he makes at the strategy conference about, what should happen next. Well, he said we should go back to the Philippines. I'm going to return. And he gave a whole host of good reasons why that should be the way, sort of to Japan. Let's take the Philippines. We promised those people. We have POWs in there that the Japanese will kill us. A lot of good reasons. But part of it was he made a promise, and this was wrapped up in his destiny somehow. And he wanted to go through the Philippines, and then you go up toward Okinawa, which is it's Japanese but not Japanese. It depends on who you talk to. You talk to an Okinawan, they have a different opinion sometimes, but it's considered a home island. And then from Okinawa, you keep going. What the Americans need is a place that can serve the same role that Great Britain serves in the Normandy landings. On D-Day, you had a big place where you could get all your troops together and all the supplies you need and build up, and then boom, cross the water and you're there, and your supply hub's right off the shore. The problem is there's nothing right off the shore from Japan. So if you take the Philippines and you decide that this is going to be your big supply hub where you can gather troops together for the eventual invasion of Japan, it's a long sea ride to Japan from there. The Navy, Admiral Ernest King has sent, he wanted to come himself, but maybe the actual face-to-face meeting had a strategy session between a guy like MacArthur and a guy like King. We talked about what they were like earlier. It might have been too many sparks for Franklin Delano Roosevelt to keep from blowing up. So he sends a subordinate, he sends Admiral Nimitz, who he then accuses of not having a spine. He'll never represent things against him. He'll get eaten up by Douglas MacArthur, was basically the gist of his statements. And Douglas MacArthur prevails in the strategy session because the Navy wants to go take Formosa, which is modern-day Taiwan, and use that as the big supply base that they can start the Japan attack from. MacArthur wins out, though, in the long run on this deal, but that doesn't stop the Navy advance. The island hopping that's been going on now for a long time. The Marianas Islands campaign we just talked about is the latest island hop, so that's going to continue through the Central Pacific, too. So think of two routes of approach to Japan. MacArthur's going to go up through the Philippines in that route. The U.S. fleet and the Marines and some Army help is going to go through the Central Pacific. Next major stop on the list, Iwo Jima. But there's going to be a little quick thing that the Navy wants to take care of first. Or I've actually read a lot about this because it's controversial. How an island chain like the island chain that contains the island of Peleliu, how that ends up on the to-do list. Eventually, because there's a lot of history that suggests that it was supposed to be crossed off, or that it never should have happened. It's interesting, and the reason it actually matters is because what will happen on Peleliu is not what is expected to happen on Peleliu, and when things go wrong, people ask questions for a long time afterwards. Right? When you lose a lot of Marines, people start going, "Oh, was this trip really necessary?" And Peleliu is controversial that way. Peleliu is a little island. It's a coral reef, basically. Sort of off the coast of the Philippines a ways. And one of the arguments for why this was necessary is he was going to take these islands so they couldn't use air bases against MacArthur when he lands in the not too distant Philippines. Well, the prediction is that they'll go in there, they'll take these islands in 2 days, maybe 4 days. It should be a sharp little fight, a little like Tarawa, so it's going to be rough for a very short period of time, but maybe really rough. And instead, the situation on Peleliu turns into a kind of disaster. It turns into, I've seen it called the worst combat that the U.S. Marines ever saw. I think that's arguable, but the invasion of Peleliu is something that reminds me of what the Japanese had wanted to do in terms of their grand strategy of taking all these islands and then forcing the Americans and the British and the Australians and the New Zealanders and the South Africans and on and on and on to take them back at super high cost, because the Japanese, when they reinforced these places, had guns everywhere and steel doors, and it was going to be like something of a James Bond film. But they never really did that on the outer islands very much. On Peleliu, though, it's sort of, let's call it the model home for what the Japanese would have liked to have seen all these islands built up to a level of. When you have metal doors that open up and a gun pops up and fires and goes back inside and the metal doors close, I'm calling that James Bondish. That's the kind of stuff that the people who landed on Peleliu got to deal with. That and the fact that they're on an absolute coral atoll. It is not dirt. It is rock. And it is usually around 110 degrees or more in the daytime on a rock. This is one of those campaigns, by the way, that you wish there was more visual material to see in photographs, movies, those kind of things. But I read that because the military had told the media that this was going to be over in 2 or 4 days, right? A quick, short, sharp fight. Most of them chose to go elsewhere, right? There's lots of other stories in the Pacific about MacArthur planning to come back to the Philippines, right? And go cover that. So you don't get Peleliu because you didn't know Peleliu was going to be what Peleliu is. one of the Marine Corps, the U.S. Marine Corps' toughest battles ever. And when you see the lineage of the U.S. Marines from the Second World War, it is one of those place of honor sorts of battles, but it wasn't supposed to be. There's lots of good accounts. The Marines land on September 15th, 1st Marine Regiment, the 1st Marine Division. The 5th is there, the 7th is there, the 11th is providing artillery support. And they're expecting the Japanese to do what the Japanese have done on the other islands, and the Americans are doing what they've done, just better, right? Pounding the beach with, heavy-duty weapons from the cruisers offshore and the battleships offshore. And then the bombers come in, strafe the beaches, bomb the heck out of everything. But the Japanese don't do what they've done in their other battles. No banzai charges on the beach to waste away their strength, none of that sort of stuff. They're going to oppose the American landing on the beach lightly, but then require the Americans to go and get them in their prepared positions in what is one of the better fortresses you will ever see, that was designed by Japanese engineers. More than 500 tunnels on the island, many of which have been used for mining purposes, so they're interconnected and they go to logical places, and they're designed in a sort of strategic sense. There are going to be times on this island where the Americans can hear and know that the Japanese are under them, in the ground. They just can't even get to them. In his book, Eagle Against the Sun, Ronald H. Spector has a good sort of overview at the start of this thing. And he writes, quote, by the way, the island, like 2 miles wide, I think 6 square miles overall, tiny. Quote, the Americans had little information about the terrain on Peleliu, except some inadequate aerial photos. As a result, they failed to recognize its potential for defense. The northern peninsula of the small island was a series of jagged coral ridgelines, honeycombed with natural caves, which the Japanese had improved into almost impregnable fortresses. Blast walls of reinforced concrete or oil drums filled with coral protected the entrances to the caves, which often faced each other from the sheer walls of twisting gorges and were thus mutually supporting. In the larger cave fortresses, he writes, the Japanese had installed electric lighting, ventilating systems, stairs, telephones, and radio communications. One large cave was discovered, now he's quoting somebody, quote, to have 9 staggered levels and so many entrances that it was all but impossible to count them, end quote. The Marines are going to land and assault right into the teeth of defenses that remind me of the kind of defenses that the British and the French soldiers sometimes had to assault head on the Western Front in the First World War. Prepared German trenches that had had the guns sighted and crossfire set up and barbed wire put up. I mean, it's not the sort of fight you want Marines in necessarily, because they're fast-moving, lightly armed and equipped people designed to get in quickly, bypass strong points. This is going to throw them right into the teeth of all this. This is where some of the criticism, by the way, of Peleliu comes in. And this is where the war memoirs take over. There are some fantastic accounts of Peleliu. The best, of course, is one of the best war memoirs of all time. It's called With the Old Breed at Peleliu in Okinawa by Eugene Sledge. They've made movies from Sledge's writing now, but it was never intended for this. This was therapeutic for this Marine. He wrote it for himself, from notes he took during the fighting, for his family. He's one of the most attractive, maybe that's a better way to put it, sort of individuals you will ever meet. He's dead now, but became a biology professor after the war, soft-spoken Southern guy. You can't, in your mind's eye, picture the old man Eugene Sledge doing the things the young man, the young Marine Eugene Sledge had to do and live through. But that's part of what his war memoir is all about. That all these people were like him, and that the war made them do and live through the most outrageously extreme things. Sledge talks about the hitting the beach moment, which he says is like cinematic. Says, the Amtrak is moving from the ships toward the shore, and one of the other soldiers pulls out some whiskey and says, well, this is it, boys. And then Sledge says, just like in the movies. Once they hit the beach, it's not like the movies. at all. Sledge writes, quote, shells crashed all around. Fragments tore and whirred, slapping on the sand and splashing into the water a few yards behind us. The Japanese were recovering from the shock of our pre-landing bombardment. Their machine gun and rifle fire got thicker, snapping viciously overhead in increasing volume. Our Amtrak, the amphibious vehicle, spun around and headed back out as I reached the end of the beach and flattened on the deck. The world was a nightmare of flashes, violent explosions, and snapping bullets. Most of what I saw blurred. My mind was benumbed by the shock of it. I glanced back across the beach and saw a duck, a rubber-tired amphibious truck, that's what they were called, roll up on the sand at a point near where we had just landed. The instant the duck stopped, it was engulfed in a thick, dirty black smoke as a shell scored a direct hit on it. Bits of debris flew into the air. I watched with that odd, detached fascination, peculiar to men under fire, as a flat metal panel about 2 feet square spun high into the air and then splashed into shallow water like a big pancake. I didn't see any men get out of the duck. He continues. Up and down the beach and out on the reef, a number of Amtraks and ducks were burning. Japanese machine gun bursts made long splashes on the water as though flaying it with some giant whip. The geysers belched up relentlessly where the mortar and artillery shells hit. I caught a fleeting glimpse of a group of Marines leaving a smoking Amtrak on the reef. Some fell as bullets and fragments splashed among them. Their buddies tried to help them as they struggled in knee-deep water. I shuddered and choked. A wild, desperate feeling of anger, frustration, and pity gripped me. It was an emotion that always would torture my mind when I saw men trapped and was unable to do anything but watch as they were hit. My own plight forgotten momentarily, I felt sickened to the depths of my soul. I asked God, why? I turned my face away and wished that I were imagining it all. I had tasted the bitterest essence of war, the sight of helpless comrades being slaughtered, and it filled me with disgust. End quote. In Matthew A. Rizal's book, The Things Our Fathers Saw, where he interviews veterans throughout the book, he interviews Peleliu veterans, including 19-year-old Marine Dan Lawler, who was also in the wave that attacked Peleliu, and says this, quote, we hit the island, which was only 4 miles long by 2 miles wide. I was in the first assault wave. It was hell, and everyone was scared. It was an awful feeling. As we disembarked, I looked up and down the beaches, and all you could hear was screaming, and men were falling and dying. There was artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire constantly. We fought all day, and by evening we reached the airstrip about a half mile from the beach. We set up for the night along the sides of the airstrip. The temperature was from 102 degrees at night to 120 degrees in the daytime. We went in with 2 canteens of water. That's a gallon of water. This island was 2 degrees off the equator. By noontime, we were out of water. End quote. Rizal also quotes another Marine from that day named John Murray, who says that the first thing he saw after he landed was a Japanese machine gunner chained to his machine gun, and he says they were not going to give up. In the last segment, we had quoted a line from Paul Fusel's wonderful book on war called Wartime, and he had a whole chapter called The Real War Will Never Get Into the Books. It was based on a saying that soldiers had. And the problem with the real war getting into the books is that no country likes to show their own soldiers getting chewed up. I have a book called Life Goes to War in the Second World War. It's this book of all the Life magazine photos, and you'll occasionally see dead Americans, tastefully shown, but they have no problem showing thousands and thousands of dead Japanese after a banzai attack. But what hit me as a child, who was interested in war, was the first real stuff that I ran into that didn't sanitize it from the American side. Where you go around playing in your army helmet, your army clothes, and it looks all glorious. And then you run into some of the artwork of a guy like Life magazine's Tom Lee. He's a famous artist, and he was in the second wave at Peleliu, so he landed about an hour after the first wave. And Lee had up until this time been doing the same sort of artwork that we could call today sort of propaganda artwork. But Peleliu changed him. I have an account from author James Jones, who was in the Pacific War, and he's talking about these artists, and he says this about Tom Lee, quote, Lee was one of the artists put into the field by Life magazine after their takeover of the defunct Army program. Various of his works appeared in the magazine, and up until the time he went into Peleliu, most of them could be pretty well classified as excellently done, but high-grade propaganda. There was very little American blood, very little tension, very little horror. Mostly it was what could be called the Bravo America, and this is your boy type of war art. His almost photographic style easily lent itself to that type of work, as did the styles of Rockwell and others. But something apparently happened to Lee after going into Peleliu, Jones writes. The pictures painted out of his Peleliu experience show a new approach. There is the tension of terror in the bodies here, and the distorted facial expressions of the men under fire show it too. If his propagandistic style has not changed, his subject matter certainly has. End quote. I ran into this as a kid, seeing a couple of Lee's most famous pieces of work. One was called the 2,000-Yard Stare, where Lee had done a piece of art showing what soldiers look like after combat for a long time. Today we would recognize it as what's sometimes called combat neuroses. Tom Lee wrote about the painting that he did of the Marine with the so-called 2,000-Yard Stare and said, quote, he, meaning the Marine, left the States 31 months ago. He was wounded in his first campaign. He has had tropical diseases. He half sleeps at night and gouges Japs out of holes all day. 2/3 of his company has been killed or wounded. He will return to attack this morning. How much can a human being endure? End quote. He also is the one who painted a painting called The Price. This was a very controversial piece. It was published by Life magazine. Ian W. Toll says people complained and canceled their subscriptions because it showed a Marine suffering what a Marine really suffered. And Lee was accused of embellishing and over-dramatizing something which, if you think about it, sounds silly. He's over-dramatizing war. And Lee fought back, saying every single painting he did showed what he really saw. And the painting, The Price, I'm not the only guy, by the way. I was doing research on this and found that other people were similarly affected. If you're not used to seeing your own side as war victims, when an artist paints it, and this showed a photo, almost photorealistic quality of a Marine who'd been hit by mortar fire on the beach at Peleliu as Tom Lee watched, and his arm is destroyed and half his face is gone. And Lee described it this way. He said, quote, I fell flat on my face just as I heard the whoosh of a mortar that I knew was too close. A red flash stabbed at my eyeballs. About 15 yards away on the upper edge of the beach, it smashed down 4 men from our boat. One figure seemed to fly to pieces. With terrible clarity, I saw the head and one leg sail into the air. I got up, ran a few steps, and fell into a small hole as another mortar burst threw dirt on me. Lying there in terror, looking longingly up the slope for better cover, I saw a wounded man near me, staggering in the direction of the LVTs, the landing vehicles. His face was half bloody pulp, and the mangled shreds of what was left of an arm hung down like a stick. As he bent over in his stumbling, shock-crazy walk, the half of his face that was still human had the most terrifying look of abject patience I've ever seen. He fell behind me in a red puddle on the white sand. End quote. But to me, this isn't gratuitous to say these things. This is what makes what these Marines did. And yes, let's be fair, what the Japanese resisting them also did, what it is. If you have some easy run and nobody gets hurt, well, it's a different style of thing, isn't it? The reason Peleliu elicits the kind of admiration and horror that it does is because that's not what happens. These men have to see things like this or experience it and then keep going. And as I said, I'm not a glory person. I don't think shooting and killing other people is glorious, but there is something heroic about being able to keep going when assaulted by these sorts of sights, sounds, and possible damage to yourself. And I put, by the way, the heroism down to two separate categories. The heroism while these soldiers and Marines, and yes, Japanese soldiers too, while they're actually fighting and dying in combat, and then the different kind of heroism that comes with trying to reestablish some sort of a normal life when you go home and have to live with all of this stuff in your memory banks for maybe decades. As I believe I mentioned earlier, I used to talk to American veterans of the Second World War, and specifically the ones that were the most difficult nuts to crack were those from the Pacific. And a bunch of them wouldn't talk at all, the ones who I was told had seen the most combat. But look at what they're trying to grapple with, and how could they ever explain it to you? The things in Sledge's book, there are 3 or 4 things that when you read them, you go, okay, this is something that's going to stay with you the rest of your life. I mean, all of it will be, but there are certain things where you just go, holy cow. And Sledge had said once that if you were 100 yards behind the front line, you didn't understand it. You could be a rear support person and still be in great danger in the Second World War, but it's different. And we said this in the last segment, the last part of the show, I'm sure, where it's different when you're in the meat grinder, and you absolutely every single day are going from one position to another position to another position, rooting out and killing the people in each of these positions. Sledge says the worst experience he ever had in the Second World War was on Peleliu, trying to cross an open airfield, which a lot of the soldiers remembered, under artillery and mortar fire. He said, quote, "To be shelled by massed artillery and mortars is absolutely terrifying, but to be shelled in the open is terror compounded beyond the belief of anyone who hasn't experienced it. The attack across Peleliu's airfield was the worst combat experience I had during the entire war. It surpassed, by the intensity of the blast and shock of the bursting shells, all the subsequent horrifying ordeals on Peleliu and Okinawa." End quote. That sort of mirrors what Ernst Younger in his fabulous book on the First World War, The Storm of Steel, had said about artillery. He said that being under artillery attack was like being tied to a stake and having somebody swinging at your head with a sledgehammer over and over again, and just missing by a little, but you were sure that the next shot of the sledgehammer was going to get you. Surviving that artillery barrage while you run and try to avoid getting hit is the sort of thing that will give you nightmares the rest of your life. But he has 2 other incidents in the book that fall, in my mind, under the category of this is not what you're ready for when you go to war. You're ready to take on the enemy and deal with shooting at somebody or being shot at. But he talks about, for example, one incident where they're all on patrol at night on Peleliu, and it's dark, and they're trying to maintain quiet and secrecy, and then one of their guys cracks up and starts raving and screaming and threatening the whole unit. And they don't know what to do. They're panicking. What do we do with this guy? He's our friend. He's our buddy. So first they try to give him morphine. Then they try to knock him out with a punch to the jaw. Then more morphine, and nothing is working. And eventually one of the officers or the sergeant says, use an entrenching tool, knock him out. And they hit him in the head with basically a shovel. And instead of injuring him, he dies. The person who hit him in the head with a shovel has to live with that the rest of his life. It's one thing to say I killed the enemy and they were a bunch of fanatical robots and they did terrible things to our troops, so I don't feel bad about it. It's another thing to hit your own guy in the head with an entrenching tool and kill him. Sledge tells a worse story than that later on when he's talking about, and this is like horror movie stuff, like Freddy Krueger jump scare horror stuff, but the Japanese at night with their infiltration tactics drove the Americans crazy. And over you read veterans saying, I hated the night. They would be in 2-man foxholes, so one person could sleep while the other person watched and stayed on guard. But the problem is at night you thought every single sound was the Japanese, and they'd come close to the foxholes and scream things at you to keep you on edge. But sometimes they do more than scream. They'd grab a couple of edged weapons and jump into some of these foxholes. And not only did the people in the foxholes, who all of a sudden had Japanese in their foxholes with them, have to deal with them, so did every American around that foxhole who could hear what was happening. I read this over and over again with different Marines in different books talking about the sounds What does it sound like when one guy is gouging out another guy's eyes and kills him by doing that? His Sledge says, quote, "With a wild yell, the Japanese jumped into the hole with the two Marines. A frantic, desperate hand-to-hand struggle ensued, accompanied by the most gruesome combination of curses, wild babbling, animalistic guttural noises and grunts. Sounds of men hitting each other and thrashing around came from the foxhole." End quote. Okay, again, though, that's combat, right? You're going to wake up with some nightmares from that. But it's what happens next that gives a different sort of vibe to the whole thing. When Sledge says a man jumps out of the foxhole and starts running in the dark toward the other Marine foxholes. So a Marine stands up, uses his gun like a club, and smacks the figure in the head, knocking him down. That figure stays around in the dark, groaning and thrashing around until another Marine goes up and shoots him in the head. In the morning, they find out that it wasn't a Japanese soldier that they shot in the head. It was one of their own. Sledge says, quote, "A few hours later, as objects around me became faintly visible with the dawn, I noticed that the still form lying to my left didn't appear Japanese. It was either an enemy in Marine dungarees or leggings, or it was a Marine. I went over to find out which. Before I got to the prone body, its identity was obvious to me. 'My God,' I said in horror. Several men looked at me and asked what was the matter. 'It's Bill,' I said." End quote. And then he's asked by the officer, who shot him? Did he get killed by one of the Japs, he said? And Sledgehammer's, which was Sledge's nickname, says, quote, "I didn't answer, just looked at him with a blank stare and felt sick. I looked at the man who had crawled past me to check on the groaning man in the dark. He had shot Bill through the temple, mistakenly assuming him to be Japanese." And then he says, as the realization of his fatal mistake hit him, the man's face turned ashen. His jaw trembled, and he looked as though he were going to cry. End quote. This is something above and beyond what you expect when you go to kill the enemy. And I understand so much better after reading Sledge's book, why it was so hard, sometimes impossible, to get these Pacific War veterans, especially these Marines, to tell you much about their experience, because how could you have understood? What sort of context did you have to properly assess what this person was trying to make you understand? And Sledge addresses this too and says, quote, "To the non-combatants and those on the periphery of action, the war meant only boredom or occasional excitement. But to those who entered the meat grinder itself, the war was a netherworld of horror, from which escape seemed less and less likely as casualties mounted and the fighting dragged on and on. Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle for survival in the abyss of Peleliu eroded the veneer of civilization and made savages of us all. We existed in an environment totally incomprehensible to men behind the lines, service troops and civilians." End quote. When you look at the casualties on Peleliu, it's like 8,000 Americans, roughly, about 16 or 1,700 dead, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize the size of the island, right? It's like Tarawa, the numbers at Tarawa, the Gilbert Islands earlier don't seem like that much until you realize it's like 3 days of fighting for another little tiny spit of nothing, land-wise. If you could divide the casualties by the square footage of the battlefield, you could see how particularly nasty these Pacific battles were. And you don't even have to do that for the Japanese, because they lose between 11 and 13,000 men. Their commanding officer, of course, near the end of the campaign, burns the regimental colors, kills himself. And the only people who surrender are the normal, small handful of mostly Korean and Okinawan laborers. The last organized Japanese units to surrender on Peleliu don't do so until 1947, 2 years after the war is over. Does that tell you how committed they were to resisting? And how hard an opponent they were? The 1st Marine Division, especially the 1st Regiment, severely chewed up. The 1st Regiment, I believe, suffers twice as many casualties as is normally considered to be a unit that's just completely out of commission. It would take them months to recover. It's some of the worst, if not the worst, casualty rates that Marines suffer ever in their history. And Peleliu doesn't get enough attention. It's not hard to see how an event like Peleliu, though, gets downplayed. After all, what country in the Second World War was not exercising a high level of censorship when it comes to showing their public back home what the war was really like? I mean, most Americans got their visual impressions of what the war looked like through newsreel footage in movie theaters, right? You often show it in between two halves of a double feature, right? You go to see your escapist entertainment, you buy your popcorn and your Coke, you sit down in the theater, and you're confronted with Peleliu? How's that going to make parents of a Marine somewhere in the Pacific that they just get occasional cards from, wondering how's Junior doing? And then you see the footage of Peleliu? Or you're a 15 or 16-year-old American boy thinking, okay, in the next couple of years I'm going off to war, and then you show them what a 2 or 3 or 4 day battle estimations were, what that looks like when it turns into a 73 or 74 day battle instead, with the highest casualty rates Marines have seen. I mean, that's the kind of thing that not only does the public not want to really see that, the government doesn't really want to show it to you. What's more, we should point out that there's a giant historical news event happening only about 700 miles away that overshadows this whole thing and overlaps it time-wise. Because while Peleliu's being fought over, Douglas MacArthur's returning to the Philippines. And if you didn't know how big of an historical event this was, Douglas MacArthur's press relations people would see to it that you did. But Peleliu is hardly the only thing that gets overshadowed by all of these big, exciting historical occasions that are much more positive and look much better in the movie theater or the newsroom between the two halves of the double feature. I mean, how about submarine warfare and what that's doing to the Japanese? The non-sexy side of war, as we've been calling it, the logistics, the supply. And what's fascinating to me is not only are things like logistics and supply not all that interesting to people like yours truly, or the people who want to war game the Second World War. I can honestly tell you, I've war gamed many times Japanese naval combat. I have never once in my life war gamed a submarine trying to sink a merchant vessel while some escort ship tries to catch the submarine first. I mean, not only do I not do that, but the Japanese cadets at the Naval Academy don't want to do that. There's a book called The Japanese Navy in World War II, edited by David C. Evans, and what it really is sort of a debriefing of the Japanese admirals after the war. And they all but say that. Nobody cared about this. They blame it on the Japanese penchant for the offense. Right? They want the colorful offense. They want the big, decisive naval battles, which, by the way, the Americans and the Japanese both subscribe to the Mayhem idea of the decisive naval battle. So neither one of those countries' navies were really excited about things like commerce raiding. But the Japanese didn't put any effort into it at all. One admiral had said that if they had thought the United States would use their submarines the way the Germans were using U-boats in the Atlantic to go after merchant shipping, they might not have launched the war at all. That shows you how unprepared they were to deal with it. And as we had said earlier, one of the things about naval warfare is, in general, if you find out that you haven't built the right ships, that is a problem that takes at least a couple of years to solve. Like when you find out, because of experience in the Second World War, that aircraft carriers are going to be the new queen of the seas and not battleships, we don't magically have aircraft carriers. You've got to go and make some, and that takes years. So if you find out that you don't have enough escorts for your merchant ships, that's a problem you can't solve all that quickly. And it took the Japanese a while to realize it, because it took the Americans and the other allies a while to really make a dent in the enemy's commercial shipping. There's lots of reasons for this, and we mentioned one of them earlier in the series. We talked about the absolute terribleness of American torpedoes. And I've read all kinds of accounts. I mean, it's called a scandal, a national disgrace. People should have gone to jail. I mean, the stories from the Japanese about ships coming back into port with unexploded American torpedoes sticking out of the side of the merchant vessels. Or all the American pilots who dropped their torpedoes right close by an enticing Japanese naval target, only to watch the torpedoes go right under it. Well, that will impact your submarine success rate until you fix that. But by mid-1944, the Americans have fixed that. And now you start to see the tonnage totals of Japanese merchant shipping skyrocket. And submarines will account for about 60% of the Japanese merchant ships that are sent to the bottom of the sea, with aircraft, allied aircraft of all kinds from all allied countries, accounting for most of the rest. But when you look at the numbers, you get an idea of how the impact is affecting the Japanese ability to do anything. We talked about the supply problems in Burma. How do the Japanese get supplies over those mountains, through those jungles, on those terrible roads? Well, the Pacific's even worse. The Japanese, at the time of the Pearl Harbor attacks, had about 6 million tons of merchant shipping. And no nation in the Second World War has enough. Merchant shipping is always in short supply for everyone, including the United States, who can build merchant ships faster than anyone ever thought possible. The Japanese will build another 3.5 million tons of merchant shipping during the war, but by December 1944, even with all that, they're down to 2,500,000 tons. And the Americans are sinking hundreds of thousands of tons a month. And the only way that number will slow down and they'll start sinking less merchant shipping is because eventually they're so successful, they run out of targets. Essentially, by late 1944, American submarines are doing to Japan what German U-boats were hoping to do to Britain, another island nation, back during the Battle of the Atlantic in 1942. Starve an island nation of the resources that it needs to continue to fight the war. Bring them to their knees. But the German Navy's idea of bringing Britain to its knees in 1942 in the Battle of the Atlantic would have involved some sort of peace arrangement, right? What if you are dropped to your knees as a nation, but you still don't give up, right? You know, if these were reasonable people that would have surrendered long ago. What if you cripple them and they don't give in anyway? There's a fantastic anecdote, and E.W. Toll, by the way, as an author, is so good at finding these historical anecdotes that helps dramatize both where the supply problem has the Japanese in terms of options by October 1944, but also the mood amongst the leadership and the decision makers. And I have to say, there's a little bit of a sickness, I think, to finding this so interesting, but I've always been fascinated with that mood that you find. Well, we always say the extremes of the human experience, but think about the people in Hitler's bunker, you know, as the Battle of Berlin is ramping up. So Hitler during the last month, and what it's like in that room, and all those people's psychological states under that kind of crushing pressure. I'm fascinated by that. You have a similar dynamic going on in Japan at this time period. And in this anecdote, E.W. Toll brings you into a conference between Army heads and Navy heads in Japan. And these guys are putting the finishing touches on their plan to respond to this great historical event we mentioned earlier that's going to overshadow Peleliu, right? The return of Douglas MacArthur to the Philippines. And the plan is the Americans are going to land October 20th on the Philippine island of Leyte, and it's going to be on, right? The Japanese know by that time that the Americans are going to land in the Philippines and probably on Leyte, and so they have a plan that's been ready for a little while to go disrupt this. And they're basically going to throw in everything the Japanese fleet has left in order to accomplish this goal. But before the plan can happen, there's this conference that Toll talks about. And a general in the Army, Sato, who we mentioned earlier, basically turns to the Navy and says, you know, how is this going to be worth the fuel that we're going to use for the Navy to conduct this operation, right? He says that there's a fleet of merchant ships, 6 of them, carrying 60,000 tons of oil to Japan right now. And that the fleet would basically use all of that, whereas we could use that 60,000 tons of oil to do a lot of things for the civilians, for the other war effort areas. And it's funny, because 60,000 tons of oil a couple of years ago would not have been anywhere near this important, but we understand that scarcity makes things valuable, all of supply and demand and all that. But when the general says this to the Navy, he essentially exposes the fact that this is less about the Japanese Navy trying to make a war-winning difference here, although they'd like to, than it is about making an honorable end. Toll says that their plan here boils down to like a naval version of one of those suicidal bonsai attacks the Japanese have been doing on land, where thousands of their soldiers will run into machine gun fire with bayonets. But that's where we are in this story, and one of the things that Toll's anecdote deals with is the fact that these hard-bitten, old military guys who are in a room with their sister service, right? And the Japanese Navy and Army don't much care for each other, so if the one place you don't want to wear your emotions on your sleeve is in a room full of these kind of people, right? But everybody's crying. Toll writes, quote, and he begins this anecdote right after the Japanese general says to the Navy, you know, how are you going to be able to accomplish anything worth this fuel? The 60,000 tons of oil is more important. And Toll writes, quote, the speech brought the entire room, including Sato, to the brink of tears. He had put Japan's predicament into stark relief. The honor of the once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy now mattered less than 6 tankers and the oil that they carried. Even a general could see that the fleet's diminished status was a portent of doom. Quote, this was the saddest feeling I had ever experienced, end quote, Sato wrote. Toll then points out that everybody's weeping. Quote, sobbing freely, Rear Admiral Tasuku Nakazawa of the Naval General Staff replied on behalf of the Navy. He was grateful to the general for his kindness, but now, quote, and quoting the Admiral, now the combined fleet of the Empire of Japan wishes to be given a place to end her life, end quote. Toll then says that there's talk of this being a last chance so that the fleet can have a glorious death, and then the Admiral points out that this is the Navy's earnest wish. Toll continues, quote, after a choked silence, with tears streaming down his face, Sato agreed that the 60,000 tons of oil should be offered as a quote, end quote, parting present to the Navy, end quote. Toll then quotes Sato, writing that as he walked out of the meeting, to the sound of air raid sirens, he prayed for the heroic end of the combined fleet. This idea of a heroic death is one of the fascinating parts of this story, because if you read the accounts of this affair, it's interesting that the Japanese fleet, even though they know they're being sent on one of these things that's probably a one-way mission, do they rebel? How many fleets around the world in world history have just rebelled? You know, struck the colors, put up some red flag, say, we're not fighting. No, the Japanese sailors have a problem with this too, but for different reasons entirely. If they're going to go down in a blaze of glory, they want it to be glorious. They want to be fighting the best the United States has, so that if they do manage to land some lucky or divinely inspired punch, it could do some real damage, put us against the U.S. carriers. They're mad that the plan calls for them to go after cargo ships and supply vessels and oilers and the stuff like that, the boring logistical side of war, right? The non-sexy side, as we've been talking about. That's going to be the target, so that MacArthur's recently landed troops are starved right on the beaches of bullets and food. But no sailor wants to lose his life trying to fight a cargo vessel, right? That's a no-win situation. If you win, there's no honor. If you lose, you lost to a cargo vessel. And in Masanori Ito's classic book, The End of the Imperial Japanese Navy, he says the admiral here, whose name is Kurita, is being bombarded with, and that's not usual in Japanese Navy, from notes from average sailors to being stopped by his officers and asked about this. And Ito quotes one of the notes that the admiral received from just a Japanese sailor, and the note says, quote, we do not mind death, but we are very concerned for the honor of the Japanese Navy. If the final effort of our great Navy should be spent in engaging a group of empty cargo ships, surely Admirals Togo and Yamamoto would weep in their graves. End quote. And Ito says it prompts the admiral, against his will, really, to call his underlings around him, and he addresses them, And he gives another one of these speeches that just, to me, it's a tone thing. You get a sense of the mood here. And as an American, we have no historical analogy, certainly not within living memory, to allow us to put ourselves in the emotional shoes, if you will, of someone who's on the losing end of a war that's not necessarily near over. I mean, you have to continue to fight after the decision has happened. And how do you do that? Well, the admiral's got to rally his sailors. He said, quote, "I know that many of you are strongly opposed to this assignment, but the war situation is far more critical than any of you could possibly know. Would it not be a shame to have the fleet remain intact while our nation perishes? I believe that Imperial General Headquarters is giving us a glorious opportunity. Because I realize how very serious the war situation actually is, I am willing to accept even this ultimate assignment to storm into Leyte Gulf. You must all remember that there are such things as miracles. What man can say that there is no chance for our fleet to turn the tide of war in a decisive battle? We shall have the chance to meet our enemies. We shall engage his task forces. I hope that you will not carry your responsibilities lightly. I know that you will act faithfully and well." End quote. Benito says the assembled officers raised their arms in unison and yelled, "Banzai." Well, I'm not going to say that admiral is misinforming his staff, but maybe he's being a little disingenuous, because the plan is to go after cargo ships and supply ships and those kinds of non-heroic targets. But there's an understanding, might be a good way to put it, that if you run into any American aircraft carriers, you can attack them. So maybe we would call that an out clause in the plan. The plan, by the way, is one similar to a naval plan the Japanese tried earlier in the war. Essentially, in order to get to these cargo ships and these oilers and these supply ships, the Japanese have to lure the warships that are protecting them away. So if you think about a defenseless flock of sheep, the Japanese plan here calls for something to be used as bait to try to attract the sheepdog and take them away from the flock. The Japanese divided into several separate flotillas coming from several different angles will pounce on the beachhead area. And each one of these separate flotillas has its own destiny and its own story in the giant Battle of Leyte Gulf. That's why it's really best thought of as 3 to 5, depending on who you're reading, separate naval battles, smaller. They all have their own names, by the way, but they're all the separate fleets and their destinies. The Japanese flotilla that is designed to be the bait in this plan is using the very best sort of lure that you can have if you're trying to attract late 1944 admirals. Also happens to be the one ship you normally don't want to let the other side find under any conditions. It's the Japanese aircraft carriers. They're going to be the equivalent of the Matador's cape in this plan to attract the attention of a bull. It just so happens that the American admiral's nickname is Admiral Bull Halsey. And while, if the plan goes as planned, the bull is charging up to the northeast area of Luzon and up far away from the beachheads, the other Japanese flotillas can come in from multiple angles and destroy the Americans, either, best case scenario, while they're actually landing, but even a couple of days afterwards, you could probably cause great damage, right? You have big ships coming in here, although no aircraft carriers. But that's the plan. Whatever chance these sailors had in this upcoming event has been whittled away in the previous couple of weeks, because as part of the softening up campaign that happens before the MacArthur landings, American carrier planes have been savaging the entire region. I mean, certainly everything that floats on the ocean, but I mean, going far inland in landing facilities, especially airfields, taking out Japanese aircraft at an alarming pace. And it's easy to understand why, by the way, at this point in the war. All of the advantages that the Japanese pilots and planes had earlier in the war are tipped on its head. The Americans have all of those same advantages now. They've got the veteran pilots. The Americans have the better machines now. So the kill ratios are remarkably one-sided. But I mean, in one air battle that goes on for several days in the airspace above Formosa, which is now Taiwan, in the days leading up to MacArthur's return to the Philippines, the Japanese lose something like 700 planes. And that's according to the Encyclopedia of Military History. In Masanori Ito's book, he quotes one admiral as saying, we lost 205 planes on Palau right after we lost 345 planes over Truk. And you just get this sense of an intense level of grinding at this point in the war. And the Japanese industry can't possibly keep up with these kind of losses. And forget about the machines that you're losing for a minute. In most of these cases, you're losing the pilots too. The pilots that are going up in these air battles are often very, very green, and they're going up against American carrier pilots that are some of the best aviators the United States has ever produced. So when it comes to equipment, the Japanese are now very outclassed in the war. The one place they can actually put up a good fight is when it comes to their own people's willingness to fight to the death. And I mean, the land battles, even with Japanese equipment being inferior, with their logistics shattered, are still going to be horribly difficult opponents. All the Bushido spirit in the world doesn't make your aircraft better, right? So they suffered terribly. And if the Japanese fleet's actions here in the Philippines was a long shot before you lose 700 planes that are supposed to play a very big role in this affair, how much more of a long shot is it after you lose them? Winston Churchill in his history of the Second World War said that the enemy's air force was broken before the Battle of Leyte was joined. Speaking of that, this whole affair is part of the trifibious operations that surround the great MacArthur return to the Philippines, right? The giant news story that we talked about earlier. That happens on October 20th, 1944. The Americans launch this whole campaign early. MacArthur arrives early. The good news is it catches the Japanese wrong-footed, I guess you could say. The bad news is the Americans aren't exactly as prepared as they like to be either. But even with all the problems, they still manage the absolutely unbelievable task of landing more than 100,000 people by midnight on the first day. That's amazing. I've actually seen a couple of histories say D+1, which would be the next day, but most of them say on the first day. Compare and contrast that with the earlier landings of the war. Places like Tarawa, which were a chaotic mess with far fewer people having to be landed. I should point out there wasn't much resistance on the beaches. The Japanese strategy here is to confront MacArthur more inland, where we're out of the range of all the big guns that were firing on the beachheads and the plains. But there's some resistance. But 100,000 guys by midnight on the first day, that's a well-oiled machine at this point. And the great factory assembly line and the logistics supply chains and all that boring stuff that the United States is so good at in its corporate peacetime economy really coming in handy at events like this. And MacArthur's total invasion force will number something like 175,000 to 200,000 men. And boy, what a difference a couple of years in the Pacific War makes, doesn't it? It's no longer the little brother of places like Europe where the numbers are smaller. We're starting to creep up to numbers that they wouldn't sneeze at on the Western Front. The Japanese resistors, by the way, who are spread out over a bunch of the different Philippine islands, they're estimated to be between 300 and 350,000 men, so a large battle indeed. One thing that is worth pointing out is that there are really two kinds of island battles in this war. The kind that have a relatively free area without a civilian population to worry about, and the kind that don't. Honolulu, Tarawa, Iwo Jima, not a big civilian population to worry about. Saipan, Okinawa, the Philippines, just the opposite. And we had just talked in the last segment about the disaster, the humanitarian nightmare that Saipan was, with civilians jumping off of cliffs and getting caught in the crossfire at the high level of civilian deaths. Well, Saipan's miniature compared to the 15 to 16 million people that live in the Philippines. And Okinawa is very populated too, so in the distance you can see these areas that the human being lawnmower is going to just crisscross. And when we had given those numbers at the beginning of this segment, we were talking about every month in 1944, we would say 200 to 250,000 innocent civilian casualties in Asia. This is in Asia, but you can see these numbers in the distance, right? I mean, wait till the Japanese and the Americans start fighting over the urban center that is Manila in 1945. MacArthur, by the way, will show up himself on the first day, step out of the landing craft, the whaler on one account, with his pressed khakis, aviator sunglasses, his completely non-regulation, and I don't know how he gets away with it, Philippine Field Marshal cap, as he called him, steps out of the craft, gets his pants wet from the knees down, in a photo that is so good you can't believe it's not staged. I mean, it looks like a poster. The camera people on the shore get him striding back onto Philippine soil a couple of years after he was unceremoniously thrown out of it. At some point, he'll get his hands on a microphone and say, "People of the Philippines, I have returned. Rally to me." And he'll begin his campaign to, along with the help of the Filipinos, throw the Japanese out of the Philippines. The first Japanese fleet is not sighted for 3 days. And 2 submarines in the late night hours on October 23rd, I think it is, spot one of these flotillas. And this is traditionally the beginning of the Battle of Leyte Gulf, the naval battle of Leyte Gulf. Put me in the category of those who think that this is a highly overrated battle, although people differ. Francis Pike in Hirohito's War says the reason it doesn't get the attention some of its more vigorous proponents wish that it would is because the stakes aren't that high. And he mentions several other very famous naval battles throughout history, and talks about how the decision which way that battle went, one way or the other, had huge war-changing ramifications, and this doesn't. I would even suggest that a battle that I've done 45 minutes on before, the Battle of Jutland, which if it were a boxing match, you would say it ended as a no contest. I would say that counts as a much more interesting affair, because if one side had an overwhelming victory, and that was possible, well, that would have been a huge war-changing sort of event. The best the Japanese can hope for here is to lengthen the war, and if they lengthen the war, maybe get better peace terms. So anybody that is giving their life in this contest is doing this in order to establish, or in this case, keep the imperial system in the emperor, right? The imperial polity, as it's sometimes called, because that's the sticking point. But there are a lot of people who look at this battle and say more than an execution, and I don't think I'm one of them. And by that I mean, the Battle of Leyte Gulf has a couple of things associated with it that sound really like a big deal. For example, you'll hear that it is the greatest naval battle of all time, or the largest naval battle of all time, which might be true. But what that kind of conceals is that the United States outnumbers the Japanese in warships 4 or 5 to 1. They outnumber them in aircraft 5 to 1. The Japanese have almost no aircraft capability. They certainly have, this is a very one-sided affair from the get-go. The only reason, though, it has some drama, and it reminds me, I have to say, of one of those early Mike Tyson fights where he was knocking out guys in 45 seconds, but you bought the pay-per-view, so they always had to have a post-fight analysis segment where somebody would have to try to find a way that the other guy might have won. He tapped him on the chin at the 16-second mark, and if that had hurt Mike, we'd have had a whole different fight right here. And that's kind of how I feel about the Battle of Leyte Gulf. It's a disaster for the Japanese, except a mistake happens at some point in the affair that allows one Japanese flotilla to get into the backfield, you would say, if this were football, begin tearing up some escort carriers. And if the escort carriers had all been torn up, could have broken into the landing area, which might have been vulnerable. I mean, there's a lot of mights and what-ifs, and that is history, right? Especially military history. But I think sometimes the idea that this would have been catastrophic is overplayed. There's a case to be made that if all the worst things had happened and the Japanese fleet started tearing up the beachhead areas, But that just would have made them stationary when the American planes eventually came back and found that, and they would have lost even more ships. The bottom line is, when the Battle of Leyte goes over, though, the Japanese lose 4 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, 10 cruisers, 11 destroyers, and they sink, like a light carrier, they sink an escort carrier. I mean, it's just a disaster. One of their fleets gets wiped out in one of the greatest ambush attacks in naval history, where it's sort of a karmic retribution. A bunch of the battleships were old World War I type battleships that were damaged at Pearl Harbor, raised, refloated, refitted, and were here and participated in the ambush. And did a lot of damage. But I mean, from an American standpoint, you can look at it as a rah-rah moment because it really inflicts a defeat on the Japanese Navy that they never recover from. The Navy will be reduced to impotence after this. American air power just shredded Japanese naval assets whenever it found it. A lesson that had already been learned several times in this war is reinforced that by October 1944, if one side has powerful naval air assets and the other doesn't, the way the battle's going to go is pretty much a foregone conclusion. So with the exception of the one fantastic night ambush where the American battleships from Pearl Harbor ended up crushing that one Japanese flotilla, the damage is pretty much done by American aircraft. Just as the Japanese admirals assumed it would be. The Battle of Leyte Gulf is famous for something else, though, too. It's considered to be the battle where the suicide attacks, known as kamikaze attacks, first happened in real numbers. There may have been some early attacks earlier, and there were definitely suicide attacks from the Japanese all throughout the war, but as an organized effort, unleashing trained and tactically organized for maximum effect suicide squads, you first see this at Leyte Gulf. And John Toland, in his 1970 book, The Rising Sun, chronicles one of these early famous attacks. And it's famous because the kamikaze came in and did some damage. And I try to imagine the Americans watching this as it unfolds, trying to figure out what it is they're seeing, trying to come to grips with, are these guys deliberately trying to smash into us and take their own lives? The event happens in that one moment in time at the Battle of Leyte Gulf. Do we say that the enemy flotillas, American, get into the backfield, right? And they're fighting with these escort carriers, and you do have a rather interesting moment where you have the super battleship Yamato for the first time in the war, I believe, firing its guns in anger. It's 18.1-inch guns, shells the size of Volkswagens, and American carriers 18 and 19 miles away. Escort carriers, must be said, they were called jeep carriers. And then about an hour after, these Japanese battleships inexplicably turn away, giving the escort carriers, after having lost a ship and others damaged, a reprieve from the governor, and then something else shows up, and Toland writes, quote, and by the way, I'm going to add the word escort carrier in front of all these ships. They're escort carriers, and he just gives the name. It gets confusing. Quote, for over an hour, all was quiet. Then at 10:50, General Quarters was again sounded on the 5 surviving jeep carriers. 9 enemy planes were approaching at mast level, so low that radar had failed to pick them up. They climbed to several thousand feet as American fighters tried to intercept them. 5-0 fighters with bombs lashed to their wings emerged from the milling mass and slanted down toward the jeeps. They were led by a recently married lieutenant commander, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, Yukio Seki. 1-0, Toland writes, headed for the bridge of the escort carrier Kitkun Bay, its machine guns winking. Onlookers expected it to pull up. Instead, it drove into the port catwalk, exploded, and tumbled on into the sea. 2 others roared straight at the escort carrier Fanshawe Bay, also with obvious intent to crash into her, only to disintegrate at the last moment. The final 2 veered off from the heavy fire thrown up by the escort carrier White Plains. One, trailing smoke, banked toward the escort carrier St. Lo in a right turn as if intending to land, but the pilot pushed the little plane over, slamming it into the flight deck. Fire spread throughout the hangar deck, setting off a chain of violent internal explosions. After having survived the running battle unscathed, St. Lo sank. End quote. I've been fascinated by this phenomenon of the kamikaze since I first learned about him as a kid, and I know many of you have been fascinated with them too. And like me, if you've continued to read up on them, your views on them have probably changed 180 degrees too. When I was a kid, we were basically taught these were fanatic, Kool-Aid drinkers who would give their lives up without even giving it a second thought for the emperor. Very non-complicated robots. And now when you read their last letters and their diary entries, the whole time that they were training for these missions, but knowing that they were dead men walking or dead men flying or dead men piloting the human torpedo, whatever it might have been, your heart breaks in a lot of these cases. First of all, these are not your hard-bitten military men, which I found very interesting. When the program was first developed, they asked military men to volunteer. Do you know how many military men did? According to anthropologist Amiko Onuki-Tierney, who wrote the fabulous book Kamikaze, Cherry Blossoms and Nationalisms, the number of hard-bitten military men that said, yeah, I'll volunteer for that suicide mission, was none. She italicized the word none. This is a bit of a problem if you're trying to kickstart a brand new program to get people interested in it. So apparently the military just decided to then point to some people and say, okay, you're volunteering, you're volunteering, you're volunteering. And one of them was this pilot John Toland had used in his book, Yuki Oseki, portrayed as this willing, ready to die for the emperor guy. Turns out, not so willing. But that was not news that made it into the propaganda at the time. Before he flies off to crash his plane into an enemy ship, he does an interview with a reporter whose job it is to get the good story for the Japanese propaganda, and instead gets a whole bunch of stuff from this pilot that he can't release. He talks about it in a letter decades later, but the great Yuki Oseki, early kamikaze pilot, spat this out to the reporter at the time, quote, "There is no more hope for Japan. If it has to kill such a skillful pilot like myself, I can hit an aircraft carrier with an 1,102-pound bomb and return alive without having to make a suicidal plunge." And Onuki-Tierney says, quote, "At that time, Seki had been married for only 6 months to a woman with whom he was passionately in love. He explained to the reporter, quote, "If it is an order, I will go, but I am not going to die for the emperor or for Imperial Japan. I am going for my beloved wife. If Japan loses, she might be raped by Americans. I am dying for someone I love most, to protect her." End quote. This mirrors what you read from a lot of these pilots, although it should be noted there were thousands of them, and they run the gamut in terms of the differences in their background. And some of them do seem a little like the robotic figures who seem to have been brainwashed into just dying for the emperor and happy to do. Some of those people fit that mold, but most of them don't. What's more, since they can't get the professionals to volunteer to do this, they go after like cadets and training pilots and students at the university. This is one of the really weird things about this program. You can see the Nazi Germany regime, for example, maybe picking up the derelicts off the street, or the people, the undesirables that they've thrown into concentration camps, or those kinds of, the discredited people, and making them the suicide pilots. The Japanese instead make a lot of these suicide pilots come from their best and their brightest. The kids at the elite colleges. Really, if you look at them and you read the accounts, they almost seem like the people that were picked on by all these macho, military types who, when they finally show up to be kamikazes, are picked on even more, treated like nerds, the four eyes, the brainiacs. I mean, it's interesting to read who these people were, though. Ian W. Toll, in his book Twilight of the Gods, has a quick rundown, and he writes, quote, "About half of the kamikaze pilots of 1945 have been drawn from the ranks of university students. Many were cosmopolitan intellectuals who had been exposed to foreign ideas and influences, including Western philosophy and literature. These traits had not endeared them to their officers and NCOs in military training camps. Many young scholars had been singled out for special abuse, including vicious beatings, leaving them with feelings of contempt and loathing for military authority and for the tyrannical regime that held the nation's fate in its grip. In diaries and letters, many of these future kamikazes identified themselves as political liberals and Democrats. Some found much to admire in the American model of society and government. Others harbored radical, utopian, pacifist, or even Marxist views. End quote. Onuki Tierney runs down the backgrounds of a lot of these people. Most of them speak multiple languages. Their reading list would shame an English professor. These are the very people you look at as the people who are going to have to rebuild Japan, right? And instead they're being thrown into the meat grinder. Reading the accounts from these people's fascinating. First of all, they all seem to be patriots even if they disagree with the government. Some of them specifically are looking forward to helping the post-war Japan emerge. A lot of them think about themselves as helping their families back home and trying to make a difference to see that they don't end up bombed or occupied. Some of the pilots expressed all sorts of worry and remorse about the way their own army were treating captive populations. This is not what you expect. I was thinking how very different this is, right? How you couldn't expect any other major military in the Second World War to do something like this. But then I was doing some research and I came across, I think it was like a letter to the editor, something like that, by a person who identified themselves as a U.S. Marine. They didn't say what era. All they had written, though, was if they had found themselves in a situation where their country was about to be occupied, where their government or their military superiors said that they could reduce the chances of that happening if they'd be willing to sacrifice their lives, flying their plane into an enemy ship. This person who identified as the U.S. Marine said he would be happy to do that. And then I thought to myself, the Japanese are just like everyone else, only more so, right? And you can kind of see where all this hails from. They just took it to levels that in most societies are theoretical. And one part that really got to me the most, well, there were several. I mean, there was the one about the Christian pilots. You forget that there's a sizable Christian population in Japan, and you think of suicide as being prohibited by the religion, but there were Japanese kamikaze pilots who brought their Bibles into the cockpit with them, taped the photo of their mother to their chest. And when I was reading about this, one person had said, well, isn't suicide frowned upon by the church? And someone else explained that they just didn't see it as suicide. They looked at it as the war bringing death to them rather than they seeking it out. Some of these other people were making very rational calculations because, as another historian pointed out, they weren't making a choice between a suicide attack that killed them and a wonderful world of rainbows and unicorns, right? That wasn't their other option. Their other option was probably dying somewhere else, maybe anonymously, your corpse left in a decaying jungle somewhere, your family never known what even happened to you, or you could die a hero. And I think I read, don't quote me on this, that the kamikaze pilots got an immediate increase in two military ranks. And if that's the case, well, now it's even a financial decision, right? You can die in a jungle somewhere and your family's at one level of poverty, or you can increase the amount of money that the state pays to grieving families and widows for upkeep and all that sort of stuff. If you get your rank for, so you start to see actual maybe thinking going on in some of these decisions. And then one other thing that just moved me was how they were supposed to be volunteers, but many historians will use the word volunteer with quotation marks because the circumstances these 20 to 24-year-old guys were put in were such that they were forced into moral quandaries. And the only people that passed the moral quandaries and became the kamikaze pilots, in other words, the only ones that this strategy worked on, were sort of the most moral amongst them. For example, a lot of these volunteer sessions were framed in a way that you understood that if you said no, that you wouldn't volunteer, that meant that your refusal was consigning some other person to death. And a lot of these people couldn't handle that. But the part that moved me the most, because it's one of those things I wonder about. I wondered in a Shogun executions once what goes through your mind the night before your own execution. This is similar. You wonder, okay, if you're a kamikaze pilot and you know tomorrow's go time, what's your last night like? And apparently, the last nights were not spent alone. You spent it with the other people that were going to go with you. And in Onuki Tierney's book, she quotes a guy who wrote all this in a letter decades later to somebody else, whose job it was to cater to these pilots on their last night of life. And he writes what that was like. He is identified, by the way, as Kasuga Takeo, and he wrote, quote, "At the hall where their farewell parties were held, the young student officers drank cold sake the night before their flight. Some gulped the sake in one swallow. Others kept gulping down a large amount. The whole place degenerated into chaos. Some broke hanging light bulbs with their swords. Some lifted chairs to break the windows and tore white tablecloths. A mixture of military songs and curses filled the air. While some shouted in rage, others cried aloud. It was their last night of life. They thought of their parents, their faces and images, lovers' faces and their smiles, a sad farewell to their fiancés. All went through their minds like a running horse lantern. Although they were supposedly ready to sacrifice their precious youth the next morning for Imperial Japan and for the Emperor, they were torn beyond what words can express. Some putting their heads on the table, some writing their wills, some folding their hands in meditation, some leaving the hall, and some dancing in frenzy while breaking flower vases. They all took off with the rising sun headband the next morning. But this scene of utter desperation has hardly been reported. I observed it with my own eyes as I took care of their daily life." End quote. Now, I don't know how representative that account is of the kamikaze last night experience. There may be different experiences, I would imagine there were. We should also point out that it was hardly just as pilots that these young people the government could count on to reliably kill themselves trying to kill the enemy. It wasn't just airplanes. I mean, they had something known as a human torpedo. They had bombs that they dropped, rocket-propelled bombs they dropped from aircraft that have a human pilot. They have motorboats that they load with explosives that are designed to be driven into the enemy ships. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ingenious ways to utilize the willingness of your young men to kill themselves for the cause. But it's this, regardless of their positions on the issues, and regardless of how much they might dislike the government or whatever it might be, there's a strain of patriotism that runs through these people. It's noticeable in all the writings, a love of country that did not always mean a love of emperor or government or any of these things. Sometimes it was just the concept of Japan or what Japan might be in the future after the war. But one kamikaze quoted in Miko Ichiri's book said that he found, quote, "our love of country to be of frightening intensity." End quote. I think that's a great way to put it, frightening intensity. What happens when you take something that most countries have, patriotism on the part of the people, and turn it up to an above maximum level, turn it up to 11. The fact that you would embark on this program now in 1944, late 1944, is a sign of the desperate times. If you needed to be reminded of that in late November 1944, the Japanese will be, when the clock finally runs out on them, on the Marianas Islands airfield construction timeline, because the CBs working on airfields in the recently conquered islands in the Marianas gets them operational. B-29 super fortresses, the new bombers that are so new they've not been used in Europe, but not used in Europe. They will land on these islands and the bombing attacks begin. Japan has been bombed before. The Doolittle raids were more of a pinprick for morale purposes, but the B-29s were taking off from areas around the Indochina theater, but just barely able to reach the edge of Japanese soil. The raids were not enormous. In late November, the attacks began, and the Japanese will find themselves bombed at times. In the capital, by more than 100 of these big planes at the time. These are not known to be particularly effective attacks going after airplane facilities and things like that. Sometimes they get lucky, but most of the time the bombing is inaccurate. But here's the thing, from a civilian standpoint, let's just acknowledge something. I don't think any of us, or at least probably some of us actually, have been under a bombing attack before. And these kind of bombing attacks are in some ways scarier than ones you might face today, although it depends on whether you're the target or not, because these bombing attacks have a lot more planes and a lot less accuracy. And part of the reason you have so many more planes is because you are so much less accurate. You need lots of planes and lots of bombs over a wide area to even hope to hit your target. which they don't often for all sorts of reasons, the jet stream and a bunch of other ones included. But that doesn't lessen the fact that if you're a Japanese civilian, maybe a Japanese civilian who's had heavily filtered news reports about how the war is going, if you have bombs all of a sudden falling on your capital city, and most of the planes that drop those bombs are getting away, that puts the credibility of the government's accounts on how the war is going in rather stark relief, doesn't it? That having been said, in terms of concrete results, the early air war here from Marianas to the bombing of Japan, somewhat underwhelming in terms of results. The U.S. idea of precision bombing seems to founder on the rocks of Japan's cloudy weather and high winds. There's all sorts of reasons that might be an issue, and in addition to that, there's a decent number of planes. So early on, a lot of pressure on the air service to be more effective because things are heating up as you know we transition from the year 1944 to the terrible half year really in 1945. The monthly totals of which we led this segment off with, if you recall, because they were so awful. That pressure on the air service to figure out a way to increase the pressure on the Japanese to put an end to something that's already over. They just haven't admitted it yet. And the problem here is that even though it's almost over, it's getting worse. And this defies what's supposed to happen. When you have an enemy who's for all intents and purposes beaten, who's devoid of the natural resources they need, who's starving troops, all over the place. You look, the Japanese just look like they're just been battered from pillar to post. So this should be getting easier for the Allies fighting them, but it's not. The casualties are getting worse. The civilian casualties are starting to absolutely go through the roof. And if we wanted to think of what's about to happen here in 1945, it's worth thinking about it as a whole instead of this happened, and this happened, and this happened. Because if you're waking up reading your morning paper in the middle of Iowa one day, and you're trying to get a handle on the world situation, you're going to have updates on the front page from each of these places, either something about to begin and preparations going on, or fighting continuing in this other spot, or mopping up operations in this other place. There's a bunch of things that are not only happening at the same time, but drawing and competing for resources with each other. There will never be enough U.S. fleet assets in the area. MacArthur will be wanting them, just really will be wanting them in the Central Pacific. So all of this is happening at the same time. And if you're in the Japanese high command, you're being battered with incident after incident after incident, and it seems to be having no effect on the main leadership's opinion on whether or not the war should continue, which is surprising, to say the least. Let's start with MacArthur. At the beginning of 1945, MacArthur makes the leap to the island of Luzon, which is where Manila is in the Philippines. MacArthur's moving quickly because he's convinced that he appears to be right, I think, that there are POW camps on the Philippines that have had American and Filipino troops there since MacArthur left years before, who are waiting for him to come back, and he wants to rescue them before the Japanese kill their prisoners, which they are doing once again with alarming frequency. The situation in Manila will become an unbelievable nightmare. The Japanese general, who is awesome, by the way, MacArthur is really up against a good guy, but he decides not to defend the city. But there's a naval commander there who's got what we would call, if they were United States Marines, they'd be Marines, naval infantry. There's something like 15,000 of them. And he says, well, I'm staying. And he defends the old city, which is, sort of a colonial concrete stone. It's a rather impregnable place. And he gets nailed down in there, and will have the U.S. fighting house to house in urban combat of the sort they have not seen in this war at all, and will not see again. It's probably the sort of fighting they could have expected, though, had they gone into Japan in 1946 and invaded the home islands. Forget about the military side of this for a minute, because as expected, right, the U.S. will win here, the Japanese will die almost to the last man. That something like 100,000 Filipino civilians will die. When I first saw that number, I knew it was large. I thought they were talking about maybe all the civilians that died in the Philippines during this time period. And I actually have seen an account or two that sort of insinuates that, but most of them say in this fighting over the city of Manila, 100,000 Philippine civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, that's in a month. And the stories are amongst some of the worst I've ever encountered. There's one that it's funny, they were all I have certain eyewitness stories that stay with me, and they stay with me in part because regularly I have to go back and reread them, and I have no idea why. There's one story, and I'll have to do a show on this someday. The mental health will allow me to get through something like that, but there's a story involving the Einsatzgruppe and an eyewitness who was watching lots and lots of Jewish civilians being lined up and killed over and over again. And it involved a young woman, and as she passes by the eyewitness on the way to her death, she just says to him, while pointing to herself, 24, meaning I'm 24 years old. That one kills me. I haven't get a possibility yet. But there's some scenes from the Philippines that just as a human being, I was going to say as a father, but let's not patronize everyone else. There are certain experiences one can imagine living through, and then ones that one can't imagine going on afterwards. And the best way to describe, and I don't mean this for, I'm not trying to be gratuitous here. It's important to understand what's going on, though, and when we use that euphemism of a human being lawnmower, what that means in reality. Because this is, as we said, something that is remorseless. It's month to month. It's a reliable tally of people, and this is what those statistics boil down to on the ground. In the book Rampage, John M. Scott tells the story of, well, I guess ultimately of a family who are rounded up by the Japanese right as their troops are starting to torch the city of Manila. And this is the sort of stuff McCarthy was worried about when he was worried about the POWs having something happen to them. So Scott's piece starts with these men being rounded up, taken to this school, and then eventually moved out to this canal at night. And they have their hands tied behind their back, and the Japanese has a flashlight. And they start cutting off the heads of the people in this group that's been taken to the canal by flashlight. And then when it is the turn of this gentleman that in Scott's book is identified as 25-year-old Ricardo San Juan, when they get to him, they chop his head off, but not quite. We have a picture of him, I believe it's him in the book, showing him years later. He clearly looks like somebody whose head was almost chopped off. That's what it looks like after it heals. But he plays dead and he lays there, and you're thinking to yourself as he's laying around a lot of other decapitated people who were with him alive just 1 second ago, you're thinking, okay, this is the kind of experience that will ruin the rest of your life, don't you? But this is where his experience begins to get horrific. And like I said, this is not meant to be gratuitous. This is meant to put some context on these enormous numbers, like 100,000 civilians dying a month while Manila's being fought over. I do not count these sorts of incidents as collateral damage at all. This is intentional on someone's part at some level of the command structure. So Scott talks about everything that this poor guy goes through personally, and then says, quote, "But the night's terror had only begun. The Japanese returned to the same spot with a second group of captives. On his belly in the brush, Ricardo San Juan counted 19 women and 27 children. Among them, he saw his 25-year-old wife, Virginia, and the couple's 3 children. 4 months pregnant at the time, Virginia held the couple's youngest child in her arms, 1-year-old Jose. The Japanese had tied the adults together with a long strand of rope, looped around the upper left arm of each woman. Guards herded the woman into a circle around the children. The Japanese then formed a perimeter around them. To San Juan's horror, Scott writes, the soldiers began to bayonet the children, and even the infants, including 2-month-old Celia Fajardo, wrapped in a gray flannel sleep suit." Now quoting the eyewitness, quote, "Some of the babies were grabbed from the arms of their mothers and were held by their 2 hands in midair by one of the Japanese soldiers," he later told investigators. "At that instant," he says, "the executioner had stabbed them in that position." Scott continues, quote, "The orgy of violence escalated. Hidden in the dark thicket barely 8 feet away, San Juan watched a soldier plunge his bayonet into the chest of his 5-year-old son, Crescencio. He heard the boy cry out before he collapsed and died. The same soldier then snatched up his infant son, Jose. That baby of mine, San Juan recalls, was thrown into the air and then caught with the point of a bayonet. Those were his words. The author continues, quote, soldiers likewise killed his 3-year-old daughter, Corazon. Her name, Spanish for heart. But San Juan did not see it. That was the only mercy he experienced that night. With the children littered on the ground dead, the Japanese pounced on the mothers with blood-soaked bayonets. The same soldier who had tried to cut off his head ran his blade through the belly of San Juan's pregnant wife. End quote. So if one death is a tragedy, and 1 million deaths a statistic, stories like that put a little bit more flashback on the bones of who these numbers were. And while I wish these were completely isolated examples, they're all too common, both in your history books and amongst the Japanese. And here's the thing, is if we were talking about something that happened in the biblical era, and you said that one army treated the civilians in areas that it held captive, or other soldiers that fell into its hands this way, you hardly blink. But it's very unusual behavior in the mid-20th century by a major power. And while you can certainly find examples that are easily as off the charts as this with, say, the Germans, certainly, but I mean, even the Red Army, maybe even the Allies in certain circumstances, the non-Soviet Allies, but those are just that. They're outliers. The Japanese do this over and over and over again. In Scott's book, he has a section, in the index, and under the heading of massacres and atrocities, it goes down a whole page in small print. And this is just mostly in the Philippines. It's things like behind the Shell service station. There's a massacre behind the Shell service station. Against civilians suspected of guerrilla ties. De La Salle massacre. Fort Santiago sealed dungeon. Mass starvation. German club massacre. Philippine General Hospital, killing of men. POWs on Palawan. Red Cross massacre. Santo Domingo Church massacre. Over and over and over again. It's fascinating to wonder about this, isn't it? There's a book called Embracing Defeat that is about Japan's coming to grips with losing the war right afterwards. 46, 47, 1948. And one of the things I found interesting when reading it was that there was a big backlash amongst the civilians to returning soldiers when these sorts of stories of this kind of behavior filtered down to the public after the war. Obviously, they were not getting this during the war, and there was a backlash that one might compare to the way some Vietnam veterans were treated over the whole, taunting at the airport when they would arrive back in country for being baby killers. That was the epithet yelled at them. MacArthur will find himself occupied in liberating the Philippines for the rest of the war. Now, he will declare at certain times that the fighting has ceased in order to basically say, I have liberated the Philippines. But when the war actually ends, there's tens of thousands, I think it's like 50,000 men still under the same Japanese general who have to give up their arms and surrender. So I would say that the island wasn't pacified. But MacArthur will continually be fighting there, being hard slogging for the rest of the war, as I said. So while that's going on, you now have the determination to take the island of Iwo Jima, and right afterwards, Okinawa. These places, if you look at the map, are the Japanese in Hirohito's war. Herbert P. Vick says that the emperor looked at those areas as a moat, and the idea, of course, of the moat is to absorb the force of your enemy's charge and weaken them before they get to the castle walls. And Okinawa is like a southern area of the moat, and Iwo Jima is like an eastern area of the moat. Iwo is a tiny little place, a little volcanic island, 8 square miles. It's a nothing little place, but it can hold a couple of airfields. This is, as we've said in this whole war, airfields. A lot of this fighting is over airfields. Having or not having an airfield can make a huge difference. They're the ultimate strategic location in the middle of the vast distances of the Pacific. So the Americans want to take Iwo, and the Japanese are once again ready for them. So what happened in Peleliu begins to be the new trend. To have these places be built up, and they've had more time, right? The outlying islands, they hadn't had as much time or ability to really get the defenses the way they hope to get them. And Hallelujah, the guns peeking out from behind steel doors. Iwo takes it the next step higher than that. One of the most fortified places in the Second World War in terms of places that any of the Allies had to overcome. Iwo Jima is one of the most, if not the most famous battle that ever involved the U.S. Marines. But the reason for that is because it was so nightmarish. That's how you make a reputation, is you go through something that is like walking through hell. And when you read the accounts of the survivors and the veterans from Iwo, it's interesting how often, and many of these people had been on other island fights before, and so had something to compare it to, how often they would say, I can't even describe it to you. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. There's a few of these in Patrick K. O'Donnell's fine book, Into the Rising Sun, where he interviews veterans. I marked a couple of them. Mike Vinich from the 5th Marine Division said, quote, I can't hardly even describe it to you. The misery and the difference between this and all the other island fighting I'd experienced. Coming to Iwo was a different kind of fight. End quote. He has the remembrances of the last surviving person who was on the flag-raising team on Mount Suribachi, a famous incident, won all sorts of awards, maybe the most famous photograph taken in the Pacific War of these people on Mount Suribachi, Charles Lindbergh, and he said of the island, quote, Iwo Jima was a massacre. I never expected anything like that. People were dying left and right. Japanese were in caves and bunkers. You had to rout them out. End quote. Dean Voigt of the 5th Marine Division said, quote, Iwo Jima was as close to hell as you could get. I can't even begin to describe it to you. It was always hot, meaning active gunfire all the time, and explosions going off. People getting killed left and right. End quote. We should remind ourselves that these people have been to other places that are considered to be very bad fights as well. So when they're saying that Iwo Jima is on another level, clearly it is. And the Japanese had 8 months to prepare for this. And this does go back, I mean, in many ways, everyone's critical of Japanese strategy during the war and many other things, but they kind of did keep their eyes on the goal of making the Allies have to take these islands position to position to position and take huge casualties doing it in the hopes that they'd get tired of it. After all, how many Americans even could find Iwo Jima on a map? How many American boys is it worth to take a place like that? Especially if the people back home aren't thinking of many of the larger strategic implications. I mean, Iwo Jima's halfway between Saipan and Tokyo. Great place for an airfield. Lots of reasons you might want it. How many boys is it worth? The Marines are going to give more than they thought they would have to. And that's partly why it becomes this great battle in their history. It's a crucible. The island has more than 800 positions, pillboxes, bunkers, gun emplacements. The tunnels on this island stretch for miles underground, and I've read different accounts of it. 3 miles, 7 miles, 10 miles, 16 miles. I have no idea which of those is true, but some of them are big enough to drive a fully loaded truck into. The commander's is 75 feet deep, has electric lights, is completely protected from all those giant battlefield shells, and his plan is to let the Americans get on the beaches with their 3 divisions, something like 70,000 plus men, and then when everything was crammed and crowded into what would become one of the most congested battlefields in world history, if you look at the numbers, right, how many people are on an island, 8 miles square, then you start dropping giant mortar rounds on these crowded beaches, which have sand so fine and volcanic that no one can dig in it to give themselves a little shelter. You start tearing up the people on the beaches, and it's something like 2,000 casualties right away. Bam. The Marines are going to suffer 8,000 casualties in the first week. Remember, casualties means Wounded, missing, killed, prisoners, right? All of it. Here's the thing. It's easy to sort of forget the whole wounded thing until you start reading these accounts of these veterans. And you realize how long ago they're talking about when they talk about being wounded in a place like Iwo Jima. And yet they're still blind, or they're still in a wheelchair, or whatever the injury back then did to them, they've lived with the rest of their lives. So whereas one might think about killing wounded in a very different level, and whereas wounded might mean anything from slightly wounded to grievously wounded, we should recall the toll that takes on people's lives forever afterwards also. And in addition to that, and I mean, needless to say, when you think about it for 2 seconds, but combat produces all sorts of injuries, from the physical to the emotional to the spiritual, and often all of them together. Patrick K. O'Donnell's Into the Rising Sun, he quotes Iwo Jima veteran from the 5th Marine Division, Dean Winters, who talks about some fighting that goes on, and then he begins to talk about the next day. He says, quote, "The next day we were attacked again, losing several men killed or wounded. Every 100 yards there was another canyon where you had to dig the enemy out. One of our comrades was captured by the Japanese and pulled into a cave where they tortured him by splitting his finger webs up to his wrists. He was screaming uncontrollably. Our lieutenant got so angry he went in after him and was killed in the process. There was hardly any of us left in the entire company. For me, I was hit on March 14th. My hip joint was shot all to pieces. 4 Marines from the Marine Corps band were moving me to the rear, and one of the men was killed in the process. Since the war," he says, "I've been confined to a wheelchair and have tried to live a good life. However, I relive the war every day." End quote. That's an example of what the wounded in action statistic often boils down to, worth bearing in mind. That's a man who thinks about the war, a war from 70 plus years ago, every single day, right when he wakes up. If you read a lot about these various battles in the Pacific, as many of you have, I know, you begin to notice similarities and differences, and the differences begin to stand out so you can differentiate one battle from another. At Iwo, it's interesting how many of the people on both sides talk about how terrible the wounds are and how unlike many of these other island battles they were. And I've seen all sorts of reasons suggesting why that might be. A lot of mortars used, for example. The Japanese were using these massive ones. I mean, a lot of times mortars are like 60 millimeter mortars, they're kind of light mortars. These Japanese are using ones that are like 12-inch mortars, shooting 750 pound projectiles that have been declared ash cans, flying ash cans is the way one veteran described it. Mini refrigerators going so slow as they arc up in the air, you can see them and watch them. And then when they blow up, they leave a giant hole in the ground. Whatever was anywhere nearby is gone. And there's no place to hide on an island this small. Everything's within range. At no time does the commander allow, although there are some people who do it anyway, the suicidal charges that the Japanese have launched all throughout the war that use up so much of their manpower for no good reason. He's keeping his people hiding, and their job is to kill Americans, not to get killed charging them. They have to be methodically taken out. One Japanese survivor had said that it was like watching people try to exterminate insects. It was just methodical. And if you ever watch film, as I say, video film of this stuff, that's what it looks like. It looks like workmen a lot of the time. Sealing up caves, blowing up stuff, lots and lots of flamethrower usage, which turned out to be very important for this because a lot of the time you couldn't get the Japanese out any other way. But the wounds caused by all this equipment are terrible and remarked upon. Life magazine reporter Bob Sherrod had said, and he's quoted in many of my sources, Ian W. told adds some context there. He writes, quote, in the first 5 days of the battle, the Marines suffered an average of more than 1,200 casualties per day. The beaches and the flat terrain around the airfields were strewn with dead. Shell craters left records of direct hits. Some contained the mashed-up remains of 10 or 12 Marines. Exploring the terraces above Red Beach, Bob Sherrod observed, quote, nowhere in the Pacific War had I seen such badly mangled bodies. Many were cut squarely in half. Legs and arms lay 50 feet away from any body. In one spot on the sand, far from the nearest cluster of dead, I saw a string of guts 15 feet long. Another Sherrod narrative, or the same one later, I don't know, is picked up by Francis Pike in Hirohito's War. Francis Pike's account, by the way, picks up after the Marines get off the beach on the first day and start moving inland. And Pike used a word I'd never seen before, so I looked it up and I'm substituting the more commonly used term. Let's put it that way. And Pike gives his own version of context on the first day. It's quote, advancing towards Chidori Airport, the leading Marines were suddenly cut down by concealed underground positions. General Kurigayashi's death machine roared into action. It turned into a battle like no other in World War II. Japan's defenders had the advantage over attackers. Mobility, which characterized the advantage usually afforded the attacker in this situation, was entirely nullified in a fight that had to be won hole by hole, pillbox by pillbox, and cave by cave. By the end of the first day of fighting, 600 Americans lay dead, and a further 2,000 more had been wounded. Unusually, some of the highest casualties were engineers of the 133rd Seabees. The western beaches, he writes, were strewn with wrecked machines, body parts, and mangled bodies. At 5 p.m., a sickened Keith Wheeler told Robert Sherrod of Life magazine, quote, there's more hell in there than I've seen in the rest of the war put together, end quote. The noise was almost unbearable, Sherrod noted. Now, quoting Sherrod, he was an eyewitness to this. Quote, as the shells burst, as they crashed and shrieked, one of the wounded rose from his stretcher. He rose slowly, bending at the waist. His head was bare, and his arms were straight and rigid at his side. He sat, mouth open, and screamed, oh my God, good God Almighty. The corporal sobbed into the dirt. In the book A Tomb Called Iwo Jima by Dan King, he quotes the Japanese veteran Omagari, who comments on the fact that the Marines named one part of Iwo Jima the meat grinder. And King says that Omagari could easily understand why the Marines called it that, saying, quote, men didn't just die on Iwo Jima, they were ripped apart, torn to shreds and scattered. I saw torsos with no limbs, dismembered legs, arms, and hands, and internal organs splashed onto the rocks. End quote. The author then says Captain Fred Haynes, later Major General Fred Haynes, the operations officer for the 28th Combat Team. He says he might have summed it up best, but he said, quote, each day we learn new ways to die. These are the American accounts. The Japanese accounts are of people who are living. This is the one you'll see so often, like troglodytes underground with virtually no water. The island has virtually no water. People who know they're going to die are living amongst the dead and are dealing with, anytime they come out of their holes, just absolutely overwhelming firepower. But their job, we should recall, was always to die. And victory or defeat will be measured by how many Americans they're able to take with them. And they take enough Americans with them to influence public opinion back in the United States, which was a large part of their goal, right? To get the home front asking the questions of whether or not all this is worth it. It reminds me of the Tet Offensive in the Vietnam War. That wasn't intended to have some stunning victory over South Vietnamese and U.S. forces in the field. It was intended to influence public opinion back on the home front, to tell those people that you've been told the war is almost over, well, you've been lied to. Otherwise, how could we do this still? The Japanese are kind of sending the same message back to the United States, and the Americans on the home front are hearing it loud and clear. The Americans take almost 29,000 casualties and need more than a month to take an island that's 4.5 miles long and 2 miles wide. That most Americans don't even know where it is. The Japanese, of course, as is their trademark now, and that something that no one else does on a regular basis, lose almost everyone again. They have between 21 and 22,000 guys on the island. Slightly over 200 will be taken prisoner, and most of those, as usual, are Korean and Taiwanese workers who are generally impressed into service and don't want to be there to begin with. So here we are with the war seemingly, certainly in the end stages here, right? We're approaching Japan proper, and yet the fighting's getting harder. And the people back home notice, and they want answers. In the wonderful book Implacable Foes, historians Walter Hendricks and Mark Galicchio write this, quote, "The toll in lives lost on Iwo Jima produced a strong reaction at home and weighed heavily on the minds of those who directed the war. On March 15th, in the midst of the battle, the Navy released an anguished letter it had received from an unidentified woman pleading, quote, 'Please, for God's sake, stop sending our finest youth to be murdered on places like Iwo Jima.' She continued in the letter, quote, 'It is too much for boys to stand,' she wrote, 'too much for mothers and homes to take. It is driving some mothers crazy. Why can't objectives be taken in some other way? It is most inhuman and awful. Stop, stop.'" End quote. It's interesting that the Navy released that, isn't it? But according to these historians and others, a lot of it has to do with an effort to begin to gird the public for what is to come. They are starting to almost celebrate in advance because the war in Europe against Nazi Germany is clearly winding up, right? And the defeat is imminent over there. So the tendency is to think, yeah, victory's near, and we can celebrate, and we can stop all this rationing, the boys can come home, and the killing can stop, and all that. Not so fast. The Japanese just inflicted 29,000 casualties for a tiny little volcanic rock in the middle of nowhere, and I'm not showing any signs of being ready to surrender. And Hendricks into the Q, right quote. And by the way, Forrestal is the Secretary of the Navy. Quote, "Forrestal's willingness to publish the unidentified woman's letter and his acknowledgement that many others like it had been received suggests that he and his advisors recognized that they were reaching a critical moment in the war. As the letters made clear, a significant segment of the public was beginning to find the war's cost intolerable, just as American forces were drawing closer to Japan. Harder fighting lay ahead, and that reality had to be confronted directly, Forrestal seemed to say. Towards that end," they write, "the armed forces were aiding newsreel companies in producing more realistic reports of the fighting in Europe and the Pacific. During the battle for Iwo Jima, raw footage was dispatched back to the newsreel companies in New York and was ready for distribution within 2 weeks of the initial landings. The newsreels produced from the film displayed the horror of war with disturbing candor. Bosley Crowther, a writer for the New York Times, observed that, quote, 'The newsreels, thank heaven, are getting tougher. They're letting us have it right between the eyes,' end quote." The historians finish by saying, quote, "Of particular note," Crowther added, "was Pacific Fury, the name of a film, a forthcoming film on the capture of Peleliu and nearby Anwar, that looked closely into the faces of the men who fought these battles and thus personalized the strain and suffering they endured." End quote. That was a long quote. I apologize for that, but I wanted to get the historians to weigh in on this because trying to gauge what a public mood might have been like at a time like this is something that historians are particularly well suited to do. And, it's funny how this dovetails, though, to the original Japanese concept here. You factored it down to the basic question of who's going to win the war. It was going to be whoever was willing to suck up more casualties for a bunch of places. It really didn't mean that much to Americans. It's not like we're talking about the Japanese conquering a U.S. state in North America, right? You're going to fight to the death for that. But do Americans care about Iwo Jima that much? Because the Japanese care for it a lot, but it's a lot closer to them, isn't it? Not only is it the American public, by the way, who's starting to fume a little bit about this and get a little impatient, especially amongst people who've lost people or people who are going to lose people in the future if this continues. You're starting to see discord being sown by some of the media outlets. I mean, the San Francisco Examiner, a newspaper that's owned by William Randolph Hearst, makes the predictable criticism here that this is bad leadership. That's the Monday morning quarterbacking where they're saying if MacArthur was in charge of this wouldn't have happened. Right? He's a genius. He's known for saving his troops' lives. If he was here, in other words, sort of casting blame on this idea that command should have been divided at all, and that anybody but MacArthur should have been in command. Now, we should point out, though, Hearst is a guy who probably gladly support Douglas MacArthur for the Republican nomination for president in the next election. So this is maybe not all it appears to be on the surface, but it's a sign. It's a sign that people aren't happy with the level of casualties that are being taken, and people are wondering whether or not it's worth it. We're not fighting it right, or maybe we shouldn't be fighting it at all. This is a worrying sign for a country about to see a skyrocketing amount of casualties that you have to have in this theater to get this over with. Look at what the Russians are starting to take the Soviets in their last push towards Berlin. It's horrifying. And what the Germans take in the process as well. That's what those numbers we started off the segment were all about. It's a meat grinder, and we're getting it done in the European theater a couple of months before it's going to happen here in the Pacific. Is there a way out of hell here? Well, maybe. Maybe is the key word here. Because there are different views on ways that the war can be shortened. But because there's not enough data for one side or another to whip out there in support of their argument, that it becomes sort of a he said, she said wartime situation. There's a group of people who believe that a weapon already exists that would make the dreaded 1946 invasion of Japan scenario go up in a puff of smoke, become moot instantly. You wouldn't have to have any more of those Iwo Jimas. This is the sort of weapon that the mother writing that we couldn't take any more of, sending our flower of our youth to go die for these meaningless places. Well, what if you had a way around that problem? And what would that be worth to you, or to your country, or to the Allies? There are people who are proponents of the idea that bombing from the air can be decisive in a war. The theory can go either way. It's got proponents and opponents, but the best short enunciation of the hypothesis I've ever seen I ran across in Gwen Dyer's book War. He quotes the British head of Bomber Command, Sir Arthur Harris, who said during the war, quote, "There are a lot of people who say that bombing can never win a war. Well, my answer to that is that it has never been tried yet, and we shall see." End quote. Aerial theorists in multiple countries, both Axis and Allied, have been thinking about this sort of stuff for a while. Now, in Germany, you're starting to finally see bombing make a difference. It kind of looks in the statistics, and these arguments are still ongoing too, that the bombing was sort of something that was a pinprick for Germany for a long time, or that they could work around. And then all of a sudden, late 1944, early 1945, you reach like all this, a capsized moment where it started to be having a huge impact on things, which, let's be fair, there were other things happening to the German military that also would have played into what turns out to be like a systemic failure at a certain point. But let's remember, for contextual reasons, what aerial weaponry is doing to Germany late in the war. In the book Choices Under Fire, The Moral Dimensions of World War II, historian Michael Bass writes, quote, on February 3rd, 1945, the U.S. 8th Air Force sent 937 bombers and 613 escorting fighters over Berlin. They leveled large parts of the city and killed some 25,000 persons. On February 14th and 15th, 800 British and 400 American bombers flew in over Dresden, igniting a firestorm that burned for a week and killed at least 60,000 non-combatants. End quote. Now, I've seen a much lower casualty figure for Dresden than that, but even if it only killed 25,000, only 25,000, and this in a country that has relatively sophisticated civil defense facilities. I mean, these people are mostly in bomb shelters, and you get those kind of casualties. How horrible would they be if they were running out in the open? Germany's getting hit multiple times a week. And by the end of the war, I believe Heidelberg is the only mid to large-sized German city that is not decimated by the bomb damage or really completely wiped off the map. Go look at photos. It's shocking. You are not seeing those kinds of results in the Pacific Asia theater yet. This is how total war turns things morally topsy-turvy, right? Is that the people who are running the B-29 super fortresses out of the Marianas Islands since 1944 bombing Japan, they're in trouble for not doing the sort of damage that we just mentioned in Europe. But today, people look on that as horrifying. In the war, if you had I guarantee you when the Allied populations woke up in their newspaper and read about those bombing raids in Germany that I just quoted from Michael Bass's book, those are good things to them, not bad things. There's a difference between, they say in cold blood or in hot blood with murders and crimes. War is hot blood. Us today trying to make sense of their decision making is done in cold blood, and it's a very different thing. The idea that the commanders of the American air assets in the Marianas are in trouble for not doing more damage to Japan, not being more effective, gives you an idea, though, of what the priorities are. And in January 1945, they bring in new leadership to see if they can shake up the results here. And the guy who comes in to do that is one of the famous proponents of aerial bombing. He is a guy who is as much of a caricature as MacArthur is or General Patton is, and he's not like Patton. The kind of guy who has those sort of can-do, almost heartless toward the enemy sorts of attitudes in wartime, and then when we go from hot blood to cold blood, they look horribly out of place. There are a couple of figures in the famous movie Dr. Strangelove where if you mash them together, you get one General Curtis LeMay, and that's who gets brought in to shake things up with the B-29 super fortresses. Oh, incidentally, the most expensive weapon the U.S. paid for this war. I mean, it's the most expensive weapons program. You win a trivia contest against people with a line like that, but that puts a lot of pressure on the people that were out there risking their reputations to promote this thing. Right? This is going to have a decisive impact on the war. Well, in a couple of months of bombing Japan, it hasn't done squat. LeMay said after he took over the air assets in the Marianas, quote, this outfit has been getting a lot of publicity without having really accomplished a hell of a lot in bombing results. End quote. So he changes strategies, adopts doctrines and ideas that have been percolating in the U.S. Air thinking might be a good way to put it for years now, all the way back to 1939. They were noticing that Japan might be extra vulnerable to the setting of fires from the air. They do experiments in 1943 where they built mock-up cities of both German and Japanese cities so they can test stuff out. LeMay had spent some time in Indochina with another American air general named Chenault, who was a proponent of incendiaries, right, mixing incendiaries in your bomb loads, which is a pretty common thing for most countries to do, by the way. And they burned down the Chinese city of Hankow to deny it to the Japanese, and learned quite a bit about how the Asian construction materials, like lots of wood, for example, how they could best be set on fire. So when LeMay gets to the Marianas and sees the meager results And the high casualty rates that they've been suffering on these raids to Japan, he changes things up. He puts a bunch of different things in place. Some his own sorts of ideas, others that he grabbed from years of thinking about this amongst American thinkers. And he launched a couple of preliminary raids using these new methods, and then he puts it together, looks at the data from those smaller raids, and then launches one in March. That is what nightmares are made of. It was called Operation Igers, March 9th, 1945. About 330-some B-29 Super Fortresses take off from the Marianas Islands heading for Tokyo. They carry a bomb load that it would take 1,000 B-17 Flying Fortresses, the big American bomber that flew over. It would take 1,000 of them to carry the bomb load of these 330-ish B-29s. And the bomb load has been tweaked. A lot more incendiaries added. Certain particular incendiaries with napalm, which is a relatively new development, certainly in terms of deployment, discovered back in 1942. But it's jelly gasoline, kind of. Like so many of the incendiaries used by the major powers in the Second World War, if it splashes on you, it just continues to burn. Phosphorus is like that too. You can't put it out. Very difficult. So these planes are going to come in low, which is against everything they were designed to do. This is a fantastically high-level bomber, the B-29, that offers protection and all kinds of other benefits. To bring them in low is to go against the design ideas. But the winds over Japan are crazy. The cloud cover is almost constant, and if the plane's going at 5,000 feet instead of 25,000 feet, you avoid all those problems. The Americans have learned that it is suicidal to do that in a place like Germany with their air defenses, but LeMay believes you can do it in Japan, especially if you do it at night, because the Japanese air defenses at night are significantly worse than they are in the daytime. The problem with going in at night is you kind of expose the fallacy of the basic idea that Americans celebrate with their bombing doctrine. The Americans are a precision bomber country. They have these great bomb sites and optics and these tactics that have been developed to try to hit installations and factories and railway yards and infrastructure and things that help the war effort, but not target civilians, not bomb indiscriminately over whole areas. But in the mid-20th century, precision bombing in the daytime is hit or miss, if you pardon the pun. At night, you're just kidding yourself. I mean, you're not even trying. It's an area attack at night. And to use incendiaries in an area attack at night is to decide that you want to burn down a city. How do you measure the effectiveness? What's a good outcome for you if you launch a bombing raid on a city with the goal of burning it down? You get congratulated if you burn it down. And there's not a country in the war that would use in their propaganda or their public statements the idea that they're deliberately trying to kill civilians. So everybody has a sort of a rationale, a logical insanity, we called it, for why they do what they do and what they're targeting. The Americans never, ever waver from the public pronouncement that they're going after military targets. And they can defend that in Japan because the military targets have all been decentralized. I mean, they have a lot of little workshops aiding the defense effort mixed all over Tokyo. One author that I read called the bombing raid target a classic mixed target, meaning you have infrastructure, industry, and civilians with homes and schools and hospitals all mixed together. But in a flammable city, if you can set it on fire and burn everything down, you get all those military targets, but you get everything else too. The March 9th, which will continue into March 10th, an almost 3-hour raid by these more than 300 bombers, takes out 16 square miles of Tokyo. Remember, this is an experiment. I'm wondering how this is all going to work. And for all LeMay knows, he's going to get tons of planes shot down. And when the results come back in, everyone's overjoyed because this is the most effect these B-29s have been able to have so far. I think in all the raids up till now, they killed less than 2,000 people in Tokyo. But in this less than 3 hour raid, they kill 100,000. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey said that, quote, probably more persons lost their lives by fire in Tokyo in a 6 hour period than in any equivalent period of time in the history of man. End quote. Let that sink in for a minute. The worst military attack ever, the most costly, the most damaging, and that 100,000 number is an estimate. Marius B. Jensen thinks it's closer to 120,000. No one knows. The very records that might help shed some light on that burned up in the very fire that took all these lives. The number of official injuries of people seeking help and documented is over 40,000. Many of the statistical surveys I was looking at triple that number. And if you look at photographs of the 16 square miles, something like 40% of Tokyo's main area, it's ash. And then you have brick and stone and metal buildings sprinkled here and there. And you can see the outlines of the roads, but everything else looks like the bottom of your barbecue, including the people. The people inside those buildings, by the way, did not find sanctuary. Those buildings turned into ovens. And the accounts that are available are, it sounds like gratuitous stuff to even mention it. I've always wondered about what I always like to call the worst places to be in the world at any given time, like this battlefield, that disaster site, whatever it might be. And I always darkly joke that the worst place to be is like a tie for 100 different incidents, but how is this not on it? In his biography of General Curtis LeMay, or Kozak, gives you the rundown of how this goes, and the weapons and the technical side of this, right? Because remember, the Americans are trying to figure out how to be effective with this weapon system. They're trying out different mixes of things, different tactics, strategies, altitudes, bomb loads, and the composition thereof. And Kozak writes, quote, each plane would fly individually in 3 staggered lines between 5,000 and 7,000 feet. The first planes to take off would fly at slower speeds in order for the later planes to catch up. It would be unlike anything yet seen in the war. 3 long lines of bombers coming in at very low altitude. The bombardier's job would be greatly simplified because a small group of planes coming from a different direction would drop incendiaries in the front and back of the target zone before the lines of bombers arrived, similar to lighting up both ends of a football field at night. The planes coming after them from another direction would see the fires that the lead bombers had set and then bomb the area in between. The plan, he writes, was brilliant in its simplicity. The human cost, he says, would be determined later. End quote. He continues, quote, LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters, meaning cluster bomb. The witnesses said they looked like bananas all clustered on a tree, and then when they were dropped, all the bananas would split off separately. He says LeMay decided to drop E-46 clusters that would explode at 2,000 feet above the ground. Each cluster would release 38 incendiary bombs of napalm and phosphorus, creating a rain of fire over the city. In all, 8,519 clusters would be dropped, releasing 496,000 individual cylinders weighing 6.2 pounds each, resulting in 1,665 tons of incendiaries to be dropped on Tokyo that night. End quote. If there's one thing that has been learned about strategic bombing to this point in the war, is that sometimes you get lucky or unlucky, depending on whose point of view we're looking at this from. Sometimes the climatic conditions are perfect. Sometimes you have some wind in the region. If everything were to conspire against the civilians in the city, the bombs mixed with the wind, mixed with the climate, and all that could create something called a firestorm. This happened in Germany several times. Dresden, we just mentioned. Hamburg's a famous one. And what that does is take the casualties from something that might be a 6,000 or 8,000 or 12,000 dead civilian night, which sounds horrible, and convert it into something, amplify it into something like a 25,000, 30, or 35,000 dead civilian night. In his book, War, military historian Gwen Dyer had said that if the British Bomber Command could reliably create these firestorms, whenever they wanted to, the war would be over in 6 months. That sounds like an opinion to me, but it's an interesting idea, being able to create these equivalents of a natural disaster, right? A global weather-oriented disaster, for example, a flood, a volcanic eruption, a tsunami, something like that, right? A freeze, whatever it might be. To be able to do this as a weapon of war, well, it's interesting to speculate what that might mean for the war effort, and that's exactly what people do. I mean, how do you order a raid that might kill 100,000 people? How does one live with oneself? The way you do it, though, is by telling yourself that you saved even more than that. Now, as an aside here, I've done more than 10 hours of talking about the logical insanity, the moral logic of strategic bombing as the proponents of that theory see it. And I would suggest that the jury is still out. Nothing has been decided yet on whether the people who suggest that a shorter war that is nastier is actually more merciful and humanitarian than a longer war that isn't, right? The idea being throwing the monkey wrench into the human being lawnmower, right? That anything that short circuits the ever-functioning conveyor belt of death here is the greater good in the minds of people who can manage to sleep at night, ordering the deaths of that many people. LeMay said over and over, as did a lot of the people he worked with, that this was going to shorten the war, and that shortening the war was the most important thing. It is so hard to not judge this sort of action by the standards of now. But what I constantly try to remind myself is that 1945, by then, they're not operating by our moral standards anymore. They're 6 years into total war, a war of survival, extermination, the very highest possible stakes, and all sorts of terrible things done up until this point. I mean, how do you order to burn 100,000 people? Well, a little at a time. You work your way up to it. We shouldn't forget that the side that's being bombed here were some of the early proponents of bombing cities. I mean, the Germans did it to Warsaw, they did it to Rotterdam, they did it to Britain for 9 solid, heavy months and killed more than 40,000 non-combatants in Britain. In 1945, they're launching V-2 rockets in Britain, killing sometimes more than 10,000 people with the V-2s. Yeah, the V-1s, it is more than 10,000 people. So nothing has stopped. The Japanese were bombing Chinese cities and killing civilians before the Second World War even started for most countries. They were dropping. Let's remember, this is a war where the Japanese are infecting fleas with the plague bacillus and then dropping that on Chinese cities from the air to see what happens. When someone says, how can you drop incendiaries that kill 100,000 civilians, you say you work up to it. By 1945, the war is at kind of an insane sort of level. But nobody feels that all of a sudden killing 100,000 people in Tokyo is tons worse than killing 60,000 in Hamburg or 35,000 in Dresden. See what happens when it gets insane? We're in crazy territory by 1945. It's easy to forget, too, that these numbers, which are impossible to conceptualize, involve real people with human experiences on the ground, the sort that are unimaginable. Listen to the eyewitness accounts. or what the historians have to say. Historian Conrad C. Crane, in his book Bombs, Cities, and Civilians, writes about Operation Meeting House, the March 9th, 10th raid on Japan, and says, quote, "The selected zone of attack covered 6 important industrial targets and numerous smaller factories, railroad yards, home industries, and cable plants. But it also included one of the most densely populated areas in the world." End quote. He goes on to say 135,000 people per square mile. He continues, quote, "Before Operation Meeting House was over, between 90,000 and 100,000 people had been killed. Most died horribly, as intense heat from the firestorm consumed the oxygen, boiled water in canals, and sent liquid glass rolling down the streets. Thousands suffocated in shelters or parks. Panicked crowds crushed victims who had fallen in the streets as they surged towards waterways to escape the flames. Perhaps the most terrible incident," he writes, "came when one B-29 dropped 7 tons of incendiaries on and around the crowded, I believe it is Kokotoi Bridge. Hundreds of people were turned into fiery torches and, quote, splashed into the river below in sizzling hisses," end quote. That's from an eyewitness. One writer, Crane says, described the falling bodies as resembling tent caterpillars that had been burned out of a tree. Tail gunners, Crane says, were sickened by the sight of hundreds of people burning to death in flaming napalm on the surface of the Sumida River. A doctor who observed the carnage there later said, quote, "You couldn't even tell if the objects floating by were arms and legs or pieces of burnt wood," end quote. Crane then says, quote, "B-29 crews fought superheated updrafts that destroyed at least 10 aircraft and wore oxygen masks to avoid vomiting from the stench of burning flesh. By the time the attack had ended, almost 16 square miles of Tokyo were burned out, and over 1 million people were homeless." End quote. Glenn Dyer had quoted an eyewitness of one of the firestorms in Germany. It said that the sound that you hear during it was like an old church organ that was very loud and playing all the notes at once. As we said, generally the conditions have to contribute to create these sorts of firestorms. And there was already something like a 30, gusting maybe to 40 mile per hour wind in Tokyo when this happened, so that makes it a fire danger already. And Tokyo is known as a city prone to fires. Japan had a problem with that. Tokyo had a very specific problem with that. That's why the U.S. had identified it years before as prone to incendiaries, and it really burns. It creates its own weather. Just like the firestorms in Dresden and in Hamburg, where the winds start turning into almost a tornado, and you read account after account of people being swept away by an invisible hand of wind that just pulls them away. And it's so bad that you can't see anything because it's blowing pebbles and rocks into your face. The accounts from some of these German attacks talk about the asphalt melting, and that happens everywhere. So you try to run down the streets and you find yourself sinking in molten asphalt. They talk about the wind sucking all the oxygen out of things. You'll find these air raid shelters in Germany where everybody's just suffocated. The temperature reaches 1,800 degrees in the center of some of this fire area, and people just start exploding in flame. You read over and over about people just like matchsticks explode. A lot of people who found their avenue of escape cut off in every direction just sat down in the street. One of my sources said faced the Imperial Palace and waited to die. They were found there. The photographs there are not many, but and the photographs, to be honest, the photographs of the bombing bodies in Europe too are hard to handle. We're talking about large piles of bodies in the Tokyo raid. They're all burned, carbonized. In the rising sun, author John Tolan follows one person who lived through this. Father bundles his 4 children and his wife up, something that he hopes will protect them from the fire. They take off trying to get away. And Total writes, quote, they pushed their way across the bridge to escape the roaring blaze that was pursuing them, quote, end quote, like a wild animal. A strong wind sucked into the flames, swept a sticking storm of pebbles into their faces. They turned back to the gale and plodded slowly away from the conflagration, fascinated at the sight of oil drums rocketing through the roof of a cable factory near the river and exploding into balls of fire 100 feet in the air. The center of Tokyo, he writes, was as incandescent as the sun. Billowing clouds of smoke surged up, illuminated below by orange flames. Thousands crouched terrified in their wooden shelters where they would be roasted alive. End quote. An author whose name I absolutely can't pronounce, 1,000 apologies. I couldn't find anything online. Horito Edwin. I'm going to go with. He wrote a book, The Night Tokyo Burned, many years ago. He took some eyewitness accounts and put them together of people who have visualized something that I don't think any of us can imagine. It's both fascinating and repellent at the same time. So he has one eyewitness account by a captain. The author says they had just gone to this bridge to check out conditions there because people were running towards water wherever they could find it. The author says, quote, and there they were stunned by the sight of countless dead bodies that lay everywhere around. They were in a forest of corpses. In every direction, bodies were crumpled so closely together that they must have been touching when they died. They lay there now, mute evidence of the fury of the American attack on Tokyo's civil population. The captain looked out over the Ichido River and shook his head. What a pitiful situation it was. So appalling that it exceeded the imagination's ability to deal with it. What could rescuers do in a situation like this? There was no one to rescue. Touch one of the roasted bodies and the flesh would crumble in the hand. Humanity reduced to the essential, turned into carbon. End quote. The account continues, and this is not to be gratuitous. This is to give an idea of exactly what mankind's capabilities, what our human capabilities have finally achieved, what levels now of damage we can do. This is the sort of thing you read about after a giant, act of God, natural disaster type thing. That's something that's targeted at something. He then talks about the captain looking at the bank of the river and seeing how the waves that had been wind-driven had pushed all of the corpses, he says tens of thousands of them, up against the beach and stacked them like cordwood. It was this weird sight. When you read the accounts of Operation Meeting House and the result afterwards, it sounds like the American Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, and the General of the Army, George Marshall, were both quite bothered by the civilian casualties in the bombings in Europe and the Pacific. But they seem to be amongst a very small group of people who are. Not only is this considered to be a better than expected result, but LeMay will turn the bombers around 2 days later and do it again. And turn around a couple days after that and do it again. And will continue to firebomb Japanese cities until he runs out of incendiaries to use on them. There's a temporary lull while they try to get more to his plane. They'd underestimated how many bombing runs that he could do, but he's a taskmaster and he's a guy who gets things done. But he's also very blunt about what war, especially modern war, mid-20th century war, boils down to. And he's, again, I had said earlier, a caricature, but not a caricature like a cartoon character. A caricature like a two-dimensional figure that doesn't seem like a fully fleshed out human being, because the caricature isn't, but the caricature said about the bombing in Tokyo, quote, this is quoted in Conrad Crane's book, by the way, quote, we were going after military targets. No point in slaughtering civilians for the mere sake of slaughter. Of course, there's a pretty thin veneer in Japan, but the veneer was there. It was their system of dispersal of industry. All you had to do was visit one of those targets after we'd roasted it and see the ruins of a multitude of tiny houses with a drill press sticking up through the wreckage of every home. The entire population got into the act and worked to make those airplanes or munitions of war. Men, women, children. We knew we were going to kill a lot of women and kids when we burned that town. Had to be done. End quote. So how do people that order those kind of things done sleep at night? Well, maybe if they have a problem sleeping at night, if they don't figure out some way to end this whole thing by throwing a monkey wrench into the assembly line of death in Warren Kozak's biography, LeMay, he describes a letter that LeMay described in his memoirs as sticking in his head, something he thought about, and Kozak says, quote, "In his memoirs, LeMay makes more than one reference to a letter that continually weighed on him." Now quoting the letter, quote, "Dear General, this is the anniversary of my son Nicky being killed over Hamburg, Berlin, Tokyo. You killed him, General. I just wanted to remind you of it. I'm going to send you a letter each year on the same date, the anniversary of his death, to remind you." End quote. Kozak then says this, quote, "LeMay's only way to stop these types of letters from coming was to end the war. He rationalized the potentially significant loss of Japanese life on the ground with the following logic. Marines were suffering horrendous casualties on Iwo Jima in a slow, agonizing fighting, evidence that the Japanese were becoming even more ferocious the closer Americans came to the home islands. And unlike the U.S. or German industry, which was factory-centered, Japanese manufacturing was greatly decentralized. Individual parts for airplanes, tanks, and bombs were produced in homes and in backyards." Quote, this is LeMay talking now, "No matter how you slice it, you're going to kill an awful lot of civilians, thousands and thousands. But if you don't destroy Japan's capacity to wage war, we're going to have to invade Japan. And how many Americans will be killed in an invasion of Japan? 500,000 seems to be the lowest estimate. Some say 1 million. We're at war with Japan. We were attacked by Japan." End quote. In 1939, pretty much every major country in the Second World War decried the idea of bombing civilians. By 1945, none of those countries have a moral leg to stand on anymore because either they've already done it themselves or they've done things you might even see and call worse. Now, it is unfair to judge the moral sensibilities of a guy like Curtis LeMay in a vacuum. I mean, you have to really try to figure out where he was on the scale of his age and day. How did the general public in the United States feel about this? They overwhelmingly supported it. Just like the British public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaigns, just like the German public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaigns, just like the Japanese public overwhelmingly supported their bombing campaigns. All of these populations, of course, are having their information constantly pruned and redacted and filtered so that they just get what the government wants them to see. And they're being heavily propagandized to feel a certain way and adopt a certain view. That's uniform. It's happening in every country. For example, the hundreds of newspapers in the United States that celebrate and tout this firebombing of Japan, they don't show mounds of charred human corpses. They don't play that side of it up. They may not even know how many people died. It's all about how many structures were burned, how much damage was done to the war effort, and all those kind. How many of our own planes got home safe. This is exactly how other countries would portray a similar situation involving their forces. What's more, we have to recall the amount of propaganda out there making sure that people were prepared for this level of commitment and nastiness. In his book, Bombs, Cities, and Civilians, Conrad Crane quotes a little bit of the dialogue from one of these movies they made in 1944. It's one of those partnership deals between Hollywood and the government. Right? These are propaganda films or films that have a message that bolsters up the home front. and it involved a film with Dana Andrews, who was playing a Doolittle pilot, one of those pilots that symbolically bombed Japan back in 1942, got captured, was going to be executed, and so they put these words in his mouth just before they're leading him away to have, I guess, his head cut off. The film, by the way, was called The Purple Heart, and this is the kind of dialogue that preps one for an air campaign like this. Quote, "It's true we Americans don't know very much about you Japanese, and never did. And now I realize you know even less about us. You can kill us, all of us, or part of us. But if you think that's going to put the fear of God into the United States of America and stop them from sending other flyers to bomb you, you're wrong, dead wrong. They'll blacken your skies and burn down your cities to the ground and make you get down on your knees and beg for mercy. This is your war. You wanted it, you asked for it, and now you're going to get it. And it won't be finished until your dirty little empire is wiped off the face of the earth." End quote. And then they lead the hero off, execute him, make you feel extra angry, and you're ready to go burn down some Japanese cities yourself. Those who actually had to do that, though, are to be pitied. There are, you never get the stories of people who returned just fine, never thought another day about it and moved on, but you do hear the stories of those who were traumatized by it. Lots of tales of people returning back to their base with their clothes smelling like burnt human flesh. Pilots and crew members turning in after-action reports with shaking hands. In Matthew A. Rozel's book, The Things Our Fathers Saw, one of the crew members said this, quote, "We had to kill in order to end the war. We heard about the thousands of people we killed, the Japanese wives, the children, and the elderly. That was war. But I know every B-29 air crewman for the next 2 or 3 years would wake up at night and start shaking. Yes, the raids were successful, but horribly so." End quote. General LeMay and the Air Corps' position here is basically that we are going to continue to do this to you, and you can't stop it until you say you've had enough and you end the war. And yet, as crazy as it sounds, as bad as things already are for Japan, they're not going to end the war. And Herbert P. Biggs, historian Herbert P. Biggs, writes in Hirohito on the making of modern Japan, quote, "2 days after Emperor Hirohito's inspection of bomb damage in the capital," that means after the big Tokyo firebombing, "no less a person than retired former minister Shirihara Kijiro, once the very symbol of cooperation with Britain and the United States, gave expression to a feeling that was widely held by Japan's ruling elites at this time. Namely, Japan had to be patient and resist surrender no matter what. Shirihara had earlier advised Foreign Minister Shigemitsu that the people would gradually get used to being bombed daily. In time, unity and resolve would grow stronger, and this would allow the diplomats, quote, room to devise plans for saving the country in this time of unprecedented crisis," end quote. Biggs then goes on to quote a letter from the same foreign minister 10 days after the Tokyo firebombing, which said, quote, "If we continue to fight back bravely, even if hundreds of thousands of non-combatants are killed, injured, or starved, even if millions of buildings are destroyed or burned," and then Biggs finishes his thought by saying there would be room to produce a more advantageous international situation for Japan, end quote. That's the same line we've been hearing for a long time now, isn't it? That if we can just shift the momentum here, change our luck a little bit, get lucky, have one victory, we can go to the negotiating table then and not be without something to use to bargain with, right? But way back in February, some of the people who, it's very hard to divine who was really for peace and who wasn't, but some of the people that are often credited with being more in the peace faction had tried to sway the hardliners, knowing that the hardliners' biggest fear over any eventuality was communism, by saying, if this keeps up, you're going to get the people overthrowing the government and the emperor and everything else, and that'll be worse than what the Allies would do to us if we surrendered. And even with all that hanging over the heads of the Japanese leadership and the elite here like a sword of Damocles, with more fire bombings, to continue, Japan fights on. And on April 1st, Allied troops land on Japanese soil on the island of Okinawa. And not only the Americans are in on it this time, but elements of the British Navy, the British Pacific Fleet are there now. I mean, Germany's almost had it. No reason to keep the fleet in the Mediterranean. Italy's out of the war. No reason to keep it in the North Sea or the Atlantic. Bring it here to the Pacific with those aircraft carriers, with the armored flight decks. That'll be useful against kamikaze attacks, and help us take the first of the Japanese home islands, although it's iffy whether you would consider Okinawa one of the home islands. Some of the Okinawans wouldn't consider it one of the home islands, but it turns out to be a battle that acts as a preview, a version in miniature of what the Allies can expect as they continue to move toward Japan and islands like Kyushu, right? Okinawa has something similar to Japan also that the Allies will have to deal with. Lots and lots of non-combatants, civilians. And they're not running off to some refugee camp. They're not fleeing to another part of the country. They're stuck there on an island 60 miles long, but only about 10 to 12 miles wide in some spots. And you're talking hundreds of thousands of people. More than 100,000 Japanese soldiers, more than 100,000 American troops. Okinawa is going to produce the highest casualties in the Pacific War, and some of the worst casualty rates in American military history. And by the end of the ordeal of Okinawa, both the Japanese and the U.S. military will be showing cracks in their psychological facades. At first, it goes better than anyone on the Allied side has a right to expect. The invasion, as we said, kicks off April 1st, and there is seemingly little to no resistance. You still have the big American bombardment of the beaches. The entire choreographed military ballet goes the way it has for several islands now, but the Japanese are in the interior, staying away from where the big guns can hurt you, and are planning to let the Americans come to them, and then they're going to take as many of them with them as they can. But for 4 or 5 days, the Americans don't run into anyone, by and large. I mean, the Marines will sweep up toward the north of the island and take a few of the smaller islands just offshore of Okinawa. The Army units, for the most part, will sweep south, and it's not until like the 4th or the 5th of April until they run into the prepared defenses on both ends of the island, especially the south. And around the time they do is when the big Japanese suicide, air and naval suicide attack that's meant to be the answer, the response to this U.S. Okinawan invasion hits. You get a chance to see how things are going to be amplified as you get closer to the Japanese homeland, which is less than 400 miles away from Okinawa, by the way, and what was a trickle, for example, of suicide planes earlier in the war when they first showed up becomes an absolute flood at Okinawa. And there's all kinds of suicide things ready at Okinawa. The Americans find several hundred speedboats loaded with explosives before they can be used against the Americans. The Japanese will be using a guided bomb, where a person guides the bomb after they drop it from a giant aircraft in this encounter. But the main assaults and damage is going to be carried out by your standard kamikaze planes. And the new tactic is going to be, or the tactic, I'm not sure how new it is, to mix kamikaze planes in with planes that are doing conventional attacks, normal bombers. And so if you're an American anti-aircraft gunner, how do you know the difference and who do you shoot at? It becomes confusing. And there's going to be, I think, 10 full-on kamikaze assaults during the whole Okinawan campaign, but in between the big assaults, you have a single kamikaze here and there, a couple of them attacking. And in one 40-day period, the U.S. fleet will be hit by some kamikaze attack every single day. Can't relax for 1 minute. And it's hard not to look at this as perhaps the first real test of what modern naval combat's going to look like, because there hasn't been modern naval combat between two first-rate naval powers since the Second World War. The little bits that you've gotten have shown how important missiles are going to be in naval combat. Well, we haven't had a war where hundreds of naval missiles have been launched in fleets of ships. The closest comparison you can find is what's going on off the coast of Okinawa, when sometimes hundreds of kamikazes mixed in with hundreds of bombers will show up and attempt to get through the American defensive screen and sink American ships. They have far more success setting them on fire than outright sinking them, but they begin to whittle down the American strength, and not in a way where you have the danger of the whole fleet being sunk or anything like that, but it's costing a lot of sailors' lives who are getting horribly burned, the ones who survive. It's taking out a lot of smaller ships, and a bunch of American carriers end up getting injured enough to go back for repairs. I read one observer who was comparing the fact that most countries have wooden flight decks, including the Japanese and the Americans, but the British, who we had just mentioned, had shown up here with their fleet, or one of their fleets, their Pacific fleet, and their aircraft carriers have armored flight decks, which cuts down, I guess, on the number of aircraft you can keep on board, so that's a downside. But when the kamikazes hit it, the observer had said that if this happens to an American vessel, it's back to port for 6 months of repair. If it happens to an English, British vessel, you just call the sweeper squad and come and just hose off the deck here. Send this kamikaze, what's left of this kamikaze plane, right into the ocean. The Japanese will lose thousands upon thousands of aircraft in the Okinawan campaign. I've seen numbers all over the map. Just going by the Encyclopedia of Military History, though, they claim somewhere north of 7,000, somewhere south of 8,000 aircraft chewed up in this campaign. But they also manage to sink 36 of the U.S. Fifth Fleet's ships and damage another 368 more. That is not insignificant. We should recall that the Japanese are stockpiling all these kind of things on the home islands for future assaults. There was a surface component that was supposed to work with these kamikaze attacks, and the interesting aspect of that is that it involved the super battleship Yamato, whose sister ship was sunk a few battles ago, the Musashi, and neither ship having done much in this war. Both ships had every right to be the queen of the seas when they were launched and commissioned. Only the technological wheel of fortune had passed them by, and over the course of several hours, the American aircraft, sometimes 100 at a time, will sink her just as easily as they sunk their sister ship to Musashi. Lots of bombs, lots of torpedoes, but there was nothing to it. The Americans lose between 10 and 15 aircraft sinking, not just the Yamato, but the cruiser and the destroyers with it. It's nothing. You look at the disparity between what those 10 or 15 aircraft cost the United States in time, labor, resources, opportunity cost, everything else, versus what the Yamato cost the Japanese. Technology has a way, doesn't it? Taking something that was very valuable not that long ago and making it practically worthless now. On April 12th, just as things are really starting to get nasty on Okinawa itself in the land combat, the American president, who has served more time in office than any other president in American history, dies in that office. Roosevelt was famously trying to get a little of his strength back in Warm Springs, Georgia, when he's having his portrait painted, and tells the people that he's got a terrible headache and succumbs very quickly to a cerebral hemorrhage stroke type incident. This is not a surprise to anyone who was around the man at all. You read account after account after account for a good year before his death. that he looks like death is at his door. A lot of people thought it was irresponsible for the man to run for his fourth term in office, as sick as he obviously was. What's more, if you're in the middle of a war, especially, and you're a world leader and you know how sick you are, wouldn't you be really concerned with who your successor is? That's part of the interesting angle here. The President of the United States has only recently picked a new vice president, so a guy who's in office for 4 terms, so long that most of the soldiers on the ground have no memory of any other president in their lives. He's got a new vice president as of January 1945, so it's April. Something like 82 or 83 days he's had this guy, and he's not someone that really anyone knows. His name is Harry Truman. It's interesting, isn't it, that of the so-called Big Three Allied commanders of war, Allied leaders, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, only Stalin is still in power at the end of the war. Churchill famously gets this is the election, July 1945. Someone's shoulders saying that he's not big enough for the job. When he hears that it is his job, he'll say to Eleanor Roosevelt, Franklin's widow, "Is there anything I can do for you?" And she says, "Is there anything I can do for you? You're the one in trouble now." Truman himself was written when he found out he was president. He felt like the whole world, stars and universe fell on top of him. This is a guy who, in his 82 or 83 days as Vice President of the United States, met alone with the President of the United States a mere 2 times. And yeah, that guy, the guy dying, where everyone knew he was dying, didn't even mention to the Vice President that they've been working on a secret weapon that he might now inherit. It's borderline negligent. And Truman is no Roosevelt. If you're going to take over in wartime, and especially if you're going to take over in this kind of a critical moment in wartime, you'd like to think you have some really august figure. And Truman's opponents and people who didn't like him would often call him a failed haberdasher. He is not someone that when you look at him, you think, okay, this is going to be one of the really powerful, august movers and shakers. But it's going to be up to him on what to do for the rest of the war. And there's going to be some pretty darn big decisions, as you can imagine. Actually, the end stages of the Second World War, not a good time to be one of the leaders in the Second World War on either side. As we said, Churchill loses an election, he's gone from power. Roosevelt dies. Mussolini will be executed by partisans on April 28th. Hitler will die in early May. Germany will surrender, by the way, in early May. May 7th, May 8th there. So things are clearly winding down. But what this means is, in the middle of the Okinawan battle, Japan becomes the only one still fighting. The only major power still on the Axis side fighting. And the fighting is getting more vicious all the time. The Japanese have several lines cut across the width of the island, and they're forcing the Americans to take them on head on. And you begin to see the kind of combat that reminds one of the First World War than the Second. In fact, I think it was Ian W. Toll that referred to Okinawa as a Pacific Verdun. If you look at a picture of the Okinawan campaign, especially one taken over at the Shuri line in the south after the fighting's been going on for a while, you'd be hard-pressed to say that wasn't a First World War battlefield. And it just looks like giant piles of dirt with some roads cut through it. I mean, there's nothing green left anywhere. No trees, no stumps, no grass, no nothing. Holes in the ground where the troops are trying desperately to not be killed by mortars or artillery shells. And just like the First World War, because the situation is so dangerous that people can't go about their business, including things like going to the latrine in the rear area, everything stays where it is. Excrement, trash, bodies, and that contributes to something which Well, in the First World War, it shattered the sensibilities of a lot of the people forced to live in those circumstances. And in Withio, Reed, Pelham, Okinawa, E.B. Sledge, Eugene Sledge, was at Okinawa and describes just what it was like over on the Shuri line. And remember, sometime in this conflict, the rain starts and makes everything worse. If you're already living in a latrine, what happens when you add water, right? And Sledge writes, quote, "Everywhere lay Japanese corpses killed in the heavy fighting. Infantry equipment of every type, U.S. and Japanese, was scattered about. Helmets, rifles, BARs, packs, cartridge belts, canteens, shoes, ammo boxes, shell cases, machine gun ammo belts. All were strewn around us, up to and all over Half Moon." That's one of the battle areas. He says, quote, "The mud was knee-deep in some places, probably deeper in others if one dared venture there. For several feet around every corpse, maggots crawled about in the muck, and then were washed away by the runoff of the rain. There wasn't a tree or bush left. All was open country. Shells had torn up the turf so completely," he writes, "that ground cover was non-existent. The rain poured down on us as evening approached. The scene was nothing but mud, shell fire, flooded craters with their silent, pathetic, rotting occupants, knocked out tanks and Amtraks, and discarded equipment. Utter desolation. The stench of death," he writes, "was overpowering." How does one deal with that? Well, Sledge says, quote, "I existed from moment to moment, sometimes thinking death would have been preferable. We were in the depths of the abyss, the ultimate horror of war. During the fighting around Umer Brogel Pocket on Peleliu, I had been depressed by the wastage of human lives. But in the mud and driving rain before Shuri, we were surrounded by maggots and decay. Men struggled and fought and bled in an environment so degrading, I believed we had been flung into Hell's own cesspool." End quote. Sledge also describes what happens when they're out there killing lots of Japanese, which they were, and then the shells come in and chew up the bodies that were laying on the ground, which is the environment that the Marines and the Army troops have to actually live in. He writes, quote, "The situation was bad enough, but when enemy artillery shells exploded in the area, the eruptions of soil and mud uncovered previously buried Japanese dead and scattered chunks of corpses. Like the area around our gun pits, the ridge was a stinking compost pile. If a Marine slipped and slid down the back slope of the muddy ridge," he writes, "he was apt to reach the bottom vomiting. I saw more than one man lose his footing and slip and slide all the way to the bottom, only to stand up horror-stricken as he watched in disbelief while fat maggots tumbled out of his muddy dungaree pockets, cartridge belt, leggings lacings, and the like. Then he and a buddy would shake or scrape them away with a piece of ammo box or a knife blade. We didn't talk about such things. They were too horrible and obscene even for hardened veterans. The conditions taxed the toughest I knew almost to the point of screaming. Nor do authors normally write about such vileness, unless they've seen it with their own eyes. It is too preposterous to think that men could actually live and fight for days and nights on end under such terrible conditions and not be driven insane. But I saw much of it there on Okinawa, and to me the war was insanity." End quote. The actual fighting, trying to get people out of caves and defensive positions, if you weren't actively involved in the kind of combat Sledge was just talking about, was a kind of horrific and extremely dangerous tediousness. And Ian W. Toll says, quote, "It was slow, bloody, treacherous work, involving flamethrowers, grenades, satchel charges, small arms, bayonets, and even knives and bare hands. General Buckner, the American commander, referred to these tactics as the blowtorch and corkscrew method." End quote. He then goes on to talk about how unbelievably brave and tenacious both sides were in fighting for things like high ground positions, which would often change hands, then change hands again, then change hands again, sometimes 10, 12 times. Toll writes, quote, "Naval gunfire and air support were valuable on Okinawa, but they never superseded the bravery, initiative, and grit of individual infantry units. In the end, the soldiers and Marines had to dig their enemies out of the ground and kill them. There was no other way. Rarely could they gain an advantage through flanking maneuvers. On the constricted terrain around the Shuri ridges, each battalion was wedged into a densely populated section of the line. On average, 1,000 troops for every 600 yards, and the only way to hit the enemy was by frontal assault. They might briefly seize control of the top of a facing ridge, but then be driven back by heavy artillery fire from positions farther south, or by Japanese infantry counterattacks in superior force. That was a recurring pattern on Okinawa. The high ground often changed hands in a succession of attacks and counterattacks, sometimes as many as a dozen times. American and Japanese dead, he writes, were splayed side by side on the battlefield. All foliage had been blasted or burned away from the once verdant landscape, and the zones between the opposing lines were scarred and denuded wasteland. Artillery and mortar shells fell relentlessly, shaking the walls of the trenches and foxholes. Japanese infiltration attacks were a nightly horror. More than on any previous Pacific battlefield, infantrymen suffered psychotic breaks and had to be evacuated as quote-end-quote psycho cases. The war correspondent John Lardner saw a soldier led away from the front line by two medical corpsmen. He was uninjured, but wide-eyed and shrieking, "They'll get every one of you! They'll get every one of you!" End quote. But it's not just the conditions that would drive you crazy here. I mean, the soldiers are put in the kind of positions that I remember, and I think I've mentioned before, the Vietnam class, which was all the rage when I was in college. They were taught on a lot of campuses, and they would bring in these Vietnam veterans to talk to us military history majors, we military history majors. And I'll never forget how often the problems happened when the soldiers were forced to deal with civilians or people that did not fit the mold of what one is preparing themselves to fight in boot camp and all these other things, right? An enemy soldier, killer, being killed. It's different when the enemy soldier is 12 years old or a woman. And the hundreds of thousands of civilians on Okinawa made it absolutely impossible to avoid hurting these people. And I had said earlier that there was nowhere to run, that they hadn't been evacuated. Actually, some had been evacuated. Something like 80,000 had been evacuated. There had been others moved to other parts of the island by the Japanese, considered to be safer, but several 100,000 were still in the way and in caves and trying to stay away from the combat. Others had been drafted by the Japanese, because remember, as far as they're concerned, Okinawa has been under Japanese control for a generation, so they impress people into the sort of the home guard. They have calling them Hitler Youth is perhaps not right, but they have sort of a militant youth organization that has boys 14 to 17 years old in it. They get thrown into things. Girls, 14 to 17-year-olds who are nurses, nursing students get thrown into this, and everybody's going to take casualties. In his book, The Battle for Okinawa, survivor and higher command official Colonel Hiromichi Yahara describes running into some of these, and girls, is the young women, I don't know what you would call somebody 14, 15, 16, running into them who are doing work in one of these caves. All of them very aware that they're probably on a kind of a suicide mission here. And Colonel Yahara writes, quote, "During the construction, meaning of one of these places, I often visited Tsukasa to encourage the workers. Young civilians, including many boys and girls, had been conscripted to work on the tunnels and the airfield. Deep in the tunnel on one of my visits, I found several girls repairing a water leak. When I praised their effort, one girl stood and said sweetly, quote, 'We'll do our best until the end,' end quote. I was deeply touched," he writes, "by their devotion to duty." The end, of course, means when they all die. A lot of those people will end up being killed by being stuck in the crossfire, just like the soldiers, right? Dying from artillery or mortars. They will sometimes be trapped in caves with military people, and so everyone dies. Sometimes they will be trapped in caves and too afraid that the civilian population is absolutely terrified, just like the people on Saipan were, the Americans. They've been fed this idea that they're going to be tortured, raped, and killed in the most horrible ways. And so they're trying not to surrender to the Americans, but that means that when some American calls out into a cave and says, come on out with your hands up, and no one does, they throw a grenade into the cave and keep going. A lot of people die that way. But the worst is when the civilians, sometimes with Japanese using machine-gun shields, sometimes with the Japanese dressed up as civilians trying to get away, and a crowd of civilians will usually at night rush American lines, and these soldiers had orders not to let anybody do that for obvious reasons. You might be able to live with yourself for a long time, knowing that you killed an enemy soldier who was trying to kill you. It's a lot harder, as I said about the Vietnam veterans, when it's someone you're not ready to ever think of yourself having participated in snuffing the lives out of. It's one of the things that creates the extra tragedy. In Patrick K. O'Donnell's book, Into the Rising Sun, he interviews a bunch of Marine veterans who talk about these incidents that they remember, and you can just see how the killing of civilians can sometimes get through the psychological defenses that these soldiers have that might have protected them had they been able to say, it was me against the other soldier, fair fight. It's a little different when something like what happened to Joe McNamara from the 6th Marine Division happens, and he's quoted in the book as saying, quote, "One night there was a bunch of firemen. They passed the word. Be alert, they're coming through the lines. The next morning we found out it was the civilians that had tried to come through the lines. And they were out in this open field, all killed. Jesus Christ, dead children, women, old men. They said there were Japanese among them, forcing them to go. We were putting out pamphlets every day telling them, the Okinawan civilians, to stay on the main roads and not to come through our lines. There were a lot of them killed. It was horrifying to see dead babies, dead children. We didn't have anything to do with it. Another group accidentally did it. Just the thought of all those people. We tried to get them, the civilians, out of the caves also. As we were advancing, we knew they were in there, and we tried to get them out. If we couldn't, we didn't know if there were soldiers in there, and tossed in hand grenades. In a cave, you don't know who's in there or what they're doing." End quote. Elmer Mapes of the 6th Marine Division is also quoted, similar situation. Says that they told the people from Okinawa, stay away from the lines, you're going to get hurt. He says that the Japanese would put on civilian clothes and try to blend in with the crowds or use them as human shields, as we said. And he says, quote, "Things were quiet for a while when all of a sudden just everything started. Machine guns, rifles, you could hear the screams. I wasn't right next to it. I was in a foxhole 20 yards or so away. After everything quieted down, there was a solitary baby crying. Just a little tiny baby, no other sound. The baby was crying in the night. Everyone was dead except this poor little baby there. The mother was probably dead." End quote. Patrick Allman is also quoted and also remembered that same baby. You can see how something like that might pierce the normal psychological defenses that anyone who has to face another soldier in combat may have put up, right, as a way to get through your emotional armor. One of the things Holman said, though, was running into a sniper who was just a child. He says, quote, "The only thing I really vividly remember was this particular sniper. He killed 3 or 4 of my men. We located him by the sound of the bolt on his rifle. They flushed him out with a grenade. He was a 12-year-old boy. His magazine spring was broken, so he was only able to slowly fire 1 shot at a time. He was a damn good shot." O'Donnell says he sighs now. And then says the range was only 50 feet. The Japanese had left him there, and he did what they left him to do. We shot him right there. How does one deal with this? I was trying to figure out how I would deal with it, and then while I was reading soldiers' remembrances of the situation, I came across one who basically said he had to drink. He couldn't continue to exist like this and kill like this without something to numb his emotions. And in the Mammoth Book of Eyewitness World War II, Edited by John E. Lewis, he quotes John Garcia from the 7th Division of the U.S. Infantry Society Soldier. By the way, he's talking about the Japanese general who had committed suicide by the time the fighting was over. He writes, quote, "We buried General Ushijima and his men inside a cave. This was the worst part of the war, which I didn't like about Okinawa. They were hiding in caves all the time, women, children, soldiers. We'd get up on a cliff and lower down barrels of gasoline and then shoot at it. It would explode and just bury them to death." He continues, quote, "I personally shot one Japanese woman because she was coming across a field at night. We kept dropping leaflets not to cross the field at night because we couldn't tell if they were soldiers. We would set up a perimeter. Anything in front, we'd shoot at it. This one night, I shot, and when it came daylight, there was a woman there and a baby tied to her back. The bullet had gone through her and out the baby's back. That still bothers me. That hounds me. I still feel I committed murder. You see a figure in the dark, it's stooped over. You don't know if it's a soldier or a civilian." End quote. He continues right from that point, quote, "I was drinking about 1.5 of whiskey every day. Sometimes homemade, sometimes what I could buy. It was the only way I could kill. I had friends who were Japanese, and I kept thinking every time I pulled the trigger on a man or pushed a flamethrower down into a hole, what is this person's family going to say when he doesn't come back? He's got a wife, he's got children, somebody." End quote. He continues, quote, "Oh, I still lose nights of sleep because of that woman I shot. I still lose a lot of sleep. I still dream about her. I dreamed about it perhaps 2 weeks ago." End quote. And the interviewer says he let out a deep breath, something more turbulent than a sigh. "Those are the remembrances of a man who may have come home with no visible wounds on his body, but is clearly bearing some scars for the rest of his days. How many more of those people are you going to have when you have to invade the Japanese home islands?" And maybe a better question to ask, although I'm not sure, is what is an invasion of the home islands going to do to the civilians? Because when you look at what it did to them on Okinawa, you stand back and a hair on the back of your neck stands up. No one knows how many died, by the way. I mean, Okinawa's got slightly less than 500,000 people during this time period, and there may have been as many as 150,000 of them killed. The low numbers are way down by 30,000, so that shows you the range here. But so many of them die in circumstances that absolutely break your heart. If you want to read a very disturbing book, in the early 1980s, that's my audience, right? I'll read a very disturbing book, yes, of course we do. In the early 80s, an Okinawan newspaper went around and collected the stories of survivors, sort of piecing together little bits of the mosaic that is this whole affair on a memory-by-memory basis, and the results are horrific. And every story its own personal Reader's Digest survival or not story. The story of the nurses, 14, 15, 16 years old nursing students, and what they went through and how many of them died, and the horror of that. The killing of their own wounded, which was happening on a widespread basis. And again, maybe that's a little glimpse of the future here when the Japanese home islands are invaded. One of the survivors, one of these nurses quoted, talks about one of those incidents, and in the book it says, quote, "The American artillery bombardment continued throughout April and May. So at the end of May, the naval units moved temporarily down south. There were many seriously wounded men in the shelter, and those who were unable to move by themselves were euthanized with potassium cyanide. At the start, it was mixed in with their food. The wounded just lay there, writhing in agony. After one of the group ate some of the food and died, none of the others would eat it. So the next method they tried was injection, many men dying from what were passed off as injections for, quote, the good of your health, end quote. After watching one of the wounded men die from his injection, the other patients struggled violently and were held down by several staff while they were given their injections. Toshiko, who's one of the nurses who witnessed all this, talked about this as the most horrific of her war experiences. Quote, They died almost immediately after the injection. They just let out a little sigh or groan before both hands started to twist and contort. End quote. This was happening all over the island, and in other circumstances, the soldiers are being recorded as being resigned to this fate. But the part that, if you're looking at Okinawa as a preview of the Japanese home islands, that most takes your breath away, it's the group suicides. And I should point out that you can find examples of this. I mean, there's a lot of people in Germany killing themselves as the Red Army approaches their territories, and there's whole books on that. But the experience in the Pacific is different. Those were spontaneous things. In the Pacific, it's not always clear whether this is what the people who are killing themselves want to do, whether they feel compelled to but would rather live, whether they've been fed a bunch of propaganda that makes them think they have no choice. But one of the most horrific things I've ever read in my life involves one of these caves where these civilians are holed up. The Japanese soldiers give them all a bunch of grenades to kill themselves, but there's not enough grenades, and a bunch of the ones they get are duds. So they have to figure out a way, without any weapons, how they're all going to kill each other. And they're all related. These are family members. And just to make matters worse, by the way, as soon as the first grenades do go off and these people start committing suicide, Americans outside the cave think that they're being attacked, so they start shooting into the cave. So the civilians are caught between people blowing themselves up in one part of the cave and Americans shooting into the cave thinking that they're being attacked. The man's name, by the way, is Kinjo, who's having this memory, and he says that between the Americans shooting from one side and people blowing themselves up from the other, he was sort of in a state of shock. But then as his eyes clear, he notices a former official who had picked up a piece of wood and who had started bashing his wife and children with it, saying that the bizarre suicidal environment in that cave had obviously turned that man into a madman, that he would bash his own wife and children to death with a piece of wood. But then they all realize that they need something if they don't have a grenade to kill themselves and their loved ones with. And this is where it gets mind-boggling. I mean, can you imagine having to kill your family members? Can you imagine having to do it by hand? Can you imagine how hard it would be if they just sat there, told you they loved you, and then waited patiently for you to do it? Quoting from the account in Descent into Hell now, quote, "Those people who had not been able to take their own lives with grenades were worried about being left alive. They had to find other ways to kill themselves, and the former ward chairman's behavior," the guy who bashed his family, "had set the example. Some used scythes and razor blades to slash themselves, while others strangled themselves with lengths of rope. As the mayhem unfolded, they found all sorts of ways to kill, including bashing others to death with rocks and sticks. Men bashed their wives, and parents bashed their children. Young people killed the elderly, and the strong killed the weak. What they all felt in common was the belief that they were doing this out of love and compassion." End quote. Then Kinjo and his brother have to do the same thing to their family members. Quote, "Kinjo and his elder brother also had to fulfill their role. Everything that was happening around them made them understand that they had to carry out their duty as well. Kinjo said, quote, 'I think it was our mother we hit first,' end quote. As he and his brother began bashing her in the head, Kinjo screamed out until she became a blur through the tears flowing from his own eyes. For the first time in his life, he wept uncontrollably. Quote, 'I have never wailed like that since,' end quote." The account then says, quote, "The brothers used sticks to rain blow after blow on their mother, watching her from behind as their pounding sent her step by step towards her death is still a vivid image in Kinjo's mind. However, it says he has no recollection of what he did to his sister and brother after that." End quote. Imagine finding yourself in a situation like that. And now think about how many more people are going to find themselves in that situation. Are we to believe that this is going to somehow end on Okinawa? Or is this a Nostradamus-like view of what's still to come for everyone. I was fascinated by some comments in Hiroichi Yahara's book, The Battle for Okinawa. He was a colonel, and he, in the book, started to ask real angry questions about Japan's leadership and how they can let this happen. And all throughout this series, we've been talking about that too, this idea of the leadership as just immune sometimes to the suffering of their own people, their own soldiers. Yahara talks about how this idea of the Japanese not surrendering but killing themselves instead developed, and then says by the Second World War, the Greater East Asia Wars they call it, this was sort of ingrained and you were ordered to not be taken prisoner. But he's asking what the point is. And he writes, quote, Japan had never lost a war. We had also never waged a war in which large forces were isolated from mainland support. Thus, not to be taken prisoner became a fixed principle, part of our military education. Since the middle of the Greater East Asia War, most Japanese garrisons in the Pacific Islands adhered to the supreme Japanese principle, never surrender to the enemy. Officers and men, he writes, usually committed suicide as a last resort to avoid the ultimate shame of capture. Our 32nd Army was now faced with this situation. Must 100,000 soldiers die because of tradition? From this point on, he writes, it was but a battle to kill the remaining Japanese soldiers for nothing. We could cause the enemy little damage. They could walk freely on the field of battle. The war of attrition was over, and we would simply be asking the enemy to use his formidable power to kill us all. Indeed, he writes, it is a high ideal to fight to the end to maintain national morale. But were our leaders worth the sacrifice of an entire people? With the end of the war in sight, they shouted us, millions of people must die for our nation. Why? Are they really aware of the entire war situation? It was foolish, he writes, to force everyone to die simply because Japan had never before lost a war. End quote. He says the decision to surrender should have been made as quickly as possible. He says at least before Okinawa was lost. Colonel Yahara also mentions the American propaganda efforts, the attempts to get Okinawans and Japanese to surrender, to convince them that, that the Americans are not the terrible monsters they've been told to be, that everyone will be safe. You may recall that these efforts were done on Saipan, and they're going to be stepped up here. A.W. Toll says more than on any other previous Pacific battlefield, the Americans are trying to persuade their enemies to give up the fight. He says they'll drop tons of leaflets, 30,000 in one day alone, that they will mount loudspeakers on jeeps, trucks, patrol boats. They'll drop loudspeakers with parachutes, hoping that the broadcast before it hits the ground will reach people in caves. He even says that they're using American Japanese citizens to create really good translations. They're using cultural sensitivities to realize how the word surrender might be sort of a trigger, might be a modern term for it, so they don't use the word surrender. And Colonel Yahara writes, quote, American propaganda was transmitted from small craft offshore. There were daily broadcasts in fluent Japanese. Now he's quoting the broadcast. Okinawan civilians, we will guarantee your lives. We will give you food and medicine. Please move toward Minatoga before it is too late. Alternatively, Japanese soldiers, you fought well and proudly for the cause of Japan. But now the issue of victory or defeat has been decided. To continue the battle is meaningless. We will guarantee your lives. Please come down to the beach and swim out to us. End quote. Yahara continues by saying, quote, thus the enemy struck not only with broadcasts and shells, but also with countless propaganda leaflets dropped from the sky. None of it showed the viciousness so typical of propaganda. They said candidly that Japan's defeat was inevitable. They spoke of Japan's leaders and their indifference to the lives of subordinates. End quote. And perhaps one could argue that on Okinawa, they're working. at least by the really tough standards the Japanese have set. For the first time, you're going to see a decent number of Japanese soldiers surrendering, sometimes as units. This is unheard of in the Pacific War. I think it's something like 11,000 or so Japanese surrender, but as usual, a nice proportion of those are really Korean and Taiwanese laborers pressed into service. But it's like 7,000 Japanese soldiers, which is significant, and you want to say that this is a sign. As we pointed out, the Japanese are like everyone else, only more so. It took them longer to get to the point of morale collapse, but here it is. But other historians will point out that maybe that's the backwards way of looking at it. Rather than noticing how many managed to get to surrender, look how many didn't. The Japanese suffer something like 110,000 casualties in Okinawa. And 100,000 of those are people that either fought to the death or took their own lives at the end. That's terrifying if you're trying to extrapolate data on what an invasion of Japan's casualty rate might look like. Maybe you think to yourself that you don't care what the enemy's casualty rate is. Well, what about the civilians? The numbers of Okinawans who died range anywhere from 30,000 to, I've seen 150, 160,000 as numbers thrown out there. Extrapolate that out for Japanese civilians, and maybe you say, well, listen, once again, this is the enemy side. I'm not going to worry too much about their people. Okay, what about your people? I don't know how many non-Americans were participating in the eventual invasion of Japan, but the American casualties on Okinawa are frightful. The worst in the Pacific War so far. 50,000 casualties, basically. Almost 13,000 dead. 5,000 sailors dead. Author Richard B. Franken said that the Navy and Marine losses at Okinawa by themselves constituted about 17% of all the casualties sustained by the Navy and the Marines for the whole war. So there's an idea of how nasty things are. Oh yeah, another sign maybe of sort of war fatigue is that you can see the casualties, the psychological casualties on the U.S. side spike. I've heard all sorts of possible reasons for this. Some saying that the battlefield in Okinawa was sometimes so like a First World War battlefield that you started to see a lot of the same sort of combat fatigue, battle fatigue, psychological casualties that they saw in the First World War. I've seen others blame it on the flood of replacement soldiers that the terrible casualties necessitated. I mean, the stories are legendary if you read them about how quickly those people tend to die when they arrive in battle the first time. They haven't acquired the skills necessary to survive. They always remind me when you read the stories of those sea turtles that have to hatch on the shore and then run the gauntlet of predators and threats to make it to the safety of the sea. Well, those replacement soldiers, if they can last a little bit in combat, will develop the skills necessary to survive. But combat is so unforgiving that tons of them get wiped out, very quickly. And the old soldiers don't ever want to get to know them very well because they die so fast. But it's not just in a military sense at all that you're starting to see the psychological tension mounting. Earlier recorded a letter from a mother that Navy Secretary Forrestal had released to the public, which it cuts right through the emotion of a personal letter like that, cuts right through the names and dates and places and all the other narrative, and somehow reestablishes a little bit of the emotional connection to the story. And in Implacable Foes, historians Waldo Henricks and Martin Galicchio do the same thing. They use a letter as part of trying to give a sense of how done with this the American people are. I mean, Okinawa comes after Iwo Jima, which comes after Peleliu. I mean, these are body blows in terms of a war that, listen, if you've ever been through a pandemic and you're just ready to take the mask off and go back to normal, and not have a lot of deaths, that's how Americans and a lot of people in the rest of the world are feeling by 1945. Henricks and Galicchio writing this, by the way, while the Okinawan battle is still going on, right? Quote, "The battle for Okinawa dragged on. As the casualties mounted, so did the questioning of American strategy. In mid-May, following one of his daily War Journal broadcasts, radio commentator Martin Agronsky received an angry letter from a Mrs. C.J.H., the mother of a soldier on Okinawa, asking why the Army, War Department, and American leaders generally were not being held accountable for, quote, all this slaughter of American boys, end quote. An anguished string of questions followed, now quoting the questions from the letter, quote, why haven't reinforcements reached those boys on Okinawa? Why must the same troops fight for 45 days? Why only 6 divisions in the first place? Why must every battle in the Pacific be bloody? It was bloody Tarawa, bloody Saipan, bloody Peleliu, bloody Leyte, bloody Iwo Jima, bloody Okinawa, bloody Mindanao, all of 3 divisions there, she writes, bloody Luzon, not finished, and it will be bloody Borneo. Doesn't it ever enter anyone's mind that we are paying a needless, too high a price in human blood in the Pacific? End quote. And once again, you get the questions over strategy, which leader should be in charge. People go after General Buckner and his decision to go head-on into the defenses of the Japanese at Okinawa rather than try an amphibious assault around the flanks. But Buckner can't much really respond to that because he becomes the highest American general in the war to die in combat. He's killed in an artillery attack. And of course, the Japanese generals die too. They all kill themselves. Before the fighting on Okinawa is even completed, the brand new American president, still on the job for less than 2 months at this point, gives a speech to the news media. You can tell that he seems uncomfortable at this point still with scripted announcements and cameras. And as we recalled earlier, when he's the first American president without the initials FDR that anyone's experienced in a dozen years. But he gives a warning to Japan, the Japanese people, in fact the entire world, that if you don't want to have the same thing happen to you that happened to Germany, give up now.
There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed, with the same completeness as was the power of the European dictators. To do that, we are now engaged in the process of deploying millions of our armed forces against Japan in a mass movement of troops and supplies and weapons over 14,000 miles, a military and naval feat unequaled in all history. Substantial portions of Japan's key industrial centers have been leveled to the ground in a series of record incendiary raids. What has already happened to Tokyo will happen to every Japanese city whose industries feed the Japanese war machine. If the Japanese insist on continuing resistance beyond the point of reason, their country will suffer the same destruction as Germany. Our blows will destroy their whole modern industrial plant and organization, which they have built up during the past century, and which they are now devoting to a hopeless cause. We have no desire or intention to destroy or enslave the Japanese people, but only surrender can prevent the kind of ruin which they have seen come to Germany as a result of continued useless resistance.
The whole situation in Germany is creating all sorts of very interesting societal and economic problems around the world, and especially in the United States. I mean, when you have a war ending in Europe with millions of men under arms there, what happens to them? Do some fight the Japanese? Do some get demobilized? And what happens to all the domestic political concerns and labor and management issues and all these things that have been put on hold as part of the unifying efforts that the country, and many countries did the same thing, put together for the war effort? A lot of this stuff is starting to rise up to the surface again before the Americans and the Allies have reached the war's finish line here, right? Just because Germany's defeated doesn't mean Japan is. And as we said earlier, the Americans really have to gird themselves for what's to come, because the plans for the invasion of Japan are harrowing. Slated to start in late 1945, moved to the more important islands where places like Tokyo are by 1946, and the casualty estimates are horrific. I'm not sure what the proper adjective to use is when the high numbers begin to look like 1 million men maybe will be casualties. Worth pointing out, though, that even today we argue over what the casualty numbers would have been. No one knew. What's more, the tendency in the Pacific on the Allies' part has been to underestimate the casualties that they'll suffer, so no one knows. The basic plans, though, that are being batted around boil down to two main ideas. Some people want to blockade the country, which is already under a naval blockade to some degree, but tighten that, have ships just keep everything from coming in. Fuel, medicine, food, everything. Starve them to death. And then keep bombing them the way you're bombing them. This may sound, by the way, like a merciful strategy. Blockades often do sound like the lesser of two evils. But ask anyone who's ever lived through one, when you start denying food and medicine to people, you have a horrific circumstance without any bombs exploding. And in the blockade and bombing scenario, you're still going to have Japanese cities burned out. The other idea is to bomb them the way you're bombing them and then invade. Both of those ideas have huge downsides. The Navy certainly understands after Okinawa that they're going to be facing constant and withering attacks from kamikazes when they invade the home islands. They had 40 straight days at one point on Okinawa. That's going to be something that whittles down strength and kills a lot of sailors over a long period of time. But an invasion with ground troops, this is a terrifying concept, and no one knows how many people might die in something like that. In July 1945, a bunch of things happened that changed the situation somewhat and clarify it somewhat. Two of these things overlap, by the way. There's going to be a very big conference in Potsdam, outside of Berlin in Germany, now in ruins, Germany, where the leaders of the Allied camp, Stalin, Truman now in his first one of these things, and Churchill, his last one. He'll actually lose the election during it and be replaced by a successor midway through the conference. They had this conference that's mostly about what we do in Europe, what's the post-war situation look like. Oh yeah, and what about the Japanese who are still fighting? When the conference is ongoing, something happens back in the United States that changes the whole equation, and Churchill has to be informed about this. The Manhattan Project proves to be successful. An atomic bomb test in New Mexico goes off without a hitch, and the world enters into the nuclear era with very, very few human beings on the planet Earth realizing it. Churchill finds out afterwards that the test, which no one knew how it was going to turn out, how it went, and he wrote about it in his History of the Second World War, and said this, quote, "The President," meaning Truman, "invited me to confer with him forthwith. He had with him General Marshall and Admiral Leahy. Up to this moment, we had shaped our ideas towards an assault upon the homeland of Japan by terrific air bombing and by the invasion of very large armies. We had contemplated the desperate resistance of the Japanese fighting to the death with samurai devotion, not only in pitched battles, but in every cave and dugout. I had in my mind," he writes, "the spectacle of Okinawa Island, where many thousands of Japanese, rather than surrender, had drawn up in line and destroyed themselves by hand grenades, after their leaders had solemnly performed the rite of suicide, is what it means, to quell the Japanese resistance man by man and conquer the country yard by yard might well require the loss of 1 million American lives, and half that number are British, or more if we could get them there, for we were resolved to share the agony. Now all this nightmare picture had vanished. In its place was the vision, fair and bright indeed it seemed, of the end of the whole war in one or two violent shocks. I thought immediately myself of how the Japanese people, whose courage I had always admired, might find in the apparition of this almost supernatural weapon an excuse which would save their honor and release them from their obligation of being killed to the last fighting man." End quote. I have a hard time here in the 21st century squaring the moral circle between the idea of a fair and bright vision, as Churchill terms it, and dropping atomic bombs on people. But perhaps this should be taken into account, that I'm not living in a world where cities are being bombed and incinerated multiple times a week, and Churchill and these Allied leaders making these decisions are. What to them might seem an incremental step up in nastiness, to us seems like something that should never, ever, ever be done. And someone might say we're reacting to this emotionally, and in the time period where they're operating, they're using logic. Right? This is the human being lawnmower logic, isn't it? The idea that anything that puts a halt to the conveyor belt of death and saves more lives long term is the greater moral good. But you got to do some really horrific things to get there. I mean, look how it perverts the entire goals of this atomic bomb. I mean, in a way, if the goal here, and it is to shock a stubborn Japanese leadership into finally seeing the light here that they've lost the war, a little like slapping a hysterical patient, to get them to calm down enough to take in reality, you want this bomb to be as horrible and terrible as possible. The worse it is, the more likely it is that it's going to do its job of being a monkey wrench into the gears of this conveyor belt of death. It's a really weird place that the logical chain of thinking can get you to arrive at, isn't it? We called it logical insanity in the shows that we did on this evolution of the logic of things like strategic bombing, but this is a lot bigger than that. This goes to the human experience on so many levels. Gwynne Dyer, in his book War, said that what's being done with things like atomic bombings and fire bombings, that this is just the natural extension of what human beings have always done. The weapons are just a lot more horrific than they used to be. But I can't stop thinking about the idea about personal experience. All these people making these decisions are doing so from a theoretical background. As far as I know, none of them have ever lived through a firebombing, or, God forbid, an atomic attack. What if they had? Would they still feel like this was the right decision to make? Would they still feel like this was a bright and fair vision? And I can hear people saying, well, you're just making decisions from emotion rather than logic. But look where logic has gotten us. The emotional reactions to something like an atomic bombing, when you read them today, they're the ones that sound saying it's the logical decisions that seem crazy. Historian Michael Bess, in his book Choices Under Fire, mentions in World War II, reminds us not to forget the equivalent of being on the ground rather than making this too intellectual a discussion. He writes, quote, sometimes as we engage in the intellectual exercise of trying to understand the complexities of the war, we can become inured to the underlying realities. This psychological distancing from our subject no doubt reflects, in a small way, the manner in which the wartime leaders themselves gradually became calloused to the dreadful acts that were being perpetrated all around them, and that they themselves were perpetrating. As we analyze the wartime decisions, we catch ourselves, to our shock, tossing around numbers of dead human beings, 10,000 here, 100,000 there, almost as unfeelingly as the participants themselves. This tendency towards psychological numbing is understandable and perhaps unavoidable, but we need to resist it as vigorously as we can. We must keep reminding ourselves what it really means. In practice, to speak the words firestorm or Hiroshima. For hidden beneath the abstraction of words grown customary from heavy use, lie the unimaginable cruelty and madness of what actually happened. End quote. Ian W. Toll, in his book Twilight of the Gods, gives one of the better overall descriptions of this, when on August 6, 1945, the first atomic bombing attack in human history occurs. He writes, quote, Little Boy, the uranium bomb dropped on Hiroshima, that's the big name. Little Boy exploded at 8:16 a.m., 1,870 feet above the ground, only 550 feet wide of its aiming point. The nuclear chain reaction it triggered created a core temperature of about 1 million degrees Celsius, igniting the air around it to a diameter of nearly a kilometer. The fireball engulfed the center of the city, vaporizing about 20,000 people on the ground. Thermal and ionizing radiation chilled virtually all people within a kilometer of the surface of the fireball, burning them to death or rupturing their internal organs. Farther out, in successive concentric circles around the epicenter, people were exposed to gamma rays, neutron radiation, flash burns, the blast wave, and firestorms. The initial shock wave, he writes, raced away from the epicenter at greater than the speed of sound, some 984 miles per hour. Streetcars were lifted from their tracks and scattered like toys. Clothing was torn from bodies. Nearly all wooden buildings within 2.3 kilometers were completely leveled, and about half of all such buildings to a radius of 3.2 kilometers. Later, investigators found the shadows of people caught within the inner radius around the hypocenter. They had been vaporized, but their bodies had left faint silhouettes on the pavement or on nearby walls. End quote. Basically, the atomic attack combined the bad side of the firestorms, because the fires from the superheated everything exploded very quickly, with horrific concussive blast damage like you would have in major bombings, and then added, just as a sprinkling of extra specialness on top, horrible dispersion of radioactivity. The stories all sound like people who are living through a natural disaster, but now human beings can create the equivalent of natural disasters. The effects of the bomb managed to take out most of the first responders, the hospitals, the doctors, the firefighters, everyone who might actually go out and improve the situation, which leaves the people in a horrific situation for weeks afterwards as they die from radiation. And the heartbreaking stories, this is what I mean about if you could take these people who saw this as such a wonderful, logical way to get the Japanese to end the war, if you could have put Winston Churchill on the ground there and let him watch the scene going on as people trapped in burning buildings with their loved ones trying to get them out had to be abandoned because the flames were coming. One of the most horrific stories connected with the Hiroshima bombing involves kids who are caught in the rubble as the fires approach and the parents don't even know what to do. I mean, there's the theoretical understanding what it means to drop a bomb on a city, and then there's the reality of something like this. The book Hibakusha, Survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which is just remembrances by people. One of these survivors, Shiga Hiratsuka, talks about the bomb exploding. It says, quote, just then a brilliant flash like lightning appeared and the thunderous roar of an explosion reverberated around us. In a moment, our house collapsed and we found ourselves buried in its rubble. As my husband and I worked frantically to free ourselves, I heard a cry for help from the woman next door. I called back to her, if we get out before you, we'll come and help you. When we did finally pull ourselves free, we saw the city of Hiroshima in ruins around us. Nowhere was a building left intact, and in several places tongues of fire had begun licking outward. Suddenly panic-stricken and completely forgetting about our neighbor, I began searching for my children. She continues. As I was calling their names, a voice emerged from a spot 2 or 3 meters away. Help, Mummy, help! It was my 6-year-old daughter, Kazuko. Hurrying to the spot, I found her tightly wedged from the chest down by fallen plaster and timber. I screamed to my husband to come quickly and do something. He, however, could hardly move, being badly bruised and bleeding from the shoulder. He had no strength left. It was all he could do to walk. She continues, and once again, I imagine Winston Churchill and all the other decision makers standing to the side watching this unfold. Quote, my daughter kept calling to me. It hurts, Mommy. My legs hurt. I can't move. Hurry and get me out. I tugged at her but could not move her. No matter how desperately I tried, I just could not free her. The fires were moving closer and closer. We would not be able to stay there much longer. Finally, when the flames began to lap around us, we were stirred into moving, no longer able to stand the intense heat. I realized I was afraid to die. I could not let myself be burned alive. Tears streaming from my eyes, I placed my hands together as if in prayer and asked my daughter to forgive me. Kazu, I am a bad mother to you, but please forgive me. You don't want to die either, I know. Mummy isn't brave enough to stay here and die with you. I'm afraid of the fire, Kazu. Forgive me, forgive me. Then I chose an area that seemed to be safe from fire and fled towards it, pulling my husband along by the hand. I kept looking back at the ruins of our house as if I were being dragged by the hair from behind. There had been no time to rescue our other child either. End quote. She spent the rest of the evening uttering apologies to her dead children, and then her husband died. This is one of many. I always describe it as a mosaic, right? And everybody's individual story, how they dealt with this human-caused version of a natural disaster. When you put them together into the mosaic, you get a picture. It's a lot of individual stories, but look at the stories and imagine if maybe emotion could have stirred the decision makers rather than logic. But once again, to what end? To allow a blockade to happen? To starve people? To allow an invasion to happen where the citizens of Japan are killed in house-to-house fighting? What you're really getting here, if we wanted to look at this through the long-term lens, is a vision of a future to be avoided. It's Sengokimakusha. Akira. The area around Urakami Cathedral was completely burned out, and the heat prevented me from approaching. It was not until early the next morning that I made my way to what appeared to be the ruins of our house. The whole area was a fire-blackened desolation. There was not even a charred remnant of the huge camphor tree that had stood behind our house. All around me were strewn skeletons, scattered bones, and torsos of ebony ash. I sank down exhausted. When I'd recovered somewhat, I began looking for my mother, or rather her bones. All I had to go by was the fact that she had gold teeth. I held skull after skull in my hands and peered into the jaw area. I wonder how many people's skulls I picked up during my search. I continued searching frantically. There were times when, squatting, I even raised fire-blackened heads to look at the teeth. I spent that whole day in the tent, picking up skulls and putting them down again. End quote. It is absolutely obvious that it is impossible for us to conceptualize what this is really like. You can make movies about it, and people have. You can read survivor accounts. I've read a ton of those, and yet there's this distance between what they experienced and what you can glean from it just by hearing about it. And when you read the accounts of survivors, they'll often refer to that one way or another, that there's no way for you sitting here in a peaceful room to understand what I'm saying. This is why I think I'm so attracted to the idea of bringing in, the leaders who will have to decide to use these weapons. And I'd like to add to the group the leaders on the Japanese side who are resistant to surrendering when it's clearly over in this war. I'd like to bring them too, and in an Ebenezer Scrooge-like Ghost of Christmas Past, Present, or Future observer tour, allow them to see what we're really talking about here. And I remember in reading Michael Bess's book, Choices Under Fire, that even with all this stuff that I've read, even with the hours we've talked about these questions, that there's always something you didn't think about. Like he mentions about the other things that are destroyed when the bomb goes off, and he says, quote, at the same instant, meaning when the bomb went off, birds ignited in midair, mosquitoes and flies, squirrels, family pets crackled and were gone. End quote. It's obvious, but I didn't think about all the insect life instantly being wiped out. It's a crazy kind of weapon, isn't it? And while there's burning corpses in the foreground, it is absolutely understandable that you would miss the things in the background that you might have lost. But those are considerable, and when somebody starts rattling off what you lose in an attack like this, a nuclear explosion, well, one history professor who was on the ground in Hiroshima just marveled at the fact that the city was just gone. He said of the atomic bomb that such a weapon has the power to make everything into nothing. Well, what's everything? Richard Rhodes, quoted by Bess, who had a study on this very subject, tried to sum up some of the things besides the obvious things of burning corpses in the foreground. He wrote, quote, destroyed, that is, were not only men, women, and thousands of children, but also restaurants and inns, laundries, theater groups, sports clubs, sewing clubs, boys clubs, girls clubs, love affairs, trees and gardens, grass, gates, gravestones, temples and shrines, family heirlooms, radios, classmates, books, courts of law, pets, groceries and markets, telephones, personal letters, automobiles, bicycles, horses, 120 war horses, he points out, musical instruments, medicines and medical equipment, life savings, eyeglasses, city records, sidewalks, family scrapbooks, monuments, engagements, marriages, employees, clocks and watches, public transportation, street signs, parents, works of art. End quote. Such a weapon has the power to make everything into nothing. And still does, by the way. A nuclear sort of Damocles that hangs over our heads now starts then. It is perhaps a sign of something that even after this ferocious attack at Hiroshima, the Japanese government still isn't ready to surrender. And before they can even come up with some decent conversation about the matter, they get hit with another hammer blow 2 days later when the Soviet Union declares war on Japan. This is extra nasty because the Japanese hardliners were living in this fantasy world where they thought they could use the Soviets as a way to get a better deal from the Allies. But when the Soviets declare war on you, well, hard to deny that that deal's now dead. And then the day after that, while the Japanese government is still figuring out how to respond to these, we have an atomic bomb dropped on us 2 days later, the Soviet Union declares war on us, and then on August 9th, we get hit with another atomic bomb attack at Nagasaki. If you get 80 to 100,000 people killed in Hiroshima, the numbers of Nagasaki are lower because of where the terrain is laid out and some other things, but 45 to 65,000. These are not insignificant numbers, needless to say. And even after Nagasaki, you can't get the army ministers on board to surrender unless they can have 4 conditions, and all 4 conditions are unacceptable to the Allies. I mean, there are things like you can't occupy Japan, we'll try our own war criminals, all kinds of, it wasn't going to happen. But they're not going to surrender till it does, and the U.S. and the Allies are not going to stop attacking until they do. In fact, there are bombing raids launched on Japan after the 2 atomic bombs are dropped because nothing is going to stop until the surrender happens. And finally and famously, and in a way that's hard to figure out what really happened because the Cold War made it in the interest of certain countries like the United States to maybe hide some of the emperor's decision-making in the Second World War, but the emperor steps in and famously says we have to ignore the unignorable and breaks the tie between the officials and says we're going to surrender. The moment the emperor steps in is one of those times that a lot of people have focused on ever since, understandably, because it brings up all sorts of questions. First one is if the emperor had this kind of power all along, why did he wait till now to use it? Did things have to get this bad before he exercised it? The Japanese system, as we've said all along, as everyone says, is a government that's opaque by design. Decision-making is veiled and sort of seen through a gauzy lens and isn't always following the Western idea of written down rules for everything. There's some vibe to it. There's a feel to it. There's protocol and stuff that's deeply embedded in Japanese cultural traditions and imperial traditions, hard for outsiders to grasp. And there's also the hardcore realpolitik Machiavellian people who will say things like, if the emperor does something that we don't like, we'll just get rid of him and get another emperor. This is the same government that not long ago we referred to as a government by assassination. There are Japanese higher government officials right now, right in this room with the emperor, who carry bullets in their bodies from being attempted assassination victims for policy decisions that were not nationalistic or right-wing enough, not super patriotic enough. One of the people who's key to this whole thing, one of the people who's involved in the standoff, is a general named Anami. And he says, Francis Pike mentions it in his book here, Heroes War. He's contemplating maybe the alternate reality from surrender. He says, quote, would it not be wondrous for the whole nation to be destroyed like a beautiful flower? End quote. That's like a samurai romance poem ending there, right? We all die and it's beautiful. You see the beautiful Hiroshima with the descriptions there, or Nagasaki or Tokyo. And if that's the kind of cultural blinders you're working with here on a certain segment of the military community in Japan, and they have a veto power over policy, that's a kind of tragedy, sort of, when you look at how it turned out. And it is with almost a sense of resignation that when the emperor decides that we're going to finally give in here and surrender, a coup is attempted by the same mid-level military guys who've had an inordinate amount of impact over policy all along, right? We talked about them, these lieutenant colonels and these mid-level guys who actually bully and scare their superiors, decide they're not going to stand for this. They try to attempt a coup. They want to get their hands on the emperor's message to the public announcing that they're going to surrender before it can be broadcast. People will die. The coup plotters will eventually realize they have failed. They'll try to take over a radio station just so they want to be able to explain their motives. It's denied. They'll kill themselves. Some other people will commit suicide. But you see the last gasp of these people trying to make a play for things to prevent this surrender, which they've had a large hand in delaying to this point. And there are generals, we should point out, on the mainland who've been beating the Chinese, who are going to look at this idea that they have to surrender. It's crazy. We're going to have to go over and surrender to the people whose butt we've been kicking? I don't think so. Don't forget, Hiroyu Onoda and a ton of other Japanese troops on these Pacific Islands aren't going to go anywhere for decades, no matter what the emperor does here. No other army had the phenomenon of their soldiers, thousands of them, fighting for years and years after the war was over. Either because they were such true believers, they were never going to surrender regardless of what the truth of the situation happened to be, or because they were such true believers that they refused to believe the truth of the situation was true. But you didn't see this phenomenon in any of the other major armies in the Second World War, and it's rare to see it in any war ever. It is a relic of the Japanese imperial period, which ends when the war does on September 2nd, 1945. Interestingly enough, it coincides and is interconnected with the dawn of the next age in history, and most of the time these eras in history aren't easy to pin down when they happen. Most people living through them, whether it's the agricultural revolution or the age of discovery or the industrial era, can't put their finger on exactly when it began or where they are in the historical moment. At the nuclear age, well, everyone paying attention to current events knew exactly when it started, and everyone figured it out at exactly the same time. Because of what the Japanese people went through at Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the door is opened to a third world war, which would be civilizationally transformative. As Albert Einstein is supposed to have said, he didn't know with what weapons World War III would be fought. But World War IV, he said, would be fought with sticks and stones. By the time the human being lawnmower grinds to a halt in 1945, the death totals are some of the worst in recorded history. If you just take the Asia-Pacific theater alone, between 25 and 30 million Allied civilians are dead. The Second World War is one of those rare wars where civilian casualties vastly outnumbered military casualties. And the First World War wasn't that way at all. But military casualties are significant too. Just in that theater, the Allies lose 4 million Allied dead. A lot of those Chinese, we forget that the Chinese play the role in the Asia-Pacific theater that the Soviets play in the European one. Ones who suck up the majority of the damage and keep the enemy occupied. Those forces, 2.5 million Japanese military deaths approximately, and 1 million civilian ones. These are the kind of death totals that will stick with you for a while. And it's hard for me not to notice that we haven't had a great war between the great powers in the 75 years since the Second World War ended. Of course, there might be another reason for that, and I can't help but notice that we haven't used nuclear weapons on human beings since either. The human being lawnmower does not stay quiet for long because the death and destruction will kick up in the wake of the Second World War, in large part because of the structures and changes that were created by the Second World War. I mean, when the Japanese are thrown out of places like Korea, what moves into that vacuum? Or do the Koreans just take over? The next 15 to 25 years are going to be all of these areas having independence movements, nationalist movements, communist insurgencies, and all kinds of things that can be tied directly to them having a soft or not so soft landing from their colonial eras. And a lot of historians can draw direct connections between the Japanese throwing out the colonial overlords when they initially took over those areas and the amplification and acceleration of trends toward independence that were already underway in most of these places. And if they weren't, they were by the time the Allies tried to retake control of them from the Japanese at the end of the war. I mean, the Indians were going to get independence pretty soon no matter what. They were well on their way, and it's only a couple of years after the Second World War that they get independence. But you're going to have things with Korea and Malaysia and Vietnam and the rest of Indochina. I mean, this is all going to be shaking out that will be contributing to the death and destruction of the human being conveyor belt of death. The subsidiary Second World War version for decades to come. Here's the part, though, that I try to reconcile, and I never have, which is if the end result is something that people celebrate, right? If a nation's independence from outsiders, for example, is dependent on all these terrible things happening, is it worth it? Can you put a price in lives and destruction on political or national independence? That may be something that the answer differs depending on who you ask. But what it does do is raise all sorts of questions that will lead you into moral quagmire after moral quagmire. We start with the idea that either inadvertently or by design, does this mean that the Japanese propaganda that portrayed their armies in these pan-Asian terms, these East Asia co-prosperity driven terms, does that mean that their army actually was the military tip of the spear of the non-white world? Playing its role and doing what none of these colonial oppressed societies could do, militarily defeat the colonial overlords? And is there some truth to that? And if there is, how does that change the morality of the overall situation, right? If you say that you can't put a price on national or political independence, what if you're the Chinese and it costs you 20 million civilians to get yours? And the people that killed those people are the Japanese. Are you thankful to them for that? It'll tie you up into moral knots, won't it? How about another one? Because if you play that game, by taking the first step and wondering if the Japanese are the tip of the spears for all these other people, well, could you make the argument that the Allies are the equivalent of the Democratic tip of the spear, doing the same thing for the Japanese people that they were doing for other Asian peoples elsewhere? I mean, freeing them from an oppressive, authoritarian, totalitarian, pseudo-fascist state. In his book Embracing Defeat, historian John Dower looks at the post-war situation in Japan, and one of the elements that he focuses on is how some Japanese viewed it that way. Usually the people who had been most oppressed under the old regime, artists, freethinkers, liberals, communists, socialists, leftists of all kinds, people who would end up in prison or tortured or censured or watched victims of the secret police in the state, they often, in Dower's book, look like people who view themselves as having been freed by an alliance of other countries, which is the way the United States will often portray its interventionist activities after the Second World War. Right? We don't have a problem with the people of this place. It's the government. Their government's not free. We're going to come in there and defeat their military, give them the freedom that they didn't have before, let them run their own country. Did it in Japan. And we did it in Japan. A revolution as a gift, was the way some of these Japanese portrayed it. And in his book, Dower reprints a cartoon from Japanese cartoonist Kato Tsuro, where he portrays the Japanese as an individual in the foreground of one of these pieces of art, a human being whose hands have been tied behind his back, and then he has just had the bonds severed by a giant pair of scissors that is over his head in the piece of artwork, and the scissors are sort of clothed in the stars and stripes garb. So you get the idea that the scissors represent the United States. The Japanese person who had been in bondage represents Japan, and in the distance, running away from the scene of the crime, you can see the two figures, one who is dressed as a military high-level muckety-muck representing the militarists. The other looks like Mr. Monopoly from the Monopoly game, and he represents the fat cat rich elites who are the puppet masters in the society, and now the outside powers, led by the United States in this case, have freed the Japanese people and handed democracy back to them. I mean, it's interesting to contemplate because a lot of societies evolve politically through bloodshed. I mean, how many countries get independence from other countries through bloodshed? How many get independence from their own oppressive governments by political revolution, like the American Revolution, the French Revolution, bloody affairs? There's just a different vibe, isn't there? When it's people from outside your country who have to kill your soldiers, your civilians, destroy your cities, occupy your territory in order to give you these good things. It's just fascinating to think about. And like so much of the frayed ends of the rope at the end of the Second World War, how many loose ends here leave us wondering about moral questions. And how about the number one question that often comes out of this time period? The morality of the dropping of the atomic bomb. Now, I am on record as saying that I think this is one of the most important ethical sorts of circumstances one can ask themselves about. Something that the entire potential future of humanity could rest on, and its importance becomes clear anytime the issue actually raises its ugly head. Like in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis, everyone instantly understood the import of this moral issue known as nuclear weapons, and this almost Shakespearean question of to atomic bomb or to not atomic bomb. What is not helpful, useful, satisfying, or in any way instructive for the next time we might consider using such a weapon is to take it out of the context of the times. Because you end up creating a moral choice that never really existed for the people who had to make it, and then judging them on that. It's as though you have a plan A, drop atomic weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or plan B, don't drop atomic weapons on them and they can live happily ever after. But that was never plan B. Plan B is the one that makes plan A something that people would consider. Plan B is not to drop the atomic bomb, but to continue with the firebombing, which continued after the atomic bombs were dropped as well, historically. Continue with the firebombing, tighten the blockade on Japan, and they're already dropping sea mines from the air on Japan's harbors, so get that to a point where millions are dying from starvation or lack of medicine. And then have the inevitable land invasion against a bunch of civilians who are training in bamboo spears in 1945. That was the ethical choice, and it becomes a lot more murky when those are the plan A and plan B choices. What should be pointed out, though, sometimes, is that our views on these things have been colored by the intervening history, and when you read what historical participants on the Allied side saw these weapons like, sometimes you might compare them to Excalibur, a super weapon that has fallen into the hands of people who see themselves as King Arthur, and a weapon like Excalibur in the hands of an individual like King Arthur is a potential awesome force for good. See how murky and morally, I mean, this is the ethical dilemma of Sauron's ring, right, in the Lord of the Rings, isn't it? I hope you will forgive me for once again, somehow, with my cynical nature, seeing a silver lining to the dark cloud that is the atomic bombings of Japan, and it's a similar silver lining to the one I see for the Holocaust. I think that after the Holocaust, the fact that there was a Holocaust saved a lot of lives. I think those who died in concentration camps probably created such an international historical shock. I don't know how long it lasts, but it certainly lasted pretty strongly since. It created an international moral line in the sand that has been violated many times since. I mean, look at Rwanda, for example, but that has created a situation where it is radioactive to commit genocide on people. The Uyghurs notwithstanding, perhaps. I think the genocides that would have happened had the Holocaust not happened haven't happened, and therefore I think the Holocaust saved some lives. I feel the same way about the atomic bombings. I don't know if humanity ever collectively learns lessons, but if we do, I often think it comes with the equivalent of us touching history's hot stove. And in this case, in 1945, maybe the hot stove was an atomically heated one. And had we not had an example of what these weapons do to people and to our societies and the things that we build, the power, as that one historian said, to turn everything into nothing. That's a theoretical power until you see it, and seeing it is shocking. And the shock of it may have prevented us maybe from thinking we ever had to try to use these weapons again. I mean, think about, had the weapon been delayed another year, and the war ended before nuclear weapons were ever used, do you think, given what you know about how we are, that we wouldn't have used them in the interim just to see what they do? We were tempted many times, and it was always Hiroshima and Nagasaki's example that created, if not a feeling on the parts of the military or the political leaders maybe as strongly as we wanted, certainly a feeling on the parts of global humanitarian public opinion and the pressures exerted by them, and the images that were certainly, for example, cascading through President Kennedy's brain as he contemplated the decisions he was making in the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, when he was looking at 600 or 700 million people dying, in a few days. Is it possible that humanity, and the Japanese specifically, suffered 150,000, 200,000 100,000, 250,000 deaths from a couple of 10 kiloton atomic bombs, 15 kiloton in Nagasaki's case, to teach us not to use dozens or hundreds of 30 megaton ones. I mean, if that's the case, is this the atomic age beginning nightmarishly so that it doesn't have to end that way someday? So that we don't have to have, the war after the next war occur with our very best technological capabilities, and those being sticks and stones? Hi everyone, Dan here with just a couple of quick words before we leave you. The first one is, if you were interested enough in the ideas surrounding strategic bombing, that's the bombing cities, or the early history, development, use theories, trying to come to grips with its potential destructive power of atomic and nuclear weapons, we do have past shows on both of those subjects. One is still in the free feed as of this recording anyway, and that is The Destroyer of Worlds. That's about 6 hours on that subject, so maybe wait for an on-card drive. But we also have in the pay-for archives off of our website, they're like $2 or $3 a month. Logical Insanity, the title of which we referenced in the past show you just heard twice, maybe. And also Logical Insanity Extra for the stuff that didn't fit into Logical Insanity, and those are available on the website if that sounds interesting to you. Once again, I want to thank you for being the most patient audience on the planet, and we appreciate it. It allows us to do the work the way we want to do it. Also, another announcement for those of you who didn't get to see and want to see our First World War Immersive Experience exhibit, War Remains. Just want to let you know that it is now a part of the National World War I Museum Memorial in Kansas City, Missouri. You'll see it there. This is the full set, by the way. We're talking, there's a home version of this, but it doesn't have the actual set. It doesn't have the giant speakers under your feet to make the sound of things like shells vibrate through your spinal column. There's a whole bunch of things that the actual, we said it combined like virtual reality in a haunted house when you were a kid, in terms of you can reach out and touch things and they're there, right? Barbed wire, rats, everything feels just the way it should. The people at MWM, Flight Simulator, and Skywalker Sound, they outdid themselves with this. And if you have the home edition, that's great too, but there's nothing like standing on those speakers and just having it knock your socks off. So if you find yourself in Kansas City, Missouri, and you'd like to experience it, head over to the National World War I Museum and Memorial and check it out, would you? Tell them I sent you.
Support us with Patreon by going to patreon.com/Dan Carlin, or go to our donate page at dancarlin.com/DC-donate.
What you're about to hear is part 4 of a multi-part series on the war in Asia and the Pacific area between 1931 and 1945. If you like your stories in some sort of linear order, and you haven't heard the earlier segments, you might want to catch up by checking those out first. If you don't care, or you heard those already, well, then this is Supernova in the East, part 4. It's history. It's hardcore history. There's a very wonderful and squishy question in play in both world wars, especially. I can hear some people in the back of my head saying it's always been in place since the beginning of time, but certainly because of maybe the increase in the pace of change and whatnot. You see it in stark relief in both world wars. But it has to do with the difference between quantifiable war elements versus unquantifiable war elements. And this is not to say that one is more important than the other, but one is much more subject to proof and testing than the other. We had said earlier that the early parts of this conflict are the acid test of combat. The rubber meets the road moment for a lot of the pre-war promises about these ships and these aircraft and all these land-based systems and ideas, both tactics and strategy and equipment, where we get to see if all the hype before a conflict breaks out lives up to it once conflict does. The good news about something like that is quantifiable evidence. If that airplane sucks and doesn't live up to the potential and the promise, you'll know it quickly. And you'll be able to use what doesn't work to help make something that does later. But the other side to the conflict and its goals, much harder to measure. And if you can't measure it, how do you know if it's working or not? How do you know if you should keep doing it or not? If somebody really wants to keep doing it, really believes it, that might be a plus, right? Not being able to prove it one way or the other. But it has to do with the question of morale. Morale, of course, is a psychological state, isn't it? So right now we're in the realm of harder to pin down and harder to say that what applies to person A will apply to person B necessarily. But morale is one of those things that on a tactical level, on a battlefield level, is undeniably huge. And they've been writing about it, military strategists, since the Bronze Age. The idea is not to kill everybody on a battlefield. Traditionally, it's to kill enough people to break their will to continue fighting, right? To destroy the morale. Killing is a means to an end. Nobody denies this. What is interesting, though, is to try to extrapolate what applies and that is, if not provable, then demonstrable, right? You might not be able to prove it in a laboratory, but it's been shown to be true enough times you can say reliably, right? Morale is the most important thing on a tactical battlefield. Is it the most important thing on a strategic one? Does it apply to whole nation states? Can you break their morale? This is an open question in the Second World War. Some people say you can, some people say you can't. Some people say you can, but only if you do it this way. Some people say you can, but only if you do it that way. What breaks a nation's morale? And what proof do you have that that's something that even occurs? Much of the justification for some of the bombing that's going to be done from the air on cities and populations in cities is based on this idea that you will get them to petition their governments and say, we must have peace now, we can't be bombed anymore. These are, we've done whole multi-hour discussions on this in the past, but this is part of the interwar years of aerial development and theory on how aircraft are going to be these great peacemakers sometimes, because very quickly the populations will tell their governments, we better get a peace deal going right now, we're not going to put up with this. And then the Germans bomb places like London, and the evidence seems to contradict that 180 degrees. The people in London and Britain weren't ready to give in because they were being bombed. They were pissed off. Now, does this mean that it doesn't work? No, it means that the jury is still out, right? We're not bombing enough. We're not bombing with the right kinds of bombs, the right kinds of planes. Now, the technology hasn't caught up with theory yet. There are still people that think once we use these nuclear weapons, we can finally get that morale question working at the grand strategy level the way designed. And by the way, when Germany at the end of the war was bombed to rubble, they finally saw something more akin to numbness creeping into the population rather than a sense that they wanted the war to end at all costs, so that they were ready to give in, and it made you more likely to surrender. At the very, very end, I think they may have seen some of that, but by that point, you already destroyed all the industry in Germany, so why didn't it mean you didn't bomb them for morale reasons then? You just leveled them, and if you want to say it worked, okay, but let's be honest about why. The problem is that because we know morale is important at some level, and in this war, because you can make up anything you want about how it's important at a giant level, how much effort do you put into it? One thing you can say is that morale has a connection to fear. Now, fear doesn't necessarily mean you don't want to fight. And if you bomb my city, I might not be willing to give in to you because I might be angrier than I was before at you, but I might be afraid. Because sometimes, scared people are the most dangerous thing you can ever run into. You can have a very benign, coin-sized spider in your hotel room up in the corner, and you can know that this is not a venomous spider that can hurt you. But what percentage of people, if you can't get that spider peacefully out of your hotel room, are going to have to kill that spider before they can fall asleep with any peace and comfort. You know, you never know. There have been Native American massacres predicated on little more than this idea, by the way. Years before the Second World War, when American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was running for president during the Great Depression, he had a slogan: "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." About 10 years later, in the middle of the Second World War, when the U.S. has been involved for 3 months, not the kind of phrase you could probably get away with saying, not after Pearl Harbor and a drumbeat of losses initially that are as bad or worse than I've seen Americans have to absorb in their history. I'm not sure there's a comparable time. Maybe sometime in the Civil War, maybe sometime in the Revolutionary War, but Pearl Harbor is 9/11 from a psychological and morale standpoint, and from a sense of injustice standpoint, but at the same time, it's also a military disaster that cripples your ability to respond to the perpetrators of the attack, right? If you're the President of the United States, you have to bolster the morale of the nation, you have to dampen its fear, and you have to rally it towards the cause. Franklin Roosevelt is a controversial figure to some Americans because some Americans don't like his policies even today. But as a war leader, he was inspirational, and as a politician, he was masterful. There's a reason that there's a law now saying you can only be president for 2 terms, because some of Roosevelt's detractors worried that if his health hadn't failed, he'd still be president today at 147 years old or something. His style was different than someone like Churchill's. Churchill was a guy who you thought was ready to take off his coat and get in the mud and wrestle with Hitler. He's a bulldog. He's a come and get it, that kind of. I mean, different politicians have different personas and ways that they present themselves. FDR couldn't do that. I mean, this is a man in a wheelchair. He's not going to give you that alpha male, tough guy sort of routine. He's got a different feel to him. If I had to describe it, he reminds me kind of like, Woodrow Wilson was a little this way too, but you get a feeling like Roosevelt would be a little bit more physical living in a wheelchair than Woodrow Wilson. But it's this sort of Yankee preacher looking down his nose and scolding while he shakes the Bible at you, just almost like a moral indignation and a righteous anger. You will get yours, sir, or something like that. It's very effective, though, and it also sounds like you're definitely coming from the higher plane in terms of morality. It's a presentation that in its own way works. And you rarely saw, Roosevelt had this wonderful way about him. He seems calm and sometimes funny and everything, but he doesn't have to change that tone and add much anger at all for him to sound absolutely livid. You can see how effective Roosevelt is at this, by the way. If you listen to some of the addresses that he did to the American people, he had these things that were known as fireside chats, where he would speak on the new technology of radio directly to the American people, as though he was in the home with them. He's the first president to have been able to use mass communication in any way, shape, or form like that. It would be as if the president today has his own Twitter account and could communicate with Americans directly. One of the most important ones that he ever gave was delivered on February 23rd, 1942. This is 6 weeks or so before Bataan falls. But Roosevelt knows it's going to. He knows the American people have already been through the worst series of bad news events that they've probably ever been through. He knows the worst is yet to come. Maybe it'll be one of the biggest surrenders in U.S. history. How do you get out in front of an issue, as they say in Washington, or be proactive about something like that while still bolstering morale, fighting spirit, and all that kind of stuff? And how do you whip the people back up into a frenzy? I mean, there's a lot at stake in that speech. 60 million people, by the way, or more will hear it during an era where the American population was half of what it is now. So these are basically Super Bowl type members tuning in. And if you go listen to it, it's not like a short little thing. It's like 35 minutes of Roosevelt talking to you. And like I said, like he's in your home, he'll say, please get out your maps and follow along. He couched approaches this entire affair this time as a report to the American people, and he goes after conspiracy theories that say that the government's been hiding the real losses in everything from you. So he literally lays out this many dead. It was an interesting speech to listen to. But what he also has to do, like we said, and get out in front of this issue. So first he basically says things are not as bad as you heard, we're giving better than we're getting, but he has to acknowledge losses and at the same time turn it around into something where, the light is at the end of the tunnel and we're going to turn this around. And he does so in that speech on February 23rd, 1942. Here's a sample of it.
We have most certainly suffered losses from Hitler's U-boats in the Atlantic, as well as from the Japanese in the Pacific. And we shall suffer more of them before the turn of the tide. But speaking for the United States of America, let me say once and for all, to the people of the world, we Americans have been compelled to yield ground, but we will regain it. We and the other United Nations are committed to the destruction of the militarism of Japan and Germany. We are daily increasing our strength. Soon, we and not our enemies will have the offensive. We, not they, will win the final battle. And we, not they, will make the final peace.
So that's inspirational on one level, and he's setting the stage for, there's going to be bad things still to come. And then he gets into the question of, how you motivate the American people. What are the right buttons to push? And the button he decides to push, it's not the Rambo button. It's not lead from the front like a church or work. Give us the tools and we'll finish the job. Make sure you take a German with you. All that kind of stuff. It's, they think we're weak. He's pushing that schoolyard button almost, right? But then at the end, he ends with something that you can almost hear in today's audience, everybody going, USA, USA, with that crazy chant. I will say this, though, ever the master politician, and always with his eyes on the prize, Roosevelt, right after the cut we're going to do, incorporates the rest of the United Nations, right? All the other countries of the world. He portrays this as a battle between like 100 countries on one side and 6 or 7 on the other. And everyone has their role to play. In other words, the great politician makes sure not to make it sound like it's an all-American show. Make sure you include every one of them. Say every one of them's got their important place. That's masterful. But he basically says, Japan's calling us a bunch of weaklings. Are you going to take that? We'll show them, and we already have. He says this.
Ever since this nation became the arsenal of democracy, ever since enactment of lead wheat, there has been one persistent theme through all Axis propaganda. This theme has been that Americans are admittedly rich, that Americans have considerable industrial power, but that Americans are soft and decadent, that they cannot and will not unite and work and fight. From Berlin, Rome, Tokyo, we have been described as a nation of weaklings, playboys, who would hire British soldiers or Russian soldiers or Chinese soldiers to do our fighting for us. Let them repeat that now. Let them tell that to General MacArthur and his men. Let them tell that to the sailors who today are hitting hard in the far waters of the Pacific. Let them tell that to the boys in the flying fortresses. Let them tell that to the Marines.
Now, while this broadcast is going on, a Japanese submarine, a huge submarine, the Japanese, like the French, built some very big ones, surfaces off the coast of California, over by Santa Barbara. It's about 7:15 p.m. Pacific time, so it's gloomy or it's dark. And with a 140 millimeter deck gun, they shell some refinery installations on the coast. This is a legendary incident where I come from in the era where I grew up with. Everybody still talked about it. Most of the rest of the country doesn't know anything about it. The this attack may have been timed to coincide with Roosevelt's speech as a way to put the lie to all of his fancy and inspirational, talk. Right? Oh, sure, you're going to get a shell. You can't even keep us from shelling your coastline while you're giving the speech. I mean, it's a gesture that involves one finger in the United States and two in Great Britain. Regardless of the intention of this Japanese sub as it related to the Roosevelt speech, it's a pretty classic sort of an attack against the morale of the enemy, intended to sow fear and a sense of vulnerability, right? Low risk, high reward sort of endeavor. Worst case scenario, you lose a sub. Best case scenario, who knows, right? Just free money, let's gamble with that. I don't think the sub did anything to damage morale, but it sure already added a few more sticks of kindling to the fire that was burning on the West Coast in terms of fear. History books have labeled this the West Coast War Scare, the West Coast War Panic during this time period, and having a Japanese sub open fire off right on the coast there, I mean, that panicked people. Exhibit A, that it had some effect, is the very next evening, February 24th, 25th, 1942. Anti-aircraft artillery on the California coast around Los Angeles opens up in the night sky after somebody thinks they see Japanese aircraft. It's probably a weather balloon with the moon reflecting off the clouds, but 14 or 1,500 shells later, 4 or 5 people dead from car accidents and heart attacks, property damage, things quiet down. But it was apparent that once somebody opened fire, everybody opened fire. My grandfather was one of those people, by the way. Always felt he was cursed by being born in April 1906, something most people would probably consider to be a sweet spot in the 20th century. Too young for the First World War to serve, too old for the Second. We had 2 kids. He wanted to be there, though. He was a chain-smoking, red-haired Irish-American, adrenaline junkie Batman kind of guy. And so he made sure he was on the coast, serving in the volunteer, the civilian role where you're manning the anti-aircraft guns on the coast. He witnessed the whole thing. It was a family story for a long time. Didn't know it had an official name, so I looked it up. The Battle of Los Angeles. But the Battle of Los Angeles is evidence of panic, in part set off by a sub-attack on the coast. Really it would have taken only a couple of hours for somebody from Santa Barbara down to LA. Might not even taken that long. These days, you find out we have a good-sized great white shark prowling off the coast. People will panic. Imagine how we do with active submarines. That's why keeping the fear down is important, because if the fear takes off, it will devour lots of things that you'll be sorry about later. Case in point, some civil rights. Civil rights and wartime are 2 things that we all understand are sort of at odds with each other. It's tough to maintain peacetime levels of civil rights in wartime, especially total war. But the problem is, in this conflict in the Second World War, this is something that the framework exists, the propaganda is geared toward, and people understand it as a war between people who believe in things like what we would call civil rights and people who don't. And so there's an irony attached to it that in order to beat the people who don't believe in civil rights, you have to do things that reduce the amount of civil rights in the countries that are fighting for that. There's a quote from, I think it's from Mein Kampf, it's a famous Hitler quote, where he said that the great strength of a totalitarian state is that it forces those who fear it to imitate it. I was doing some research on that quote, and I stumbled across a piece, a journal or something that was quoting from a debate between George Orwell, who wrote 1984, and weird, wild, wonderful scientist Alex Comfort. And they were talking about this thing, and neither of those guys fit into the American standard political spectrum anyway, especially not Comfort. But Comfort played off of that Hitler quote and basically said he's right, and we're falling for it. He said, wrote, quote, Hitler's greatest and irretrievable victory over here, meaning Britain, was when he persuaded the English people that the only way to lick fascism was to imitate it. He puts us in a dilemma which cannot be practically rebutted, only broken away from. Now, speaking in Hitler's voice, if I win, you have political fascism victorious. If you want to beat me, you must assimilate as much of its philosophy as you can, so that I am bound to win either way. End quote. It reminds me of some of the critiques of the U.S. founding fathers about war's danger to political and civil liberty. Wartime exalts the power of the state over the individual for obvious and understandable reasons. But that's why the fascist states like war and praise war, because it dovetails into something they already believe in, the power of the state. In the Western democracies that are supposed to have these civil protections that tend to get steamrolled in wartime, well, it works against the basic framework of the system as it's at least advertised. If you want a practical example, I would only cite Executive Order 9066, which is infamous, but if you read it, it doesn't sound like it should be. This is an executive order signed by President Roosevelt about a week before that speech, that fireside chat we just took an excerpt from. And it, along with several subsequent sorts of orders and directives, ends up creating a situation where you get 110 to 120,000 people of Japanese birth or descent. The majority of them, by the way, 60 or 70% of them American-born citizens, sent to what we used to call, and it sounded better than, relocation camps. When I was a teenager, it got changed to the more ominous internment camps, and now it's common to see the much more ominous, but not Nazi death camp equivalent, concentration camps. If you actually go read Executive Order 9066, it sounds short, it sounds vague, and it sounds something that's sort of commonsensical. I mean, if you look at it, you just think, well, I'd be mad at the president. It would be a dereliction of duty if he didn't do something like this. It sounds like an anti-sabotage and anti-espionage thing. We're going to have these really sensitive national security areas. We're going to put a military leader in charge of this whole regions of the country, right? One guy for the west, one guy for the east, two for the south, and they're going to decide what these zones are, and it could be off limits to anybody, but especially enemies. It doesn't say Japanese this or that. You think, oh yeah, an airfield, an army base, a port, gotcha. Everybody can agree with that. Who knew that the guy that's in charge of the West, who did not like Japanese people clearly anyway, and pretty openly, who knew he was going to say that these little national security areas that are going to be off limits are going to be California, Oregon, and Washington, and states to be added later. Every Japanese person was sent out of Alaska to qualify to be relocated, by the way. You know how much Japanese blood you had to have in you? 1/16. If we apply that same standard to Italian Americans or German Americans and sent them all to relocation camps, how many Americans would you? Well, the Irish Americans would rule today, wouldn't they? Probably. Scandinavian Americans. It'd be a small group after a while, wouldn't it? And that is not to say that the Italian Americans and German Americans did not feel these civil rights violations. They did. Like 10 or 11,000 German-born nationals or descendants of Germans were put in similar situations to the Japanese. Between 3,000 and 4,000 Italian-born or Italian Americans were as well. For some reason that's probably not hard to figure out, the Japanese Americans were affected at 10 times the number of German Americans. In order to avoid the normal criticism these days that people can brush aside this kind of talk because it's part of the postmodernist overemphasis on race that's so popular now, I picked a ton of people's favorite book, if you're my age, the 1985 published Eagle Against the Sun by military historian Richard H. Spector, so that we could avoid any suggestions that this was changing by the sort of modernist climate today that allows people to not think about this stuff. And I should also point out that what happened to the Japanese Americans has been apologized by multiple U.S. presidents. I think Ronald Reagan gave the most open and long-winded kind of thing apology. Paid indemnities. Carter, Ford, Reagan, the elder Bush. I mean, these are all presidents who brought it up, and this is something we feel terrible about. My cynical way of looking at it, though, is I'm not sure we wouldn't do it again in the same circumstances, which is why I always leave blaming the people at the time. Ronald H. Spector didn't seem to have that kind of problem. Writing in 1985, he says, quote, "Early in the war, in what one authority has called the most blatant violation of civil liberties in American history, American citizens of Japanese descent and Japanese resident aliens, most of whom had lived in the U.S. for many years, were forcibly removed from their homes on the West Coast and evacuated to large internment camps in the desolate interior of California, Nevada, and Utah. All were forced to abandon their homes, farms, and businesses to the doubtful care of the Federal Reserve Bank or to liquidate their property at a severe loss." End quote. I should point out that this fear that these people were going to be a problem turned out to be 100% completely unfounded in terms of espionage and sabotage in the war. I mean, there's no rationale for this, but we need to understand the fear involved. This is the sort of things we talked about before that leeches away from the history books, that makes it impossible for us to understand people from other eras because we're not scared like they were. We don't have the emotions anymore. And we had talked about this analogy of the spider in your hotel room. It's going to be hard enough to go to sleep knowing that spider's there if everybody is assuring you that it's not dangerous at all. What if everybody is doing the exact opposite? The human beings, the Americans in this story, are not operating in a neutral informational environment, something Ronald H. Spector in 1984 also emphasizes. What's the climate like that all this is happening in? He says, quote, "The citizenry of California and the other West Coast states, whose bigotry toward the Japanese had long been part of their way of life, saw their fears and suspicions amply reinforced by the nervous and indecisive leadership of Lieutenant General John L. DeWitt, the head of the Western Defense Command. California newspapers," he writes, "carried headlines such as," now quoting the headlines, "Jap boats flash messages ashore," and "Jap and camera held in Bay City," and even "Caps on Japanese tomato plants point to air base." He continues, "At a meeting of California law enforcement officials in January 1942, the Los Angeles District Attorney," now quoting from a contemporary source, "asserted that the U.S. Supreme Court was packed with leftists and other extreme advocates of civil liberty, and that it was time for the people of California to disregard the law if necessary to secure their protection." Later in the source, it says, "One high official was heard to state that he favored shooting on sight all Japanese residents of the state." End quote. Maybe I'm reaching here, but when you read why Hitler thought the United States was weak, it was always because we were a mongrel, polyglot nation. We didn't have this racial unity that kept us together, and we were liable to be pulled apart. I mean, ex-slaves, all these immigrants. If you're looking at the world through his lens, maybe you could see that Japanese sub-attack and all the other things that create things like a West Coast war scare as something that begins the process of pulling us apart a little bit. And lest we think that this is something that only our grandparents would do, I have to tell you, after the 9/11 attacks, the mood was already wobbly, I thought, and had there been an Al-Qaeda submarine that surfaced off the coast and sent dozens of shells into some facility there, I think we'd start to see some of the kind of editorials that we were seeing in the vast majority of West Coast newspapers that were in favor of taking their fellow citizens to internment camps. One of them had a great line, I thought I went and read it, and it said, "Listen, you don't think you're letting Americans run around loose in Italy, Germany, and Japan, do you?" And that's absolutely right. In Germany, the Gestapo will find you. They will take you down to a dungeon and they will torture the life out of you till you give the names of your compatriots, who they will also torture, and then they'll execute all of you. Want to do that in your Western democracy? Well, of course you don't. That's why you're fighting the war, right? To avoid a fate like that. You just have to be careful you don't end up at that destination accidentally anyway because of the war. Makes you think of the Nietzsche line, doesn't it? That when you fight monsters, you need to take care that you yourself don't become a monster. And the lesson, the experience of the minorities in the United States, mostly Japanese, but also German and Italian, during the Second World War is not that it should never happen again to them, but that wartime opens the door to the breaking of protections that defend us all, and that sort of experience could happen to any of us. Now, I should point out that in terms of actual importance to the overall Asia-Pacific theater and events that comprise a giant chunk of the globe, this sub-attack against Santa Barbara is nothing. I overplayed its importance, but I did it for a reason. In Iowa, they would have glanced over the news story and hardly noticed it, gone right to the farming futures maybe in 1942. On the East Coast, they wouldn't have even raised an eyebrow. They've been living with U-boats operating off their coastline for months. So big deal. But my grandparents talked about that sub-attack for the rest of their lives. Something most people don't even know about. It scared everybody on the West Coast. So if you're going to have a West Coast war hysteria, those are the people you have to frighten, right? The question that's interesting to ask is, does a West Coast war hysteria actually help the Japanese? Does it make the United States weaker? Once again, we're into this unquantifiable, squishy area of national psychology and morale and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to measure. The accountants can really enjoy themselves on the other side of war, the part where we really say, oh, we killed this many of the enemy, and we lost this many men in killing that many of the enemy. You can start to make charts and comparisons and intelligent decisions based on the rational data, that whole side of war. But this is the squishy side. And you can't say that Japanese sub-attack had no impact on everything that happened afterwards, but you can't say that it had all the impact. I mean, you don't know what to say. So the question that comes into play with these kinds of offensives against the squishy underbelly of the enemy's morale, how much are you willing to lose in order to potentially get whatever it is you get? In the case of the Japanese sub-attack, it was one submarine. If I'm wargaming this and I'm the Japanese high command, I think one submarine risked to get a chance to spin the wheel of who knows what happens if we shell the United States coastline's worth it to me. The question gets a little bit more upsetting, though. If you begin to risk too much, I would think, I'm a conservative person, take that with a grain of salt, but if you risk too much in this war against the squishy side, for lack of a better phrase, case in point, and yes, this will finally bring us back up to where we last left off in the story. I told you all that stuff to tell you this stuff. Right after Bataan falls, you have the Bataan Death March in early April 1942, which is where we left off. So once again, FDR was prepping the American people for the worst surrender, or one of the worst surrenders in American military history, coming right after all this other bad news. I mean, the U.S. needed some good news. How much would you be willing to risk in terms of human lives or precious, in some cases, irreplaceable military assets to get that morale lifted home, especially if you could at the same time damage the enemy's morale? One submarine, certainly nobody has a problem with that. But on April 18, 1942, the United States will conduct an operation that is highly celebrated. It's mythical in the United States. But I think if you look at it logically, and again, I would totally cop to being wrong here, and I'm a conservative person, as I said, I can't see it as worth it in any way, shape, or form, which is a terrible thing to say because the brave people who went on it knew they were almost maybe on a suicide mission. It's called the Doolittle Raid. The reason that it's audacious is because it involves something that had never been done before and that I don't know that has been tried many times since. Flying land-based bombers, big bombers, off aircraft carriers. The reason the U.S. wants to do it is for a very similar reason the Japanese wanted that sub to attack the U.S. coastline. So the gains would be similar, and there would be no way with this attack to do any meaningful damage, just like that sub didn't do any meaningful damage. It's symbolic damage meant to affect psychology, morale, and all that. But the United States, in order to carry out this morale boosting at home and morale damaging, hopefully abroad operation, they're going to risk 2 aircraft carriers at a time when they only have 4 in the Pacific theater. at a time when aircraft carriers have unexpectedly and as a surprise to everyone have turned out to be the most important ship now going into the mid-20th century. Everybody thought it was going to be battleships, and now here we are, and you're stuck with what you built before you knew that it was going to be the most important system, and everybody's frantically working on more. There's a 2-year lag time or something on these things, so you want to be careful with them. And here in the United States, when the Japanese Navy is basically undefeated at this point in the war, very scary. Surprise, I mean, it's you do not want to have to face them. We risk 2 carriers, we in the United States, to launch these 15 or 16 B-25 medium bombers over Japan. At the last minute, they have to launch much farther away from Japan than they thought because they get discovered again. How much, I mean, look what happened to the Repulse and the Prince of Wales not that long before, right? I mean, you can lose these things in an instant if the tide of war sweeps over you the wrong way. And in naval warfare, it often does. There'll be a hole in the clouds, the other side's reconnaissance aircraft sees you, and So it's risky. These planes are supposed to land in bases on the other side. It's a one-way trip. They're not landing on those carriers. They're going to bomb Japan and keep going, and then land in China, hopefully. But a lot of China is run by Japan at this time period. Long story short, some of them make it home, some of them don't. None of the planes make it home. The aircraft carriers get away, which is the main thing from a U.S. perspective. There's a bump. First good news in the newspapers in the United States in a long time. Wonderful. How much is that worth? And there is a real sense, and after the war, you get memoirs and everything that confirms it, that this was very embarrassing to Japanese military leadership because, if nothing else, it put the emperor's physical safety in jeopardy, which is intolerable. So it had that effect. Again, what's that worth, though? From a cost-to-benefit ratio, it's worth 1 sub to me. I don't think it's worth 2 carriers in early 1942, especially since you're going to really need those carriers soon. 2 other quick points worth making about the Doolittle raid. The first is that there was another way of looking at this, and people who score more aggressively on the willing to take risk military commander spectrum than I do will say that in addition to the, everyone agrees upon morale and psychology boosts or effects, that there was a real-world goal in this whole thing, and that it was achieved. And the real-world goal was the equivalent of what a boxer does when he feints an opponent in the ring. The Japanese flinched. They reacted to the blow by changing their strategy, moving their assets around, doing things differently, and perhaps deciding different places to strike and maneuver in order to prevent anything like this from happening again. So in other words, a real-world military effect. Something that's hard to measure in terms of how much of an effect and how much that helps, but something different from the psychological or morale side of things. I tend to think it's a little bit more like, you spin the wheel of what happens when we bomb Japan and something good came up, but everybody's got a different opinion. Now, something that is not a question of opinion is the real-world effects of the Doolittle raid on our allies, if you're in an allied country, the Chinese, because they were so obviously in on this plan. They were to provide the bases that the pilots and the plane crews landed at. But there's a harrowing personal experiences thing on the Chinese side that's little known in the United States. The Japanese took their anger out on the only allied people that they could get their hands on and take their anger out on. They punished the Chinese. And the numbers are incredible. Most people think that Chiang Kai-shek was exaggerating, but cut him in half if you want. Chiang says 250,000 Chinese civilians paid with their lives in reprisals for the Doolittle raid. In his book, Hirohito's War, author Francis Pike puts it this way, quote, Chiang would later notify Roosevelt that in southern China, the Japanese army slaughtered 250,000 Chinese civilians in a campaign of vengeance, even allowing for some exaggeration on Chiang's part. The Doolittle raid thus caused the death of more than twice the number of Chinese than the United States military suffered during the entire Pacific War. End quote. I'm fascinated by human experiences. It's part of the reason we focus so much of it in these conversations. And in the same way, I can't help but think about those B-25 crews countries that have just bombed Japan and whose planes are running out of fuel and now they're, going to bail out. I can't help but wonder, oh my God, what is that like? And you think about that human experience. And that is one kind of human experience. But at the very opposite end of the scale, what Franklin Roosevelt experiences when his ally Chiang Kai-shek tells him that resulting from decisions that he made, 250,000 civilians are brutally killed, that's a different kind of human experience. How'd you like to be in Franklin Roosevelt's shoes right then? Now, disclaimer. There are well-known leaders of countries on both the Axis and Allied side who seem to have not a ton of sympathy for human suffering. One of them is alleged to have said that one death is a tragedy, a million a statistic. Another sets up human extermination camps that run like a factory operation. So let's not attribute the same sense of gut punch when you find out what results downstream sometimes from your decision making to all of them, but I do not believe many people would think Franklin Delano Roosevelt was one of those people. And yes, war results in terrible things happening, but in this case, Roosevelt is on record as saying what he was trying to do here, with a raid that would not have killed tons of people anyway, was bring the war home to the Japanese to show them what this was like. Now, here's what you bargained for. This is what's going to happen because you start. In other words, in his way, this was a measured sort of a response that sent a message. And yet, as a result of that decision, 250,000 civilians are killed. I cannot imagine that Roosevelt could have reacted to that well. I wonder what that night's attempt to sleep was like. That's not a human experience many people ever have to have either. Knowing that any decision you make could, in many cases, unforeseeably result in the deaths of huge numbers of human beings would paralyze most of us. But there's an alternative way of looking at this I think it's almost like a DNA built-in outlook. It's just a different point of view, but enough of these people think this way, so it's a type, and maybe it has to be the kind of type you have in a war leader. I have a friend who thought they were all sociopaths because they have to disregard human suffering, but I don't believe that. I think they have an alternative rationale, which is that this suffering that these decisions result in are the price you pay for a better long-term outcome. Right? Lower casualties than you would have otherwise had, less suffering than you otherwise would have had, a better outcome than you otherwise would have had. And listen, not making a move sometimes because you don't want to do anything that could kill tons of people could end up killing more people in the long run. So there's not even a sort of a safe strategy to take here. Want to trade places with one of these war leaders in terms of responsibility? I don't mean to say, by the way, that Roosevelt has dictatorial-like powers in the Second World War. There's still a U.S. Congress. He's consulting all the time with military leaders, industrial leaders. He's got a lot of influences working on him from every direction. But the Constitution gives the U.S. president a lot of warfighting authority. And so, to quote Harry Truman, Roosevelt's successor, when it comes to ultimate responsibility for things, the buck stops here, meaning the president's desk. And in the case of Roosevelt, when weighing decisions versus outcomes, the buck stops there. But when you think about it, that's pretty common, isn't it? I mean, certainly in the Third Reich, the buck stops with Hitler, doesn't it? In the Soviet Union, it sure as heck stops with Stalin, doesn't it? He's the one with responsibility. I think it's fair to say the buck stops with Churchill in the UK, even though that's a Western democracy and they have a parliament. Who does the buck stop with, though? In Japan, earlier we spent quite a bit of time talking about the unique way that the Japanese system, its politics and its culture developed after, well, really for more than a century before the Second World War, and how the system itself would break down. In the war, this is one of the ways it breaks down. There is no place the buck stops when it comes to Japanese military responsibility. And if you're analyzing the Second World War from sort of the big picture level, this is one of the strangest things. The Japanese command and control their leadership situation. None of this is anything like any of the other powers. we had said it's got a very sort of uniquely Japanese sort of feel to it. At the same time, this diffusion of responsibility is something that the other governments either did away with because they're totalitarian and they don't believe in diffusion of power anyway, or temporarily suspended a lot of it, like in the US and the UK with their wartime governments. The Japanese kind of don't. And it's because they can't. There are certain elements that are built into the system, right? American propaganda used to always lump the Japanese in with the Germans and the Italians, right? It was always the big three, Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo. So they're all totalitarians, all fascists, all dictators, but Tojo wasn't. Might like to have been. Japan might have done better if he was. He was the most powerful prime minister, John L. McClain says, in the modern history of Japan, the most powerful prime minister Japan had ever had. Gobbled up a couple of other political offices, too. Seems to be consolidated his power. Still couldn't control his underlings. He's an army general who couldn't even totally control the army. Forget about the Navy. We talked about the fact that the Japanese have the most hostile inter-service rivalry problem I've ever seen. Army and the Navy actively dislike each other, don't tell each other things. There really is nobody who can tell them what to do. When you hear the way sometimes Tojo's treated by his supposed underlings, well, that puts the lie to the idea that they're anything like Hitler or Stalin in terms of their power, because Hitler would kill you. So would Stalin. If a general walked in to the office, demanded that you overturn a decision, and then called you a stupid fool to your face, James L. McClain tells a story in his book where that's exactly what happened to Tojo. Tells another story of another general who walks and bursts into Tojo's office and demands that he either resign or shoot himself. Again, doesn't sound like the kind of government you're dealing with in the Soviet state or the Third Reich. What it means, though, is there's no one here who can override one side, referee disputes. What do you do if the Army and the Navy have disagreements on how to fight the war? And you can't make them agree with each other and unify and you're all on the same team here, right? What if they go their own way? What if they don't even tell you some of the things they're doing? The Japanese war effort throughout the entire conflict is very strange in terms of when you're seeing it going on. What are they trying to do? I mean, and it's because they're not operating with one voice. Now, the Japanese, obviously an extreme version of this, but the Axis has this problem across the board. The Allies are doing a great job working together, communicating. They'll eventually have whole conferences where all these guys, the leaders of the countries, get together. The Axis isn't doing anything like this. Cooperation is rare. Communication is rare. Sharing of intelligence is rare. The Allies are doing a lot more of that, not so much the intelligence. But if you look at this command and control problem that we just talked about, you add it to the other very non-sexy things in this war that the Allies simply dominate in: industrial production, possession of natural resources. I mean, the Allies are swimming in oil. The Axis always seem down, especially after the midway point. They always seem down to like their last cans of gas. The logistics, the ability to get stuff to the people who are fighting, and the question of intelligence, knowing what your enemy is going to do and preventing them from knowing what you're going to do. These are areas where the Axis are dominated by the Allies. I mean, as a war game player, you can't help but notice how great, for example, German equipment is on the battlefield. Great tanks, great anti-tank guns, great planes, all this kind of stuff, great quality. And so you wonder about how they win this war. They win this war with all the stuff that isn't that sort of sexy stuff. Take intelligence. The United States and the United Kingdom are the best code breakers and signals intelligence people in the world. They are very good at what they do, and they're sharing their information. The Soviets are fantastic at the old-fashioned boots-on-the-ground kind of intelligence, human intelligence spying. Hard to find a country that does a better job in their ideology, which has this global appeal. You know, you're all comrades if you're a working person worldwide. Tends to make it a little easier for them to recruit people to work in other countries for their cause than it would be if they were just saying, you know, we need people who agree with Russia and our national aims. It's another thing to say, you know, comrade, help us out as a fellow traveler for a giant world revolution. And it always seems like you can have even 3 people in the most top secret kind of get together over something like an atomic bomb or something like that, and one of them will be the Soviet mole. Now, I should say there's been a lot of argument amongst historians about the value of this intelligence and how you try to quantify how much of an advantage the Allies had because of it. Some people will say it shortened the war by a lot, others by a little. You can't argue with certain things, though, that you just have to look at as enormous, and they're basically intelligence-related things. The Soviet Union had a spy who was able to tell them that the Japanese were not going to attack the Soviet Union and help the Germans who were driving toward Moscow, but were instead going to bomb Pearl Harbor and go that route. That allowed Stalin to free up 30 to 40 divisions in his east and send them west to help keep the Germans from taking Moscow. How do you put a value on that? There are researchers and scientists in Poland who, years before the war, had started to dissect some of the German cryptographical equipment. Then they worked with the French, and then when the war started, they transferred their information to the British. The British had something called an Enigma machine, which is like a little coding typewriter that you had to have on both ends of a coded message to decode it. And the Germans thought it was safe, and the British had one. It's part of a program called Ultra. It was called Ultra because it was ultra secret, and the information from Ultra did not become available till, well, really the mid-1970s. Which means if you look at the history of the Second World War before the mid-1970s, and there's no word ultra in the back index, it shows you that their view of the war is going to be very different than ours, because we know how much the Allies knew about the Axis capabilities and intentions. I mean, make something like the whole North Africa campaign look kind of different. Everybody thought, and I read this in a book, everybody thought Montgomery was reading Rommel's mind, and as one historian said, he was instead reading his mail. In the Pacific, the United States had some idea of the Japanese coded messages and could read some of the stuff some of the time, and you have to be so careful because you have to make sure they're not feeding you a load of baloney if they figured out that you're reading their messages. You also have to be careful about how you react to those messages, because if you're too perfect and you react to everything you decode, they'll realize you've decoded their message. There's a book called Body Code of Lies, which is all about the Enigma and the Ultra program and how they have to make trade-offs sometimes and let troops go to their deaths in a situation where they know they shouldn't be going into that situation, but if they cancel it, the Germans will understand that the traffic's been compromised. They'll change the way they code things. So sometimes you make these hard choices to keep the information conduit open and save it for the really big, decisive moments. Of course, let's not pretend that you can always know what's going to be decisive before it is. There are some obvious cases. If you're going to have a huge battle, throw a ton of your strength in for some, war-winning or war-losing objective, you don't have to be Nostradamus to see that that's going to be decisive, and you should burn all your intelligence breaches or whatever it takes to give yourself an edge, right? But as all of us with an even cursory knowledge of war knows, it is famously serendipitous and often involves luck and chance and all these things. That's why you have things like dice in wargaming. That's what you're simulating there. The random factors that are often out of one's control. I mean, I like the most stark examples. Those stories of ancient battles where the wind whips up unexpectedly and blows sand in the face of only one side, and so they lose. Something that would probably be seen as the gods making a choice in a battle like that, right? The problem with the wind whipping up, though, is you think, well, how do you take advantage of that? How do you use that ahead of time and know and make that decisive? Well, the easy answer is you can't, of course. I think about like a Julius Caesar who might have gone to the battlefield days in advance, interviewed the locals, said, just let me go through these mountains, What time of day does that happen? Does it happen in this time of year? And does it hit the side of the river that's on the east or the west? I mean, you could kind of maybe take advantage of it. It's a double-edged sword, though, because sometimes having information in advance forces you to do something. And if you do something and it turns out wrong, you might have been better off not doing anything at all. I love that Herodotus story about the king of Lydia that goes to the oracle and says, should I attack the empire of Cyrus the Great? And the oracle says, if you attack Cyrus the Great, you will destroy a great empire. So he does and loses, destroying his own great empire. So you got to be careful. In mid-April 1942, Admiral Chester Nimitz, U.S. Admiral Chester Nimitz, I believe his command is the U.S. Central Pacific area, or the Central Pacific, and he gets information transmitted to him of the So the military food chain, emanating originally from some of the crypto analysts like Joseph Roquefort, fabulously interesting guys in their own right. And the information is like the water of Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings, when the hobbits can look down in that water and they see the future. But it also might be something that's a trick, but it also might be something that they want to see. It's intelligence, right? It's stuff from the crypto analyst that puts some of the jigsaw puzzle pieces together in a way that allows them to say with some confidence they think, or they believe, you brought it to limits, what the Japanese are going to do in about 2 weeks. So it's a little glimpse into the not too distant future. Now the problem a guy like Nimitz has with something like this is, what do you do with it? Do you act on it? Or what if the crypto analysts have it wrong? Or, worse yet, what if the Japanese have figured out that some of their codes are broken and deliberately gave false information out there to trap you? Nimitz brings it to other admirals there of mixed opinions. Some agree with him that this is actionable intelligence that we should take advantage of. Others much less sure, saying there's a lot of guesswork going on here. Eventually Nimitz gets approval, though, because he seems to buy it, to take advantage of this actionable intelligence by taking an action. His problem is he doesn't have all that much to work with. As we said earlier, American aircraft carrier strength in the Pacific, and aircraft carriers have turned out to be the important weapon system, although that's not totally confirmed at this point in the war yet, but people are starting to think ahead. American aircraft carrier strength in the Pacific is 4. The Japanese, if you count light carriers, have more than twice as many. And when Nimitz has this 2 weeks notice with which to take advantage of the intelligence, he may not have all 4 of them, because 2 of them are off conducting the Doolittle raid, sort of near Japan. He'll send them if he can, but he's not in charge of the timetable here. The Japanese are. They're launching what they believe is a surprise attack on the island of New Guinea, the second largest island on the planet. That's what Nimitz gets information about. What's more, the crypto analysts think it's going to be at Port Moresby, which, if so, is extra scary for the Allies, because Port Moresby is on the Australian side of New Guinea. Allows the Japanese to avoid having to traipse over the mountain range in the middle of New Guinea, which is... The whole thing actually is just wicked. We talked about it earlier in the story. Depending on your personal fears and things that make you squirm, New Guinea might be, for you, the worst place in the world to fight. Some of you who really hate the cold probably wouldn't want to be on the Eastern Front. There's a lot of bad theaters, but for a lot of people, New Guinea would make the top of the list. The Japanese are going to go around the side of the island to the far side, the Australian side of Port Moresby, and avoid that whole mountain range. And they're going to do it by ship. They're going to have some transports to carry the troops. They're going to have some escort ships to keep an eye on them. And in this case, going to have a couple of aircraft carriers, 2 big ones and a light aircraft carrier nearby. It's all part of a big Japanese move into that area, not just New Guinea, but some of the Solomon Islands like Tulagi. And if the Japanese can establish air bases there, they're going to cause a lot of trouble. They'll be about 100 miles, 200 miles, something like that, off the Australian northern coast. That means not just bombers will be able to reach it, but you'll be able to have Japanese fighter planes in that whole northern Australia area. There was an Australian prime minister who, a generation before this time, said that New Guinea and some of the Solomons comprise like a fortress guarding the northern approaches to Australia. What happens if the northern approaches are no longer guarded, but instead are held by the Japanese? If you're an American, imagine having the Japanese 100 or 200 miles off the coast. Intolerable, right? Well, Australia is one of those, let's call them, if you want to call them intolerable, I like to call them geographic firewalls for the Allies in this war. Places where the Japanese advance has to stop. Lines in the sand. Places like India on one side of the Japanese perimeter, and they're advancing in that direction through Burma, which now Myanmar, fighting not just forces from the United Kingdom and involving Burmese and Indian troops, but also the Chinese troops linking up over there. And it's key, because if the Japanese get to India, they'll cut off supplies to China, all that kind of stuff. But they can't get farther than India. Now, it's hard to see them getting farther than India. That's something all these geographic firewalls have encountered, right? They're hard to imagine them falling. They're even hard to imagine communications getting cut off significantly. But like all firewalls, if somehow the firewall fails, if somehow the Japanese were able, either directly through some sort of military endeavor or because the anti-colonial forces in a place like India were somehow exploited by Japanese propaganda, if somehow the India firewall failed, well then every fantasy that the Axis dreamers have could possibly be in play then. Maybe you could have this linking up of Japanese forces, Axis, Italian, German, Hungarian, Romanian forces somewhere in the Middle Eastern oil fields, right? That's a dream for all these Axis propagandists, but if that happened, all bets are off, right? In the west, on the opposite side of the Japanese defense perimeter, you have the other firewall, the Hawaiian Islands. Some would argue it also includes the islands that guard Hawaii, so like Midway, Johnson, those islands. It's hard to imagine the Japanese taking those islands. It's a little less hard, but still hard to imagine them completely and significantly cutting off communications between those islands and the continental U.S. But if they did, all hell breaks loose. So that's the geographic firewall in that direction. North, well, that's the Soviet Union. If the Japanese had wanted to attack the Soviet Union, they already could have. Now they don't want to. Now that whole Moscow advance looked like it's stalled on the Eastern Front, might have made the good decision there not to mess with the Soviets, so that's a direction they can't expand in. The Japanese supernova begins to run into firewalls in every direction. In the south, it's Australia. And as we said, maybe these places like New Guinea and the Solomons guarding the approaches from the north. The Japanese get them. It creates problems, huge problems. This is also, we should point out, part of the effort in the plans for the reconquest of this area. MacArthur plans on using New Guinea, so have the Japanese all entrenched there with air bases and everything else. Well, that's preventing that is worth losing a couple of aircraft carriers for. I think you could make a case. Nimitz does make a case. He gets approval to risk these carriers, and of course, the reason they're a risk is anytime you want to go out there and strike a blow, you risk what you're using to strike with. It's the same thing where if you throw a punch in boxing, you're opening yourself up to a counter punch. And at this time, the loss of 2 aircraft carriers, half your force in the Pacific, so soon after Pearl Harbor, with all the other things that have happened, it's a big risk. It's also a hell of an opportunity. It is the chance for a change to surprise the Japanese when up till this point in the war, it's been the Japanese who've been doing all the surprising and wrong-footing the Allies, and once they have them off balance, keeping them that way. This is the era, by the way, and this is debatable amongst experts, but this is the era where the Japanese, some of the writers, especially from Japan after the war, would talk about the problem with victory disease or other phrases that denoted a level of hubris that might have been creeping into some of the Japanese military, be it Army, Navy, upper command, or whatnot. They still have a bunch of people that think that they're doomed fighting the Allies, but so far so good, right? Maybe you get a little complacent. And what the Allies are about to do here is ambush a surprise attack. They're launching a surprise attack against a surprise attack. It's a counter-surprise attack. And if a surprise attack is a force multiplier, one would have to think a counter-surprise attack is like a force multiplier plus. So if you're a guy like Admiral Nimitz trying to figure out, what do I use my assets for? What do I risk? What are you waiting for? This is as good as it's going to get. And the reason you care is because the intelligence shows that there's going to be a couple of Japanese aircraft carriers here. 2.5, let's call it. Shokaku, Zuikaku, 2 fleet carriers, and the Shoho light carrier. If you have a chance, because you have all the advantages in your favor, to take those out, that would be a nice little whittling down of Japanese aircraft carrier strength, wouldn't it? So Nimitz gathers what aircraft carrier strength he has, and he sends it out to the Coral Sea, which washes up against both Australia and New Guinea. It's the place where you have to be to make this interception of this Japanese amphibious assault. You'll have the USS Yorktown aircraft carrier there, you'll have the Lexington there and their supporting ships, and they will try to ambush the Japanese. But as we said, the U.S. may have this intelligence advantage, but the Japanese control the timeline. And on or around May 1st, 1942, they strike in the Solomons, launching amphibious assaults at places like the island of Tulagi, all part of the really early moves in this expansion of the defense perimeter southward. A couple of days after that, Admiral Fletcher on board the Yorktown in response to the Tulagi invasion launches an airstrike, maybe hoping to catch all those transports still on the beaches and everybody vulnerable, but it's really after things are done. So the airstrike roars in and sinks a transport and a couple of patrol boats and a destroyer. It's not really a real big haul for that amount of effort expended, and for what you essentially are doing also, which is announcing with a giant bullhorn that there must be an American carrier, at least one nearby, because we just got hit with American carrier aircraft, right? So the Japanese carriers that are not there but not too distant begin to show up on the scene, because obviously they're going to be needed more than they thought. There's at least a carrier nearby. The Americans begin positioning themselves to try to ambush this invasion force, and what's going to unfold is what I read one admiral called it the most complex naval engagement in all history. I'm not an expert, but I'd beg to differ just in my own personal accounts, because there's about 100 of them that look this complicated to me, but that's just because I'm not that smart. It's very complicated stuff, though. So in a simplistic sense, the best way to look at it, though, maybe, is that it's going to be one of the last battles you're going to see, especially once you get satellites. Forget it, it's all over except for the submarines, but it's going to be one of the last battles where you really get a chance to get that feel that goes back to naval battles when people were in canoes. An element that's always been present in naval warfare because of the obvious, it's land warfare, it's a factor too, but the ocean completely makes it a different ballgame. You're forever looking for the other side. Where are they? You're like two people boxing in a fog. Go watch a film like Sink the Bismarck about the sinking of the German battleship. If you watch it, it seems to me like 3/4 of that film is all like a spy versus spy thing. We're tailing him. Oh, he gets lost in the fog. Oh, he picked up his scent over here. It should be called Find the Bismarck, not Sink the Bismarck. But that dynamic is the ever-present naval dynamic that's been around since the beginning of time, right? Fleets, even large ones, get swallowed up easily in the vastness of the ocean. Then there's the atmospheric conditions in the ocean. You got your fog, you got your squalls, you got your dark. There's a million things that just make it sometimes hard, sometimes impossible even for fleets that want to find each other to find each other. If one side actively wants to get away, it's very difficult. What's more, in this era, where you finally have something like aircraft carriers, which extends the eyesight of the fleet, doesn't it? Far distant, because you can scout ahead with all those planes, right? In the old days, like right before this period, until back to the canoe era, you could see as far as the tallest crow's nest, in the highest mast with your little spyglass, as you could see, and that was pretty much it. The radar is going to get pretty darn good on the American side. It's already pretty good. Pretty darn good, though, later in the war. Start changing the characteristics of naval warfare that have always been present. The Japanese are significantly behind in radar technology and the deployment of radar into things like fleets. Yet even with the relatively rudimentary radar on the U.S. side, even with the submarines out there scouting supposedly, even with the air reconnaissance out there scouring the skies, even with the guys in the crow's nest on the highest mast looking for everyone, these fleets get frightfully close to each other and don't even know it. At one point, they'll be 70 miles apart and not know it. How do you have all those aircraft out there sky? It boggles the mind, but it's the ocean, baby. You don't know. It's always been that way. There's something comforting, though, the way things have always been. And what's about to happen in this encounter is going to change the way things have always been and begin turning them into the way things still are now. You go look at modern naval warfare, you will be struck by the speed at which it all happens, right? It's bewildering, it's disorienting, it's hard to follow, and if you're there, it's deadly. It's quick and deadly. The period at which that sort of speed acceleration happens is this period that we're talking about right now, and it's not hard to see why. It's going to be the aircraft. When you have lots of fast-moving, dangerous objects in the sky, things are going to be chaotic and they're going to be going fast. Think of Star Wars, and you have the big giant ships, but they're besieged by hundreds of the little teeny fighters. If nothing else, it's fast. These admirals that are heading to an encounter here are both working without any actual hard data of what it's like when two aircraft carrier armed fleets face each other. This is the first time that's ever happened. The Japanese, about a month before this time period, sank an old, antiquated British light carrier in the Indian Ocean, but it wasn't combat. This is full-on combat. And both admirals are sort of winging it, if you'll pardon the pun, but they're going to learn a lot. If you actually get granular, though, and study what's involved in carrier warfare, with the timetables involved in launching and bringing back planes, and having to, the time involved in rearming them or changing their armament, these aren't just details, they're going to be the really crucial details, and for a bunch of admirals who are surface fleet commanders or submarine commanders, guys who are from a different world entirely, they're all learning on the job here, and the American crews and pilots and everybody especially, it's not so much a baptism of fire, because these aircraft carriers have been involved in little strikes here and there, but this is real. This is not like little raids. This is the full-blown thing. The Japanese are much more experienced in that regard, and they have been fighting with each other a lot longer. It's more of a smooth running machine, but they haven't had to fight aircraft carriers either. Both sides had conducted exercises and war games before the war, and certainly continuing, even after the war, trying to replicate what might happen when these kinds of fleets ran into each other. And I was reading something on the U.S. exercises a little while ago. It was saying that the evidence seemed to show that you had to, as the Americans, you had to find the Japanese carriers before they found you, and you had to launch a strike with almost everything you had immediately upon finding it, in the hopes that you could knock out their carriers before they could launch a strike at you. Think of two gunfighters trying to be quicker on the draw. Not only do you have to kill the other gunfighter, but you have to make sure you kill them before they loose off a shot at you. Because it could be like striking beyond the grave if the American aircraft are able to sink the Japanese carrier, but not before the Japanese carrier unleashes their planes that then knock out the very carrier that killed them. It's like the two fighters killing each other at the same time. Sounds very Japanese samurai-ish right there, doesn't it? Or King Arthurish. But what this does is it puts a real emphasis on, it's like a nail-biting emphasis on finding the enemy and then immediately crippling them. It can give you an itchy trigger finger, if we continue the gunfight analogy here. And both sides have it. And it contributes to how things play out. Because on May 7th, both sides are looking for each other. I've read two things. I've read that neither side knows where the other is, and I've read that both sides kind of think that they know where the other is. But on May 7th, both sides think they find each other. The Japanese get an early report in the early part of the morning that they found at least one aircraft carrier. So the Japanese, doing what you should do based on what evidence the studies seem to show, right? Go get them before they can get you. Launches a full strike. And the full strike arrives on the scene to find not an aircraft carrier, but an oiler, a refueling ship, and a destroyer. The problem with throwing a punch like that, all the right common sense reasons, right? Take them out before they take you out, but while you're taking them out, you're totally defenseless. That's something else the pre-war war game showed. You're basically a floating gasoline and munitions vehicle without protection, and even those small groups of fighters you keep back, known as CAP or Combat Air Patrol, they're going to prove to be less than 100% effective, at least for the early part of the war. So to launch a strike to take out the enemy carriers who could hurt you, and realize that the Japanese reconnaissance guy had given you the wrong information, is potentially devastating. The Americans have a similar problem happen to them a couple hours later, though, when one of their reconnaissance planes accurately identifies some Japanese cruisers that they find, but somehow muffles the communications back with the fleet and the admiral. And what should say cruisers instead reads on the other side of the message in Admiral Fletcher's hands, carriers. So Admiral Fletcher does exactly what the pre-war evidence would seem to indicate you should do. Go get them. And launches a full strike. Those two reconnaissance pilots who muffled the message exchange then have to land and run into Admiral Fletcher. In his book Hirohito's War, author Francis Pike talks about that. So first he talks about how the strike gets going, and then he talks about Admiral Fletcher realizing that he's just launched his entire strike force against a few cruisers. Pike writes, quote, by 9:26 a.m., Yorktown's entire strike force of 93 planes had been spotted, meaning fueled and armed on deck, and Fletcher came onto the bridge wing with a bullhorn and ordered them to get that goddamn carrier. 45 minutes later, the strike force was on its way. Nielsen and Straub, those are the two aircraft reconnaissance guys, now returned to the Yorktown, dropping a beanbag with an attached note that confirmed the location of the Japanese force. Fletcher was horrified to see that the note mentioned 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers, not a word about carriers. As a result of the miscommunication, Fletcher had launched his entire strike force against a small cruiser force, leaving his own carriers bare to attack from Japan's carriers. When Nielsen landed, Fletcher asked him, "What about the carriers?" The shocked admiral, according to one witness, told Nielsen, "Young man, do you know what you have done? You have just cost the United States 2 carriers." End quote. The Americans got lucky. Another reconnaissance plane spotted not one of the big fleet carriers, but the light carrier Shoho, steaming about 20 or 30 miles away. Radioed that information back. Fletcher was able to break radio silence and vector the attack, which was, of course, going toward those insignificant cruisers, to change course and hit the Japanese light carrier. The Shoho got to be an early example of exactly why these admirals had every reason to be frightened to death of what these aircraft could do. She was blown right out of the water. The after-action reports of fighter pilots and combat pilots and bomber pilots of all kinds are wildly and notoriously and historically in every culture in the world that has them optimistic. They're an optimistic lot. I think in the Battle of Britain they actually had a formula to read out the natural optimism of fighter pilots. To take these numbers with a grain of salt, Craig L. Simon says that pilots from the Lexington claimed to hit the Shoho with 5 bombs and 9 torpedoes. The Yorktown crews claimed 14 bomb hits and 10 torpedo hits. 700 crew members or something. They pulled a little over 200 out of the water. Scratch 1 flat top was the famous American message back to let the commanders of the fleet know that they'd gotten a carrier. May 7th is kind of the appetizer for May 8th, and here's how naval historian Craig L. Simons describes the next day. He writes, quote, "The air attacks of May 7th were only the preliminary skirmish. The next day, scout planes from each side finally sighted the other's carriers, and at almost the same moment, the Americans and the Japanese launched full deck loads of attack planes toward the other's position. The planes even passed one another en route to their targets. Arriving first, the Americans encountered ferocious opposition from Japanese Zeros flying CAP, that's Combat Air Patrol, the defense of the fighters of their own aircraft carriers. An American pilot recalled, now quoting the pilot, quote, "It was an incredible scramble, people yelling over the radio, mixed up, and you never knew who was on top of whom. Amidst the chaos," Simons writes, "and harassed by the Zeros, the torpedo planes scored no hits. The dive bombers, however, plunging almost straight down from 14,000 feet, put 3 1,000-pound bombs onto the Shokaku, utterly wrecking her flight deck, though she managed to stay afloat. The Zuikaku, obscured by dense cloud cover, escaped entirely." End quote. It's worth a tiny moment aside here because it's part of those sort of tragedies of war. We talked earlier about things that will fail in the acid test of combat, right? You don't know until it happens. One of those things is going to be the American torpedo. Sounds like a small thing to bring up, doesn't it? But the American torpedo in the early part of the war is probably the worst torpedo of all the major powers. It's dysfunctional and unreliable. Often didn't explode, often ran too deep. All kinds of problems. It's been a scandal amongst some, and there have been writings since I was a kid blaming all kinds of things from the underperformance of the U.S. submarine service early in the war to the PT boats to the torpedo planes, blaming this weapon system that did not pass the acid test of combat. Now, the Japanese, on the other side of the coin, have by far, and it's not even close, the best torpedoes in the war. So that's an area where, the United States has the radar, the Japanese have the torpedoes. I take the radar over the torpedoes, but the torpedoes are not insignificant, especially now when they are supposed to be the main ship-killing weapon in these naval arsenals. There's a sort of doomed heroism to the torpedo planes on the American side here, because they don't know it, but even if they manage to make this horrifically scary run, right, torpedo planes have to go at almost wave height, they have to line up, with the ship and go straight and level for a long time, which makes you a wonderful sitting duck for both the ship's anti-aircraft and the combat air patrol that's out to get you like a bunch of dragonflies amongst gnats. And you got this heavy torpedo underneath you, which makes you lumbering and slow. All right, but it's worth it, right? If you can get a ship. The problem is that these torpedoes so often fail to explode or run deep. Well, it's amazing how often early in the war, these planes will, despite saying that they scored hits, it's going to be the dive bombers that take the toll on the Japanese. But the dive bombers have their way opened up by the torpedo planes. And the torpedo planes are kind of like the lead blockers, if the lead blockers had to sometimes take a bullet for the running back. Because the torpedo planes, as I said, operating at low level, well, that's where the fighters who are defending the fleet go get them, low level. When these dive bombers come in from like 14,000 feet, you can't just as a fighter climb from ground level to 14,000 feet quickly. It takes some time, and by then the bombs have dropped. So, in a sense, these torpedo planes, which get massacred in the early battles here, are taking up the attention of the dragonflies, so the bombers have a clear running lane to drop their bombs on the Shokaku and send her careening away on fire. The Americans do not escape unscathed, either, and the Japanese find them. They launch an anvil attack, Simon says, which means they're coming in from opposite angles. This shows you their professionalism, how often they've worked together. They may not have attacked carriers like this before, but they've got a lot of experience sinking big ships, and they do it so that no matter which way you turn, somebody's going to get you. The Yorktown and the Lexington, the aircraft carriers, are enormous. The Lexington is one of the largest non-nuclear warships ever built. I remembered how long it was because it's easy. It's 888 feet long. Try nimbly turning that monster. That having been said, the Yorktown's not much shorter, and yet she is able to nimbly escape, I guess, like 8 torpedoes. And the Japanese torpedoes, as I said, those are not dysfunctional in any way. They are deadly. And a couple of them hit the Lexington. So do a couple of bombs. The problem on all these carriers is we'll never get solved in the whole war, although they'll get better as the newer carriers come online, incorporating what these early battles teach them. These things are they're bombs and fuel, right? Torpedoes, bombs, and fuel. That's what they carry in planes. Lots of flammable, explosive types of things. And so when a fire starts on them, it's extremely dangerous. And that's what these bombs really do. They blow holes in flight decks and they start fires. This is where another non-sexy side of war is going to come into play. When I was a kid, they remembered these folk, and they still remembered the Seabees, the combat engineers who build stuff. They were also always credited with a lot of sort of under-the-radar importance in the war effort. The combat crews and the damage control crews on U.S. ships are going to turn out to be one of their real strong points. Their ability to put out fires, prevent ships from listing, their ability to get ships that are out of commission, especially flight decks and flight operations going again, will be make it or break it stuff at several important points. And not just the crews on board, the ability of the crews back at places like Pearl Harbor to get ships up and running quickly are going to be absolutely crucial to the war effort in a way that you could never, if you were back in Japan 15 years before the war, going, you really have to invest in policies for people to quickly turn around ships if they're injured in wartime, because the Shokaku is going to go back to Japan, and it's going to take some time to get it back in action. And the other ship that's Shikoku is also going to go back to Japan because he lost so many pilots in this encounter, which is going to turn out to be another one of those problems. So both of those things are going to be out of commission for a while. The Lexington's going to be out of commission forever because these damage control crews do heroic efforts to basically get the fires under control, get the list under control. The Lexington almost makes it out of there. And then internal explosions start, and the ship's doomed. And they actually were able to, like, I remember the stories of they would say that the crew they had so much time they could go down and get whole helmetfuls of ice cream, from the restaurant at the ship, and then take it down, as they're getting off the ship, they took their shoes off. I mean, it was a sort of an orderly getting off of the doomed vessel. They sent in a U.S. destroyer that torpedoed it with 5 torpedoes, at least some of which obviously were functional, and sent it to the bottom. Both sides kind of contemplated striking again. The Japanese actually thinking about looking for a night battle, but the end result was both sides sort of pulled away. Now, you never want to trade a fleet carrier like the Lexington for a light carrier like the Shoho, so it's often been portrayed, this battle in the Coral Sea, as a tactical victory for the Japanese. And by the way, all sides claimed victory, exaggerated the enemy's losses and all that kind of stuff in the media and the propaganda. But from a strategic standpoint, the Japanese, at least for now, called off their invasion of Port Moresby, the first time in this whole supernova era that the Japanese have been thwarted in one of their designs. And this also keeps safe that firewall on the south, that line in that direction that the Japanese must not be allowed to cross. But in a month, they're going to test another one of the firewalls. This one, the Americans' firewall in the Central Pacific. The dead center of the Pacific, kind of, about halfway between North America and Asia. Maybe that's why it's called Midway. In my mind, one of the reasons I disagree with that admiral who said Coral Sea is maybe the most complicated battle ever is because Midway to me looks just as complicated, if not more complicated. It's very hard to follow, and I feel like it actually makes more sense if you simplify it. To me, Midway, this famous legendary battle in the Second World War, one of the really great naval battles, the suffering and violence and death and everything involved can be called great. To me, it looks like round 2 of the same fight. The Coral Sea is round 1, and then Midway's round 2. They're only a month apart from each other, and the time spent apart reminds me of what a boxer does when they go back to their corner. They get sponged down and stitched up, and you go and break down here's what the other guy's been doing to you, and then they clash again. This is, again, the non-sexy stuff, but the Yorktown, which is damaged to Coral Sea and is supposed to be out for months, goes back to Pearl Harbor. They do the equivalent of calling on Scotty for impulse power. We need it. And they send the Yorktown within 48 hours with welders still working on it to war to meet up with the force that's going to ambush the Japanese again at Midway, the same way they did at Coral Sea. There's an interesting line in the history books I read that said that it's intriguing that the Japanese high command never really wondered, at least, and I haven't found anything that said they did, what the heck the American carriers were doing at just the right place in Coral Sea. Because the Americans are going to do the same thing in Midway. They're going to have the same people. It's going to be the same crypto analysts like Rochefort. He's going to be one of these guys again who tells them, even does a roost to try to make sure he knows what they're talking about. He tells the high command they're going to attack Midway Island, which, if you actually look at it on a satellite map, calling it an island is a gross exaggeration. It is 2 small little spits of reef right next to each other. One of them is a little more than 1,100 acres, I think. The other's more like 50. The 2 current airfields on the 2 atolls take up more than half the atoll space. These are islands that are important because of where they are and the fact that they're big enough to put airfields on, or airfield on each one. So the Japanese are going to take it. What does this do? Well, a bunch of things, and the Japanese are sort of divided as to what they want here. Once again, the buck doesn't seem to stop anywhere, and strategy is often decided at these liaison conferences where the army leaders and the navy leaders and the emperor, there's haggling, and it's a strange way. They cobble together something here. There's going to be apparently the largest Japanese naval effort up until this time ever. in multiple columns, including an attack on Aleutian Islands, Kiska, I think it is, and that may be a concession to the Army who wanted the defense perimeter out here. And attack the island of Midway in order to extend. Some of these people in Japan want the defense perimeter expanded. This is where fans of the Doolittle raid will point out that this is because of the Doolittle raid. Nobody wants to see Japan bombed again, hence we will move the defense perimeter farther away, giving us more space between us and the Americans, more room to detect their attacks, more space to launch countermeasures, right? So you have a good argument for expanding the defense perimeter in that direction, even if it extends our lines of communication even farther. It looks like Admiral Yamamoto, the mastermind of Pearl Harbor, as he's always known, looks like he may have had another idea here. And he may have had to work out deals in the haggling with the liaison conference and the Army and all this sort of stuff, and even within his own service to get his way. Maybe even a little prima donna activity there through his own. But like a lot of aggressive admirals out there, especially guys who happen to favor the decisive battle school of naval thinking, and there are many of those in many different navies around the world. The idea of just sitting back and creating a defensive corridor to protect yourself from things like American aircraft carrier attacks seems like the wrong way to go about it. Why don't you just go get those American carriers and solve the problem right there? You already knocked out the battleship fleet at Pearl Harbor. Why not just sink those aircraft carriers somewhere where the water is nice and deep and you won't recover them the way the U.S. is trying to raise some of those battleships at Pearl Harbor? The histories paint Yamamoto as a guy who sees Midway, just like we explained, New Guinea, a firewall, something the Americans would think was a line in the sand, and that if he threatened or took it, they would come out and fight for it. And then he could sink those carriers in deep water. He's got a mathematical equation going on in his head. He understands, Yamamoto, a lot of the Navy guys really understand the American industrial capability. He knows the Japanese are currently building one new aircraft carrier. And remember, they take a couple of years. The Japanese take longer than the Americans to build these things. So they got one in the pipeline. They won't actually get a new purpose-built aircraft carrier instead of a conversion until 1944. The Americans, by the end of 1942, are going to be working on like 5 of them at the same time. So if you're Yamamoto, you have a superiority in aircraft carrier numbers right now. You want to mow the lawn or cut the grass. You want to whittle American strength down now while you're superior, maybe cut the carrier force here by 3/4 or get lucky and sink all of them, and then continue to sink the American carriers in battles as they come off the assembly lines. It's the only way to maintain your superiority. Even if you could just mow the lawn once, in this case, you would buy the Japanese unbelievably important time to consolidate this defense perimeter, at air bases, stop replying. It would just be get the resource chain going that you've just conquered. The Japanese have been planning this since before the Coral Sea battle that had taken place in May, and to lose the services of your 2 newest and most modern fleet carriers, the ones that were damaged or who lost planes, the Zuikaku and the Shokaku, to lose their participation in what's about to come is going to turn out to be one of those things you look back on and go, wow, that might have made a difference. But they should take their place behind all of the other things that might have made a difference. This battle is going to be uncharacteristically sloppy on both Yamamoto and the Japanese side. Unexpected. You look at how they conducted themselves in the first phase of this whole supernova in the east. Initial expansion and everything. The Pearl Harbor attacks. I mean, those are intricately planned, wonderful, clever, elegant military things. The training. I mean, everything. This is going to be much more haphazard. And Masanori Ito, in his book from the 1950s, The End of the Imperial Japanese Navy is the American title, had said that every estimate was bad, every guess wrong. I think that's his way of saying what's about to happen is going to be a perfect example. One of the good military examples, although there's a million of them, of Murphy's Law, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. It helps if you don't plan for certain things and you're not flexible. This Japanese assault, an assault it is, it's going to be an invasion of Midway Island, right? The small little atolls. It's going to involve a fleet that is huge. It involves 4 aircraft carriers, 4 main fleet aircraft carriers, and battleships, and another one. They're going to be divided into columns, so they're separated. So think about different fleets. There are really 5 or 6 of them. And they're going to be stretched out over a huge length. The ones in the far north are going to be landing on Alaskan islands, Atu, Kiska, things like that. That's a weird part of this whole thing, too. When I was growing up, we were taught that these were diversions. Nowadays, it's thought that this is maybe a concession to the Army, and this is going to be the northern wing of the defense perimeter. Whatever it is, it's been criticized by military historians ever since as a needless diversion of force. And, again, weirdly enough, the Japanese columns here, these different fleets, are too far away from one another to be of much help. The basics of the plan are that there's going to be an invasion of these atolls, the Midway Island atolls, by land troops. There are going to be American defenders on the island. There's an airfield, so you got to take those things out. So the aircraft carriers, the 4 aircraft carriers that are part of the main strike force, the fleet carriers, are going to go in there and bomb the heck out of it. The orders are to prepare the way for the land invasion so that can succeed. But they have another order, and that is to sink any American carriers that they find. Which order takes precedence? Well, they're still debating this while they're approaching the destination. This is how strange the whole thing seems. And there's going to be a lot of problems with the Japanese plan. They're going to be over-complexifying, if you pardon the misuse of the language, over-complexifying the whole thing, which is a problem they have. Their plans, when they work out, look like pocket watches in terms of the precision and the interlocking mechanisms all coming into place at the same time. And that's how the first phase of the supernova part of the war went. Their problem is an inflexibility when something doesn't go according to plan. And a bunch of times in this operation, something's going to be, for example, late. And when it's late, if it turns out to be a very important part of the operation, this will jeopardize the operation unless the operation accounts for this. We're going to change the plans a little bit. That submarine's not at the rendezvous point to use reconnaissance efforts, to make sure the American fleet's not coming. If you don't change your plans, things get a little ragged. If several of these things happen and you don't change your plans, things can get very ragged. The worst part, of course, from the Japanese standpoint is they're walking into another trap, the second one in like a month. First you don't succeed, try again. We mentioned earlier that the Yorktown, the aircraft carrier, damaged at Coral Sea by a Herculean effort with welders still on board, steams to the rendezvous point. The rendezvous point is a place where in the war games, the Japanese war gamer who was playing the Americans, he put the fleet there in the war game, and the judge who works for Admiral Yamamoto apparently said, sorry, you can't put a fleet there, that's unrealistic. It's one of those things where you go, what, in the war game? If you want to get granular on this, the people have debated every little moment of this encounter, ad nauseum, but it does kind of suck you in. It's fascinating. This is a moment-by-moment kind of conflict that's about to happen here, because we've mentioned how naval warfare nowadays is so quick and so deadly. Welcome to modern naval warfare. You got a taste of it at the Coral Sea. You're going to get more than you can stomach here, especially if you're Japanese. Personally, while there's a lot of errors you can attribute to the Japanese, let's not notice that this is a pretty beautiful little plan here from a military standpoint. The intelligence puts the U.S. in a position where they can hide 3 fleet carriers, sort of behind and above, if you're looking at it on a map, the island of Midway. used the Midway reconnaissance to find the Japanese carriers and sort of keep their carriers out of range of the Japanese scout planes. That's kind of nifty. Eventually, you're going to have to get within range, but for a while, you're more invisible to them than they are to you. And as we had said earlier, the whole carrier thing at this point, and confirmed by the Coral Sea battle a month before, seems to be find them before they find you. Find them before they can launch their own strike force, right? That's a nifty part of the plan, as is being able to use Midway as another aircraft carrier. If you've got 3 fleet carriers for this battle, which the Americans do, and the Japanese have 4 fleet carriers where you can use Midway to make up for one of those, so the odds are then even. Midway is not maneuverable like a carrier, but it can't be sunk either, so maybe those things even out. But what the Americans are doing is they've used the intelligence to set a trap and they're lying in wait for the Japanese, who think, once again, that they're the ones ambushing someone. On June 4th, Nagumo launches an airstrike, first thing in the morning at Midway Island. The airstrike's job is to take out, as we said, the ability for the island to launch planes, to take out defensive stuff so that the amphibious assault force can land. He's got about half his planes, though, in reserve. He doesn't send those. He arms them with torpedoes, which are specifically ship-killing ordnance, whereas these planes going after the island of Midway are mostly armed with high-explosive bombs, right? Different ordnance for different targets. And when Nagumo's strike force carrier aircraft, in a huge wave of aircraft, get to Midway, instead of finding the Americans with their planes parked on the runway, unprepared, they find the American air assets in the air, waiting for them. John Tolan at the Rising Sun was talking about what an open secret it was amongst Americans, that the intelligence had perhaps been compromised and that this was a trap and that they were part of setting it. He talks about the scuttlebutt on the U.S. aircraft carriers amongst the sailors who were saying that. When he quotes Admiral Spruance as saying that he thought that the next day, this day, June 4th, would be the most important in U.S. naval history. The Japanese strike force does a significant amount of damage to Midway, but doesn't seem to have inhibited the aircraft capability, among other things, and Nagumo gets the message from his aircraft strike leader that he recommends another strike on the island. This puts Nagumo on the horns of a dilemma from which he will not escape, because his job is twofold, right? To knock out this island and to sink any American carriers. He's got half his aircraft sitting around doing nothing with torpedoes just in case he runs into some American carriers, but he hasn't found any yet, so what do? I feel for Nagumo at this point. This is when you realize that the speed of the battle is going to be. Naval warfare has always been kind of quick and deadly. It's always been thought of that way. If you go back, they never thought it was slow and easy. But Nagumo's 55 years old. When this stuff starts cascading on him quickly, I love the way in Shattered Sword they look at all the, like I said, they get granular on this, but they point out that the bridge on the ship that he commands, they give the dimensions, the size dimensions of it. They talk about how many people would have been in the room with him. In other words, the whole point of getting into it is this guy's got no physical space in which to think. So not only does he not have time, he's got no sense where he can just, let me think for a minute, and everything's going to happen so amazingly quickly. I just think about how disorienting it would have been. His problem starts, though, with arming the planes. And if you're a nut about Midway, this is the big deal, right? What are the planes armed with, and what do we change to? Right, so here's the way a naval historian, Craig Simons, describes part of this dilemma. And the real problem starts not when he has to decide, do I go after this island or do I not go after this island again? Because that's all predicated on, well, there's no American fleet, so what's the problem when they find the American fleet? Another one of these wonderful little serendipitous moments in the Battle of Midway. The American fleet is spotted by a reconnaissance plane from the Japanese cruiser Tone. This plane took off 30 minutes late. Now, you think to yourself, hey, no big deal. It probably wasn't going to be the plane that sighted the American carriers on its search route. Right? What are the odds? Well, but it was. When it sighted the American carriers, sighted them about 30 minutes later than it otherwise would have. That's kind of a big deal. Before, instead of the pilot radioing back, we found the American carriers, quick launch everything, he said we found a bunch of American ships. To which Nagumo then had to go, ships? What kind of ships? What are we talking about here? So ask him what kind of ships. Asks him what kind of ships. The message comes back, and then he finds out at least one aircraft carrier. Naval historian Craig L. Simons picks up the story from there, and what a bombshell that must have been. Quote, that changed everything, and Nagumo now had to decide what to do with this startling information. He could order the anti-ship ordnance put back on the planes and prepare an immediate attack on this American carrier. That, after all, was his primary mission. The problem was that by now, Tomononga's planes, that's the man who just struck Midway with the strike force, Tomononga's planes were returning from the strike on Midway, and they needed to land. So too did the Zeros that had been flying combat air patrol all morning and were running low on fuel. Nagumo could not recover and launch planes at the same time. He had to choose. Because he did not like doing things by halves, he decided to recover Tomononga's planes, as well as the circling Zeros, then refuel and rearm all of them for a coordinated strike on the American carrier, or perhaps carriers. All that would take time, of course, but Nagumo believed he had time enough. He didn't. End quote. When I grew up, there was a blockbuster Hollywood film about Midway with big stars, and there's been another one since. I think the Japanese have a film on it. It's one of these sorts of events that, as a kid growing up, you get a sort of a sense of a rhythm for. And looking on it now with the good history books that have been written since and whatnot, I have a different feel for it. It doesn't feel anymore like it felt when the movies were telling the story to me, and I have a sense of maybe that being something the screenwriters needed or the filmmakers needed to set pacing and to provide breaks when there could be dialogue and drama between characters. I get it, but it screwed up my sense of the timing. And if you go look at the timeline of this, from, say, a Japanese sailor's perspective, and I went and looked at a bunch of them, and they can be a little different from each other, but the general tone is the same. It doesn't look like there really was a lot of break once the attacks started. Maybe a little time here or there, but when you consider the chaos any of these attacks would have created, and the adrenaline and the cleanup or the casualties or whatever it might be, I don't think any of these had casualties, but you don't know that until you survive it. I don't think you would have felt like there was much of a break. I think the prevailing attitude on the Japanese sailors' part would have been something more akin to, oh no, here they come again. Right? Just when you think you could relax and have a cigarette, oh no, more planes in the distance. So check out this timeline and tell me if it doesn't feel a little like that too. The Japanese, by the way, will be found. The strike force will be found by an American reconnaissance pilot who will break through the clouds, see the strike force of like 4 fleet carriers, 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 12 destroyers, 250 combat planes, and it's just one of the many different fleets that are part of this overall Japanese offensive, stretching all the way to those Alaskan islands. And he said it was like the curtain rising on the biggest show on Earth. So he goes and radios back, found the Japanese fleet. Basically, within an hour and a half, or hour 35 minutes, the Japanese are facing their first American aircraft. Right? So as soon as they could get up and out there, they were on them. And the Americans will, at almost no time in this combat, develop a giant swarm of aircraft all at once and then launch it all at the enemy. The Japanese prefer to do it that way. The Americans might prefer to do it that way, but there are many decisions made commander-wise in this combat. Admiral Spruance will make a couple of them. One will be launching from too far away and just taking his chances, right? Not waiting for an optimal time, trying to get a jump time-wise on the enemy. The other will be sending his planes in small groups as they get going. Right? Don't wait around to concentrate. The Americans took a lot longer to launch than the very efficient and experienced Japanese carriers did. But don't wait 45 minutes until we're all up in the air in one swarm. As you launch, you should concentrate in a small group and go. And they did, which means that the Americans were arriving all morning long. And they would get lost, some of these planes. The problem with this story is if you want to tell it best and most accurately, this is a war between beehives, and you need to follow small groups of bees. You need to be in Luke Skywalker's plane, Red Leader 1, Red Leader 4, because that's what's going on here. But it makes the story unbelievably complex and turns it into a bunch of vignettes when really, if you're the Japanese sailor, at 7:10 a.m., the first American planes from the island of Midway show up, and you're under almost constant attack. The rhythm I feel now is not like the movie rhythm. The rhythm I feel now is like the Americans are trying to strike a match, and the Japanese are trying to blow the match out. And you get strike, and eventually it lights. 7:10 a.m., the Japanese are struck by American aircraft from Midway. The Japanese basically take no damage from these planes, but their Zeros get up there, they're fighting, they're using fuel, they're taking damage. So these attacks all count. The ships are all doing evasive maneuvers. Everybody's adrenaline is up. Everybody's, wide-eyed and aware. So 7:10, you get your first attack. 7:55, 45 minutes later, another one from the island of Midway. These are all 15, 16, 12 numbers of planes. A lot of them are high-level bombers too, all different kinds. So 7:10 your first, 7:55 your second, 8:10, 15 minutes later, another one. 8:20, 10 minutes after that, another one. 9:25, so an hour, give it a break and a chance to have a cigarette. Talk about what just happened. Hour and 5 minutes later, boom, first carrier planes show up. Torpedo bombers, right? The ones that are real ship killers. Now, neither the Americans nor the Japanese realize that these torpedo bombers are really not going to do anything. You can't play it that way, and you might be able to argue that the reason the American torpedo planes didn't do anything was because of all the Japanese countermeasures, right? But the first torpedo planes show up at 9:25 a.m. 5 minutes later, torpedo planes from another American carrier show up. 10 o'clock, half hour after that, more torpedo planes from yet another American carrier show up. 10:25, 25 minutes after that, the dive bombers show up almost serendipitously at the same time from multiple directions, and the war changes. The moments before the U.S. dive bombers, which were unquestionably the best American carrier planes that they had going at this time, better than the fighters, much, much, much better than the torpedo planes. Before the American dive bombers showed up, this was looking a bit like a Japanese victory here. I have difficulty finding a more consequential 15 minutes in military history anywhere than what happens from 10:25 a.m. for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes of time. Historian Craig Simons talks about the Japanese before the dive bombers show up and how they've been ripping apart all the American aircraft, and the torpedo planes most of all, he writes, quote, "Only minutes later, the torpedo bombers from Enterprise in Yorktown arrived, and they too were overwhelmed by the Zeros. Of 41 torpedo bombers launched by the American carriers that morning, only 4 made it back to their ships. And despite that horrific sacrifice, none of them managed to hit an enemy ship with a torpedo. Counting the bombers from Midway, the Americans had now sent 94 airplanes to attack the Japanese. All but a handful had been shot down, and none of them had managed to land either a bomb or a torpedo on any Japanese ship. At 10:20 in the morning on June 4th, 1942, Nagumo had reason to believe he was winning the battle. To complete the victory, he needed to finish the transfer of ordnance down on the hangar deck, bring his planes up to the flight deck, and send them off to destroy the American carriers. None of Nagumo's vessels had radar, he writes, so it was one of the many lookouts on board the flagship Akagi who pointed skyward at 10:22 a.m. and screamed out, I believe it is Kuyokoka, which means dive bombers. End quote. Simon's book, I love his writing. That moment when the dive bombers are spotted is famous. There were eyewitnesses who survived the war and wrote about it. One of the things that some of the modern histories prove is, once again, you can't always trust an eyewitness just because they were there. They misremember things, they romanticize things. It happens. There's nothing new about any of this, right? This is what historians spend a lot of time doing, isn't it? Taking the most precious things they have to work with, primary sources, and if you're super lucky, eyewitness accounts, and then trying to figure out how much of it you can trust and how much is real, and how you filter out the biases, how even the biases might teach you something. But you gotta have something to plug in for X to get the whole calculation going. You have 11 primary sources. There's a bunch of interesting survivors from this event. On the Japanese side, one of them is the guy who actually led the first raid of planes into Pearl Harbor about 7 months before this time, the flight leader. Mitsuo Fuchida is his name. I think we mentioned him earlier. We should have if we didn't. He's on board one of these carriers when the strike happens, and he gives you an eyewitness account that becomes something that was originally transmitted as accurate to 100%. I mean, there's an eyewitness. He saw everything that happened. Now it's been used and torn apart, re-put together. I mean, it's been analyzed 9 ways to Sunday. And a bunch of the specifics that he talks about aren't true, but it doesn't matter. If you plug your little tube into the back of his head and suck out some of his memories, it's the fire and explosions and what happens to him in the sense of disbelief, where that's what stays with you. And the emotions on the other side are shocking too, because we're not in war anymore. And you forget how much there's hate involved here, and a sense of almost tears running down your face. Revenge, right? You're getting what you have coming. The Japanese have been throwing all the punches, as we said, in this war. At Coral Sea, the Americans had given them their first loss of a ship larger than a destroyer that they'd suffered in the whole war, but they've still come off relatively unscathed. They've been doing great damage. There's a lot of anger. Eugene Sledge later in the war, I heard him say once he's a Marine, there was a crying, screaming Japanese wounded soldier outside his Marine's position, and the group wanted to finish him off just so they could get some mental peace. And another person in the group said, "Forget that, let him keep screaming. They killed my brother at Pearl Harbor. I like the sound of that." You forget about that. When you hear about the account from the person who dropped the first of these bombs on these Japanese carriers, that's what he was thinking about. He was thinking about payback. It's the most natural thing in the world, isn't it? These are the ships that hit Pearl Harbor. These are the pilots on these ships that did the act. To the Americans of this time period, this for them is the equivalent of, it would have felt like getting Osama bin Laden. Right? There is a sense of payback of all paybacks here, and what's going to happen. And this narrative, by the way, picks up after the last of the torpedo planes have been eliminated. I think it's about 2 to 3 minutes. The timeline's all different, like I said, between the last of the torpedo attacks that I think started at 10 a.m. officially are done, and the beginning of the dive bomber attacks. That's where the story picks up. In Virginia, the guy who led the first wave into Pearl Harbor watched it from an absolutely target's eye view. Mitsuo Fuchida remembered, quote, "Visibility was good. Clouds were gathering at about 3,000 meters, however, and though there were occasional breaks, they afforded good concealment for approaching enemy planes. At 10:24, the order to start launching came from the bridge by voice tube." He means of his aircraft carriers on the planes, by the way, that's what he's talking about. He continues, "The air officer flapped a white flag, and the first Zero fighter gathered speed and whizzed off the deck. At that instant, a lookout screamed, 'Helldivers!' Those were American planes. I looked up to see 3 black enemy planes plummeting towards our ship. Some of our machine guns managed to fire a few frantic bursts at them, but it was too late. The plump silhouettes of the American dauntless dive bombers quickly grew larger, and then a number of black objects suddenly floated eerily from their wings. Bombs. Down they came, straight towards me. I fell instinctively to the deck and crawled behind a command post manlet. The terrifying scream of the dive bombers reached me first, followed by the crashing explosion of a direct hit. There was a blinding flash and then a second explosion, much louder than the first. I was shaken by a weird blast of warm air. There was still another shock, but less severe, apparently a near miss. Then followed a startling quiet, as the barking of the guns suddenly ceased. I got up and looked at the sky. The enemy planes were already out of sight." End quote. Think of how quickly something like that just happened. It continues, by the way, to give you a sense of the situation on board, and this has been roundly broken down by experts, right? How much of these things happen the way the eyewitnesses said they did. But let's understand that what's going to happen on all these ships. It's going to all seem a little bit like this. Fuchidas's quote, "I was horrified at the destruction that had been wrought in a matter of seconds. There was a huge hole in the flight deck just behind the amidship elevator. The elevator itself, twisted like molten glass, was drooping into the hangar. Deck plates reeled upward in grotesque configurations. Planes stood tail up, belching livid flame and jet black smoke. Reluctant tears streamed down my cheeks as I watched the fires spread, and I was terrified at the prospect of induced explosions, which would surely doom the ship. End quote. Again, to the Americans, this would have been an exultant moment, and John Toland in The Rising Sun describes the feelings of one of these dive bombers who went in there and delivered this damage. This, by the way, is the remembrance of Lieutenant Wilmer Earl Gallagher, as recounted in Toland's The Rising Sun. And Gallagher is one of the first guys, comes in there, sees carriers, goes for it from almost a straight down dive, according to eyewitnesses. A perfect pro maneuver type dive bomb. This didn't look like the Coral Sea where things were. These were professionals, the people on board the Japanese ships thought. And Toland writes, quote, Gallagher aimed at a huge rising sun, about 50 feet across, painted in blood red on the flight deck. Ever since the day he saw Arizona lie smashed and smoldering in Pearl Harbor, he had vowed to go after an enemy carrier. At about 1,800 feet, he released his bomb, then pulled up into a steep climb and kicked the Dauntless around. He kept watching his bomb, something he had warned his pilots never to do, tumble closer and closer to the target. It exploded on the after part of the flight deck, and he thought exultantly, Arizona, I remember you. End quote. As I said, to the Americans at this time period, it would have seemed like this was the most exquisitely sweet sort of justice. You surprise attacked us. You did all these nasty things in the Far East. You had it your way the whole time. This is our wrestler analogy, our professional wrestler analogy, where the little guy at Pearl Harbor went after the big guy, the popular hero, when his back was turned before the bell was rung. And there's always the turning point in that storyline, as you probably know, when all of a sudden the big guy shakes the cobwebs out, turns around, and issues a big match-turning blow or two on the little guy, and now everything's going to be different. These American dive bombers come in here, and within a few minutes, I'll have 3 of these Japanese carriers on fire and burning, 2 of them out-of-control infernos. It is stunning. I just compared this to an Osama bin Laden 9/11 moment. If you live through that, and you can remember it, you remember the sense of disbelief in something happening this quickly that was this substantial. You couldn't really get your mind around it. And of these 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, the one that avoids getting hit here, in Shattered Sword, the remembrances of that captain are recounted at this moment, where he just couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. You have to imagine that these carriers were a couple miles apart from each other, but you can see them like torches on the naval horizon. I like the way, and it's a great book, but you really have to want to know a lot about Midway. It's called Shattered Sword. We referenced it earlier, I believe. Jonathan Parshall and Anthony Tully break the whole thing down like a Kennedy assassination investigation. From Shattered Sword, quote, to the north, on Hiryu's bridge, there were collective moans as Kaga burst into flames and began smoking heavily. Hiryu had tried to warn her, but it had all been for nothing. Her navigator, Commander Cho, later remarked, quote, now quoting Commander Cho, it was like a horrible dream in slow motion, to see such a great carrier done in this easily. End quote. Jonathan Parshall and Anthony Tully continue. Almost immediately, though, the lookouts started screaming in a loud voice that Soryu and Akagi were under attack as well. Afraid that the man's near hysterical demeanor would be bad for morale, Cho snapped at him to quiet down and use a lower voice. He could see, though, that the man was right. Cho tried to stay focused on driving Hiryu out of danger, as the torpedo plane attack was still coming in, but it was useless. Everyone on the bridge was stunned into insensibility by the magnitude of the attack. End quote. One of the things I like about the granular approach, like Shattered Sword, earlier they described the size of the thinking space that the Japanese admiral would have in this situation. The 55-year-old guy who's watching all this unfold this quickly. Then they talk about the things like how flammable these ships are. The quote that stood out was they said World War II era warships were marvelously flammable. And then went down the list of why. And they were talking about all warships in general initially, and then they specifically started talking about aircraft carriers. In the Pacific, the British have armored flight decks, but the Americans and the Japanese have wood ones, beautiful wood ones that burn wonderfully. They also have, of course, lots of aircraft fuel. They have bombs, they have torpedoes. These Japanese warships are carrying, on average, about 80,000 pounds of torpedoes, bombs, and stuff like that. So any fires on any of these ships is a huge and imminent issue. It sounds like the situation on two of the Japanese carriers was bad instantly. I mean, the Kaga has its sides blown out because of the everything just exploding. There's talk of cascading, like rivers of burning aircraft fuel tumbling off one level of the ship down into a hole. These are infernos. Again, the number of people that are dying on these warships and burning, it's a disaster. And as we said with this Commander Cho line that we just used, there's a sense of shock. How do you respond to this? The speed at which this occurred will change. I mean, this is what you're watching here is one of the great revolutions in military affairs demonstrated in real time in front of everyone. Everyone had started having an inkling. We mentioned earlier when the first two battleships were sunk, the Repulse and the Prince of Wales by Japanese aircraft in December. And then you get Coral Sea. Now you get this. This is the exclamation point that says nobody needs to build battleships again. Nobody needs to worry about big guns on their ships maybe ever again. That's not how wars would ever be fought again. This is going to be done with swarms of bees from a distance where these fleets can't even see each other, and you better have radar or you are going to be at a huge disadvantage. I said earlier, it's hard to imagine anything short of an atomic weapons use in a war that was undecided, where things could be so radically altered in such a short period of time. And people argue, the myth used to be that within 5 minutes, the whole war was changed. And this was in large part because of what eyewitnesses said. Again, later historians have broken certain things down and figured out that certain myths existed. I mean, what kills poor Nagumo here, and we talked about it earlier, is he gets caught with his planes in transition. Instead of having attack planes up and ready to go get these carriers, we talked about it. He's divided between the attack the island, or do I bring on the torpedoes, or bring the armor-piercing bombs, or do I need a high explosive? I mean, it's famous. Now, in the old days, it was assumed that it was just like a lucky 5-minute window there where he was vulnerable, and that's when the Americans showed up. In more modern things, they say that this window was probably more like 45 minutes, and that explains why the American admiral, Spruance, who was pushing this whole thing, decided to launch when he did. He was hoping to catch the Japanese sort of in mid-transition, right? Landing some, refueling, rearming, but not up there waiting for him. That's exactly what happened. And instead of being able to mow the lawn so that the Japanese could maintain a naval superiority over a quickly building United States Navy, they ended up being the ones whose grass was cut. Because the first 5 or 10 minutes of this Battle of Midway Strike that we just recounted is so famous and so consequential. People have been talking about it forever. We may have said, but let's repeat it now just in case, that this is Kennedy assassination-esque in its level of detail and vitriol and the many viewpoints and continuing controversies over this whole thing, and I'm not qualified to weigh in on it. But was there a magic 5 minutes? Or was it more like 45 minutes, right? I always thought it didn't make a whole lot of sense for Admiral Spruance to take any other chances and launch a strike early in the hopes of catching the Japanese in transition. If that transition window was so dang narrow, I would need like 3/4 of an hour to even have a chance, I would think. But I could have my timing wrong on that also. Then there's the question of where the Japanese planes, this is what I believe that way, where the Japanese planes on all these flight decks crowding every little bit of space, just about ready to take off, the American carriers fully armed with weapons to take them down. But, just to make it better, with the ordnance they were previously armed with stacked right nearby, because they're changing all the time. That was part of the whole thing here. And they didn't have time to take it below deck, so it's right there too. So you go from having a bomb situation to a double bomb situation. And then, just to make matters worse, it's an aircraft carrier with lots of gasoline hoses everywhere, spilled gasoline. They're basically, fuel air bombs waiting to go off. And then, just as luck would have it, in that 5-minute window, when the only time it could do this, the American dive bombers appear and set the things on fire. As you said again, it seems a little too good and too Hollywood to be true, but there are eyewitness accounts that say it is. So I'm not going to weigh in on that, except to say that count me as a believer that World War II era warships are marvelously flammable, and aircraft carriers triply so. They always are a bit like torches ready to be lit. And so when these dive bombers show up, whenever these dive bombers show up, it's a big deal. And the two carriers, the Kaga and the Soryu may have had planes ready. I mean, it's bad at the Soryu right away. The Kaga, we said the sides blow up, and I think that happens after a little while. But the fires that get going are unstoppable. And in the Akagi, which is the flagship, the carrier with Nagumo on it, right? I mean, it's one thing to be Commander Cho going, what the hell's going on? It's another thing to be Nagumo, the guy who's in charge. In his little teeny cabin, too small to think, crammed with people, 55 years old, this unfolding. It's 5-10 minutes, folks, from beginning to end once the dive bombers are involved, and it never really stopped from the torpedo planes to the dive bombers. So this guy's been mentally buffeted quite a bit, and all these ships are taking evasive maneuvers, so it's this crazy situation trying to scatter and avoid the air attacks, and there is no time to react, and Nagumo seems in shock. We didn't even get into that. I mean, the cabin's burning around him, because Akagi gets on fire, and they fight the fires for hours, and they just lose. But the flames at one point are leaping around the enclosure in the bridge, and they're trying to get Nagumo off. Here's what John Tolan of the Rising Sun writes about this moment, quote, Akagi was helpless. Flames lit the glass window of the bridge. Above the din, this is one of the commander's top officers, Kusaka shouted to Nagumo, we must move to another ship. Nagumo refused. Kusaka said the ship could no longer steer and had no communications. Nagumo kept saying, we're all right, over and over again. Thousands of gallons of burning fuel cascaded into the lower decks, and torpedoes stored in the hangars began detonating. Blasts of fire shot through the sides of the ship like a huge blowtorch. Nagumo still refused to leave his position at the compass. End quote. There are a lot of stories about Japanese commanders on these ships and higher officers deliberately choosing to go down with the ship or having to be wrestled away. One of them is holding up a sword and singing the Japanese national anthem, and he won't leave the bridge. Some of these guys tie themselves, to things on the bridge. They go down. There's another story that reminds you of sort of the cherry blossom, sublime Japanese idea of the beauty of death, when, at least in an American B-movie version interpretation of it, when one of these commanders or officers puts his arm around another one who's decided to die with him and says something to the effect of, it's a beautiful moon out tonight, shall we watch it go down together, or something to that. I mean, where you're trying to sort of, there's just that interesting Japanese idea of death that comes forward, and it's both foreign to non-Japanese people in some respects, but touches a deeper human part of your soul when you think about human beings in that position, and how would you behave? You certainly would probably want a little revenge, wouldn't you? And if there's anything worse than losing 3 aircraft carriers in 10 minutes or however long it was, losing 4 would seem to qualify, because there are 4 fleet carriers the Japanese have outside of Midway, and one of them is undamaged, the Hiryu. And again, within 15 minutes to a half hour, the Hiryu has launched, let's call it a revenge strike against American carriers wherever they may be. We said earlier that this is like a fight at the OK Corral between gunfighters, and even if you shoot the other one, as they're falling into the dust, they can loose a bullet off at you and sort of avenge their brethren from almost beyond the grave. Here, the Hear You launches an attack that I think the story is it homes its way back following one of the very planes that bombed it from the Yorktown. How revenge-like is that, right? You're going to get the exact carrier that did this to this historically famous Japanese fleet, right? The Kido Butai, the Mobile Strike Force, the ones that hit Pearl Harbor, the ones that have done all these great deeds so far in Japanese history. And these pilots who would have been getting altitude off the flight deck of the Hear You would have had an amazing historical, literally bird's eye view of history, wouldn't they? Looking out and seeing 3 smoking carriers out of 4, and knowing that you know people, especially pilots on those carriers, pilots who are going to have nowhere to land, especially if something happens to the Hear You. The Akagi's burning. There are hopes that it can get underway, and it does for a few minutes, and then it's going to get going again, but fires take that over. So these pilots who are heading towards what will turn out to be the one ship that busted its rear end after fighting in the Coral Sea, still damaged, workmen still on board, just to make it here and add some strength to the undamaged carriers is the one the Japanese find, the Yorktown, and get to take out their feelings of anger on that carrier. There are, according to Francis Pike in Hirohito's War, sailors on the Yorktown who see these Japanese planes, and these pilots who are attacking the Yorktown are shaking their fists at them from the cockpit. We had said earlier there was this moment for the American pilot, Arizona, I remember you, right? This sense of wonderfully appropriate revenge, almost tears in your eyes level revenge. It's a feeling most people don't feel very often, if ever. It's interesting to note the Japanese could be doing the same thing right now. You can imagine their pilots, instead of saying Arizona, I remember you, saying Kaga, I remember you, or Soryu, the sister ship, by the way, of the Hear You, I remember you, or some pilot that they knew personally, I remember you. When the first wave of the Hear You's retaliatory strike comes upon the Yorktown, it finds that the Yorktown is waiting for it. Its onboard radar is given it advance notice, and it's had time to get its own screen of fighters, a defensive screen into the sky. It's had time to get everyone manning the anti-aircraft guns. It's had time to batten down the hatches, so to speak, when it comes to flammable things on deck, pushing over giant barrels of fuel and everything. And it's had time, non-sexy stuff here, to pump carbon dioxide gas into all its fuel lines. It's not armor, won't stop you from getting hit, but it might stop a hit from turning into a critical hit in like 5 seconds. These are all the sorts of precautions the Japanese wish they could have taken that same morning, right? They didn't have the advance notice. So when the Japanese first wave shows up, timeline's bedeviling me a little bit, between maybe 2 and 2:30 in the afternoon. 18 dive bombers, 6 Zero fighters. The Americans are up in the sky and they're waiting. And here, once again, though, the Japanese pilots I've been raving about will show just why they're so good. The Zeros expertly occupy the American fighters, so the dive bombers could go get the American aircraft carrier, and they do. In another nifty piece of flying, they put 3 bombs on her. Bam! The Yorktown is belching smoke, the boilers are damaged. As far as the Japanese pilots are concerned, the Yorktown looks just like 3 out of 4 their carriers do. And that's what they tell the people on the Hear You. You've got an American carrier, it's burning, basically meaning it's done. In one of the ironies of this whole battle, the damage control people on the Yorktown, who are not only good, but after Coral Sea, they've had real experience, and they've got those extra workers from Pearl Harbor still on board. They managed to patch up the damage. There's a hole in the flight deck, and they patch it. They've got air operations going again. They get their speed back up. It's crazy. But they're kind of a victim of their own success. Because after the Japanese knock out that carrier, they're not looking to find the same carrier again. They're looking for an undamaged carrier. So when the second wave arrives from the Hiryu, and it's a couple hours later, they find what they think is an undamaged carrier and go after it. It's not an undamaged carrier. It's a carrier that's been so well repaired by its damage control crew that the Japanese torpedo planes can't tell it's damaged. I mean, how great is it? I mean, remember, that's a carrier that was damaged already when it showed up in this battle. It's a weird twist of history that had they not been as good at their job and a little smoke had been pouring out of the top of the Yorktown, she might have been spared. Instead, she takes 2 torpedoes. One blows a huge hole in her side. The ship starts to list something like 26 degrees or something. They just figure that these things have a big old heavy flight deck on top. Capsize seems imminent. They take everybody off, and she still doesn't sink. So I think it's the next day, June 5th. They tow her. They start taking her back to Pearl Harbor. She's like the ship that you can't kill. They have this interesting reputation of fix her up, send her back out to sea, sell a lot of war bonds, right? Instead, the ending is anticlimactic as a Japanese submarine weaves its way through the destroyer screen and puts several torpedoes into the Yorktown. And that's the end of that. The ship that you couldn't kill almost seems like it was destined, one way or another, not to survive this battle because it kept finding itself in the way of the enemy, in the thick of everything. The battle's not done, though, because at the end of the day, somewhere around like the 5 o'clock hour, when late afternoon transitions into early evening, the Americans find the last Japanese carrier, the Hiryu. And they essentially do to the Hiryu what had been done to all the other Japanese carriers and turn it into a torch, a burning wreck. And it is somewhat interesting that these aircraft carriers proved to be a little difficult to sink sometimes, but not difficult at all to light on fire. And I think that the Japanese actually are the ones ultimately responsible for sinking all 4 of these carriers. I think they have to torpedo them eventually. The Hiryu at one point is just sort of like smoking and drifting. There are some postscript activities to the midway battle, and the Japanese lose a cruiser, and Yamamoto will try to force a night attack. None of it matters. As far as history is concerned, the damage has been done. Once the Hiryu is, for all intents and purposes, taken out of the war, and 4 Japanese carriers are lost in a day, there's no recovering from that. And there's so many elements you don't think about. I had to, of course, for this, delve into it. And they're all things that when they're pointed out to you, you go, oh, yeah, sure, that would be a big deal. But they don't occur to you. I mean, people have been talking for years about all the pilots you lose, and that's easy for most people to go, oh, sure, the pilots would be a big deal. But this is the cutting edge of mid-20th century naval technology, and the engineers, the technicians, and all the specialists on these ships are, well, these are special people in their own right. And, I don't think about this either. You think about an aircraft carrier as a weapon, but you forget that it's all of them working together that creates a weapon system. And this Kido Bukai, this mobile strike force of the Japanese, was a weapon system, and all these ships had people on board who knew the proper ways to work together. They acted as components. And once you took those people out, you just cannot. First of all, it's hard enough to replace individuals who go away, but you can't replace the institutional memory and everything involved. You can't recreate that without years of work. It took 14 years to build this thing. They lost it in a day. This mobile strike force. Britain's Prime Minister Winston Churchill, whose forces are stretched all over the globe way too thinly, and who's fighting major battles and dealing with problems in North Africa, supplying the Soviet Union. So it's for them trying to contend with these problems in the Far East has been a nightmare, and it's been at the very low end of their priority list, simply because things are so grave in so many other places. And Churchill's response, he being a naval guy himself, by the way, to this American victory at Midway, as written in his History of the Second World War, quote, "This memorable American victory was of cardinal importance, not only to the United States, but to the whole Allied cause. The moral effect was tremendous and instantaneous. At one stroke, the dominant position of Japan in the Pacific was reversed. The glaring ascendancy of the enemy, which had frustrated our combined endeavors throughout the Far East for 6 months, was gone forever. From this moment, all our thoughts turned with sober confidence to the offensive. No longer did we think in terms of where the enemy might strike the next blow, but where we could best strike at him, to win back the vast territories that he had overrun in his headlong rush. The road would be long and hard, and massive preparations were still needed to win victory in the East. But the issue was not in doubt, nor need the demands from the Pacific bear too heavily on the great effort the United States was preparing to exert in Europe. End quote. From a war perspective, an overall war perspective, the reason people care about this is it flips the initiative. It changes what the Japanese can do. The Second World War has a different feel, as I've said many times than the First World War, different rhythm. Both of them involved grinding at a certain stage, grinding each other down. But in the First World War, either side could have taken out the other until a very late time. It was an undecided fight. The Second World War is much more one side has its way, and then there's a huge shift in momentum, and the other side has its way. And it's not so much grinding until about midway. And once the grinding part starts, that's when the fragility of things like the Axis economies and resource base and population size and industrial capability, that's when they're just exposed, because that's what they don't have. The strong foundation, they've got a wonderful cutting edge. But once you dull that edge and it becomes something where it is how much industrial power you have and all that stuff, then it becomes a rearguard action and the question of how long can the Axis side hold out. But holding out is not the same as losing. It depends on what your victory conditions are, doesn't it? It had always been part of the Japanese plan. If we recall, they were going to conquer these resources that they needed, then a bunch of territory to surround them as a defense perimeter, fortify it, link it with aircraft, and hold out for the inevitable Allied counterattack, right? But then the combination of things like interior lines of supply, the wicked terrain, the Japanese Yamato spirit, and the decadent weakness of the American Westerners would create a situation where they were paying such large numbers of lives that the people back home in the United States would neither pronounce these places' names or find them on a map, would eventually go, why are we fighting over these places again? And Japan wins in a negotiated settlement, which, after all, is the way every one of Japan's conflicts, since she so-called opened up in the middle 19th century, have gone. They have every reason to believe that's how this will end, after all. You know, the idea of unconditional surrender, which won't be announced until January 1943, by the way, that was not the normal way countries did things, so they had every reason to expect that some way or another this is going to end with an agreement. And here's the thing, even if you start losing, if you're in a strong position, you have a lot to bargain with. I mean, look at the way it is in Europe. I mean, they're obviously fighting a war of annihilation with the Soviet Union, a giant racial thing. Hitler does not have a negotiated settlement in his Plan B file, but Hitler doesn't necessarily have to be around. And there are a lot of people who want to see Hitler gone, and if you ask Hitler, he'd say plots are ongoing all the time. So if all of a sudden the German leadership were replaced, and in 1942, something like that, 1943, they have so much territory conquered, continental Europe, basically. If this is 100 years previously, and we're not in a total war, that's a hell of a negotiating hand right there, right? You give some agent who negotiates for basketball players or NFL football players or big entertainers that kind of leverage. Can you imagine? And I have this weird, twisted brain for some reason that keeps playing a comedic, something like a bad Saturday Night Live vignette in my head, where I can't stop thinking about a TV stereotype of a sleazy kind of lounge lizard sports agent, the new representative of Germany after Hitler was being toppled, sliding into the Oval Office to give his initial pitch to President Roosevelt. And it's both comedic and instructive. I mean, you can imagine somebody walking in there going, Mr. President, big fan. Can I call you Frank? Listen, Frank, I just want you to know I have come from lunch with the German leadership, and all I have to say is, wow. Where have those guys been all my life? I mean, they are big fans of yours, by the way, Frank, and they want you to know that they would have done this whole coup thing sooner if they could have. It's a difficult job to pull off, though, and it's not a free country, as you well know, Frank, but it could be a lot more free soon. These new leaders recognize things have gone way too far. They want to dial it all back, and they feel bad about the whole thing. They know they're going to have to make amends, and they are prepared to deal. I have in my briefcase here, Frank, a deal to end all deals. I mean, this would make you the greatest peacemaker in the history of the planet, and all you have to do is sign. We're talking about something where they are promising, get this now, hold on to your hats, promising to stop half of everything they've taken over the last several years. Half. This is going to save you a minimum, Frank, 5 years and 15 million lives. Think about the suffering that doesn't have to happen if you just sign this piece of paper here. And I got to tell you, Frank, this looks like a war-winning deal to me. I mean, you can spin this any way you want to. I mean, this is victory, and you can walk away clean from this whole thing. I just want to warn you, as a patriotic American, they took me back to one of their secret factories, showed me some of these wonder weapons they have, and while I'm under a non-disclosure agreement, I just want to say, this thing's not in the bag. I'd sign this now and walk away a winner, Frank. As funny as that sounds, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine if the President of the United States or the leader of Great Britain were offered a deal out of the war that would save them years of fighting and tens of millions of lives? No matter what you think about unconditional surrender or the nastiness of the enemy or the state of things, it might be tough to sleep at night, don't you think, to turn a deal down like that? And if the worst happened years later, and we somehow lost the war, or it was like nightmarish, I mean, you might feel like that would have been something, the lesser of two evils, I don't know. It kind of makes you never want to be in the position of one of these global world leaders, doesn't it? These are some tough choices to make. Of course, part of what makes it seem so hard to imagine is it sort of runs against the grain of what you might expect from human behavior, especially collective human behavior, doesn't it? If you're winning the war, if you're kicking butt, I mean, the tendency is to let it roll, isn't it? Not to sit there and go, all right, cash in my chips, I'm walking away. This is enough for me. I mean, you might decide that that's the plan before the war, but once it's going so well, I would think that there'd be an inertia that might be hard to struggle against, right? Until you get a few socks in the jaw and things start looking bad, it's hard to slow the train down when the conquests are ongoing. I have a book called Japanese Destroyer Captain, The Remembrances of Captain Tamichi Hara, who really recorded in the previous segment. And he talks about running into people after the war who were suggesting, hey, you know, it would have been good if we'd stopped right then. And he points out that that wasn't the attitude at the time, right? It's easy to think about that after the war, but people weren't thinking like that when the victories were rolling in. And he writes, quote, after the war, many of my countrymen said that Japan should have concluded a peace in the spring of 1942, instead of waiting to swallow Allied peace terms after Japan had been bled white. But in the early months of 1942, he writes, there were no thoughts of suing for peace. Indeed, many politicians and military leaders firmly believed that the occupation of Southeast Asia was assured as permanent, and that Japan, with the immense resources of this great region, would be invincible. End quote. If you pull out a map from mid-1942 that shows the extent of the Japanese conquest in the Asia-Pacific theater, you are looking at the maximum extent of the blast zone from the Japanese supernova. That's as big as it gets. If you get out your ruler and you realize how many miles that is, it looks darn big enough, to be honest. This is their, as I believe we said, this could easily be seen as the defense perimeter they always wanted. Now, the Allies do not have the luxury of assuming that this is all they want. The Japanese changed their codes after Midway, so for a while the Allies are in a little bit more darkness than they're used to, and surprise again becomes something that's a realistic possibility. But the Allies go from underestimating the Japanese capabilities before Pearl Harbor and the fall of Singapore and all that stuff, to almost the pendulum swinging the other way, where even things that are really, really improbable have to be taken as potential possibilities, because, I mean, you know, who knows what they might do. The Allies are worried about an invasion of Australia as a significant, maybe not short term, but not too far in the distant term, Japanese intention. And the Navy thought about it, by the way, but they had to ask the Army for permission, obviously, and the Army all but laughed at them, maybe with a little bit of scorn. After all, they've been trying to eat the elephant that is China since like 1931. They keep a giant force available in northern Manchuria just in case the Soviet Union attacks them. Since December 7th, 7 months ago, they've been fighting all the allies in places like Burma and the Philippines. The last thing they want to do is send 10 or 11 or 12 divisions across thousands of miles of ocean to a brand new continent to open up a giant new front. Now, here's the thing, though. The Allies do not have the luxury of assuming this is the case and there are significant worries about an Australian invasion. They have to plan for it. The truth is if you look at the Japanese perimeter, though, at this point, they're still going to launch some offensives. The days of the offensives are not over, but their offensives are more like what the defensive side in the World War I battles would sometimes have to do. You might be on the defensive, but you might have to go on a limited offensive here or there, maybe straighten out the lines in this one part of the front, or maybe capture this strong point to anchor another part of the front. And the place the Japanese are going to take to make a giant strong point in their defense perimeter is a place they've already tried to take, and they'll take multiple shots at trying to take during the war. Port Moresby in New Guinea. What's more, the Solomon Islands, if you look at a map, are so close to New Guinea that really they kind of form one little theater there. They ping off each other. It's important to assume that both are involved in any planning or operations. If the Japanese get New Guinea, they're going to be able to threaten the supply lines of Australia. The reason why is for everything we've just learned in the war so far. The unbelievable power of aircraft against shipping. Now, people weren't stupid before the war. The Japanese defense plan before the conflict even started assumed that aircraft were going to play a big role in shutting down sea lanes, didn't it? But Coral Sea, Midway, everything so far shown that the power of aircraft is far more intense than had been assumed, and all of a sudden, instead of needing a squadron of frigates like in the old days, or a squadron of cruisers to shut down a key trade route or supply line or sea lane, you could do it with aircraft. You can put a few air bases around the perimeter of an entire island chain like the Solomons and shut the entire area down to shipping. So the Japanese having these places would be key towards being able to damage the Allies while having a huge strong point for yourself and protecting, the edge of your defense perimeter down in that area. The Allies want it for the same reason. Go look at a map and you'll see that if the Allies have New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, it's going to be like a giant bulge in the Japanese defense perimeter, like somebody just stabbed them with a sword. This area is going to be like the black hole of the Pacific Theater for a while, sucking in men, planes, ships, supplies from both sides. On the American Allied side, this is going to be a fascinating time to look at all of the things that influence the way the Allies counterattack here, which is what this is going to be, the first great Allied counterattack in the Pacific. But it also involves the long-term strategy for how to win the war, and this is where you begin to see the human element come into play again in a way that's fascinating. If this were a war between Vulcans and all they cared about was efficiency and logic and all that kind of stuff, it would be fought very differently than the way it actually is fought. Because in this war, we have the opposite of logical Vulcans. We have some divas with egos. And it is worth pointing something out that a lot of people already understand. If you've watched anything, like if you're old enough to remember the Gulf War, for example, you get a chance to see how generals and people like that, military leaders, turn into like movie stars, celebrities. They attain a visibility and cachet during wartime that you just don't see elsewhere. I mean, if you want to think, I remember reading a book once that compared Churchill, Roosevelt, Hitler, Stalin, all those guys to like the gods of war in the Second World War pantheon, if you will. And below the gods of war, though, are these demigods, these people who especially in their own theater and area of operations, are often almost gods themselves. I mean, I think of a Douglas MacArthur as a guy who's on the borderline between demigod and god, and you can see some of those gods of war, like Roosevelt, actively thinking, what do I do if Douglas MacArthur comes up here, runs against me in the next election or something? He did call MacArthur one of the two most dangerous men in America, right? But it's not just MacArthur. You have look at all the military stars you have that are involved in the war on both sides. You have your Rommels, you have your Pattons. I mean, all these people. MacArthur, as we said, probably the greatest of all, right? And we should recall that he was in the Philippines, and the Philippines were going to fall, and MacArthur said he was prepared to die there, said his wife and his little boy were both prepared to die there, and the president and the American military ordered him out. You know why? Well, I was reading one book the other day that said something I never thought about, and it was that they had this great fear that the Japanese would take MacArthur up on his offer, kill him, and then exhibit the photos of the mangled body of the almost godlike general and his wife and his little boy to the global media. That's going to be good. So they order him out. He goes to Australia, and of course, don't call it a comeback, vows to return. In Australia, he has to try to figure out how you do that, right? What does return mean? How do you fight this war? And if you gave a scenario list to a bunch of generals and admirals about a war, and then asked them how they would go about fighting it, I bet you're going to get a lot of different answers, because there are a lot of different ways to fight a war, and it doesn't necessarily mean there's one right answer, right? A bunch of these people could be right, but if you have a bunch of your top military demigods telling you how to fight a war, and you're somebody like Franklin Roosevelt, what do you do if they differ? What if they have different ideas? We've made a lot of hay, haven't we, in this conversation so far, about the Japanese governmental design and how their army and navy are sort of weird. They don't like each other. They sort of have to have these horse trading liaison sessions where they have to bargain to get anything done. Ha, ha, ha. But we also said earlier, co-opting a phrase that I've used for many different great peoples, but the Japanese are like everyone else, only more so. And you see the same dynamic in the United States military, just maybe not dialed up to the same degree. The guy who's running the United States Navy by this time, it's funny because if you wanted to have a well-oiled command structure and wherever Franklin Roosevelt has the power to put anybody in here he wants to, he can say, you're not a team player, you're gone, right? If you're going to put MacArthur in control of this whole theater, you can have people that can work well with MacArthur. They just have to say yes sir, no sir. And instead, the guy who's running the Navy is a guy who can't get along with people who are famously easy to get along with. Right? The guy's name, and he's famous, he's maybe the most powerful U.S. admiral that has ever been. It's Admiral Ernest King. A guy who's, the line about him that even the president of the United States used to tease him with to try to get a smile out of the guy was that he shaved with a blowtorch. It was his daughter that said that he was an even-keeled guy. He didn't have these emotional highs and lows. He was even-keeled. He woke up in a rage and he stayed that way. He was disliked by a lot of people. Author Robert Leckie in his book Challenge for the Pacific writes about Admiral Ernest King, quote, "The admiral was tall, hard, and humorless. His face was of flint, and his will was of adamant. In the United States Navy, which he commanded, it was sometimes said, 'He's so tough he shaves with a blowtorch.'" End quote. The author continues later, quote, "If levity was rare in Admiral Ernest King, self-doubts or delusions were non-existent. He was aware that he was respected rather than beloved by the Navy, and he knew that he was hated by roughly half the chiefs of the Anglo-American alliance. Mr. Stimson, the U.S. Secretary of War, hated him. So did Winston Churchill, and Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke, and Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham." End quote. Those are some of his British counterparts he had to work with. I was looking at the index in Eric Bergeroth's book, Touched with Fire, and he has an Admiral King entry in his index, and in it says Admiral King, and then it says, Army hated by, and many pages. British hated by, and many pages. We just go, okay. In his fabulous book, American Warlords, Jonathan W. Jordan writes about King, speaking, by the way, about General Marshall here, the head of the Army, and the counterpart of Admiral King, quote, Marshall's staffers loathed the admiral. In his diary, Lieutenant General Joseph Stilwell called him a, quote, high-powered rejecter who won't cooperate or listen or help, end quote. He then says Eisenhower groused to his diary, quote, one thing that might help win this war is to get someone to shoot King. He is the antithesis of cooperation, a deliberately rude person, which means he's a mental bully. Of course, Stark, King's predecessor, Admiral Stark, of course, Stark was just a nice old lady, but this fellow was going to cause a blow-up sooner or later. I'll bet a cookie, end quote. It would be unfair to let Army people or foreigners have the last word on Admiral King's personality. But when you hear him quoted himself, he sounds like a guy who just doesn't have any time for people he considers inferior, and he considers most people inferior. Jordan has him saying about General Marshall, who was a famous, work together guy. He's the glue, he's the oil that provides lubrication for all these divas to work together. And he said that George Marshall could be a very agreeable man when he wanted to be, but that he didn't always want to be. And then he's quoted as saying about George Marshall, quote, sometimes I think he's stupid, and other times very good. King later mused, quote, his basic trouble is that like all Army officers, he knows nothing about sea power and very little about air power, end quote. Jordan then writes, quote, King considered Marshall the second smartest man among the Joint Chiefs, after himself, but that did not mean the two headstrong men would see eye to eye. Quote, we had many fights, he recalled sourly, end quote. But he liked the other generals even less, and the Air Corps, which was part of the Army, the planes that flew at high altitude and bombed from high altitude were part of the Army at this point, and Hap Arnold was the guy who ran them, quote. And Marshall, in King's estimation, was about the best the Army had. Arnold, the Air Corps commander, King claimed, didn't know what he was talking about. King told his biographer that to form a sound strategy, quote, you have to use imagination and horse sense. It always seemed to me that the Navy was better equipped with strategical insight than the Army. The Air Corps didn't know a damn thing about it, end quote. Admiral King reminds me of MacArthur in a way. MacArthur's a hard-to-deal-with guy. King is a hard-to-deal-with guy. You think, why are they putting up with these hard-to-deal-with people while they're bringing something to the table, right? We have to assume that there's some real positives that make the not able to work with side of these people something you can deal with, something you put up with, right? You'll tolerate it because of what they bring to the table. And King is a fascinating character. First of all, to be the way he is in sort of his job versus the way he is outside his job. He was a drinker, a womanizer. He was the first one at the officers' club with something in his hand. He's this interesting character, right? You didn't want to sit next to him because he would reach, under the table at women. He's a party dude sometimes, and then other times on his job, he's like the floor manager at the restaurant that the boss hires because the whole staff is kind of slacking off and they're getting a little lazy, so he hires just some jerk who is on you for everything. I'm paraphrasing here, but King said something like, no matter how good they are, meaning the sailors or the officers, you need a good kick in the ass every 6 weeks or you get lazy, right? So the guy who's the jerk floor manager that's just making your life miserable, though, sometimes they do actually do what they were hired to do, and everybody gets a little bit more tense and nervous and on job and alert and worried about the little things. Remember, in mid-1942, the U.S. Navy is still learning how to be a wartime Navy, and there's only been one for about 6 or 7 months. It's shaping up, and guys like Ernest King are part of the shaping up process because he's good at that. And he's not going to be necessarily nice or liked for doing it. He's also, we should point out, and this is important to Franklin Roosevelt apparently too, he is a brawler. He is a fighter. He is aggressive. I'm not being a homer here when I say that the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy, even grading on a non-curve, they are aggressive. That's part of their doctrine for good or ill. Right? And that works both ways on you sometimes. But the Navy is aggressive, and King is an aggressive admiral. And now he's in charge of things. And his problem and MacArthur's problems, besides their personal things, are now going to stem Also from the services and the branches of the military, which they're a part of. As we've said before at length, the Japanese Army and Navy don't much like each other and find it difficult sometimes to work together. The same is true for the American military. These days, what passes for inter-service rivalry is when the ribbing gets a little bit too mean after a very one-sided Army-Navy football game, but it used to be really severe. It's gone up and down like a forest fire, sometimes getting really hot and sometimes getting really low. Before the Second World War, these guys didn't like each other at all often. And it's funny because it's at every level. It's at the level where, the 20-year-old private first-class guys and the sailors and the Marine recruits are at the bar drinking or whatever, and somebody mouths off and everybody's had a few too many and they get into a brawl. That's the kind of thing you imagine that older guys tell stories about when they're in their 50s and 60s, reminiscing on their wild youth. The problem is that they don't seem to outgrow that, and they feel the same way. And it colors their ability to work with their counterparts in the other services. Here's the way EMW Total writes about the inter-service rivalry in the United States after saying that it colors the entire way, the entire strategy, especially early in the war. There's a dimension of inter-service rivalry and rancor in this, he says, in all of it. So if it had been fought by Vulcans, you wouldn't have this, but because it wasn't, you do, and the war's fought differently because of it. And in the Conquering Tide, EMW Total writes about the inter-service rivalry, quote, "The acrimony was found at every rank. Vicious brawls erupted nightly between sailors, Marines, and soldiers on the streets of San Francisco and Honolulu. Sailors and soldiers taunted one another as swabbies and dog faces and settled the issue with their fists. Infantrymen begrudged sailors their hot meals and clean bunks, amenities that seemed criminally lavish when compared to the squalor and privations of war on land," end quote. He then goes on to point out that the rivalry and animosity between the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. Navy, right, you think of services that are really supposed to get along and work well together, dates back to the Revolutionary War and was notorious, pointing out, quote, that on naval bases across the world, guardhouses and gates were manned by scowling Marines whose customary hail to all sailors was, "Where in the hell do you think you're going?" End quote. So the Army and the Navy don't like each other. The Navy and the Marines have their issues. And of course, just to be fair, the Army and the Marines have their issues. Toll continues.